Hey, welcome back to Velma's Diner. My name's Andre. What can I get you? We are returning on a Wednesday evening, and this night will be a long night, that's for sure. We have in front of us the second evening here in the Feast of Hemlock Vale. And in terms of scenarios, it is like easily one of my favorite scenarios in the whole game. It's incredibly difficult. It is definitely weird. Specifically, the investigator that we have, Miguel, is very well tuned for it. So I'm really looking forward to testing this out. So I hope you're well. I don't know the date today, actually. I usually say that. It's the 15th of July. So 7:15, we're halfway through the month. And yeah, I've been looking forward to this one for a while. If you know what the scenario is about, like traps is kind of perfect. I kind of forgot the text on the farmhouse is actually not super kind to us, but Miguel's a trapper, and traps are going to come in really very useful tonight. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Now we're starting slightly early. Normally we start around 8:30. I originally even wanted to start it a bit earlier, but it felt weird because it was like super bright outside, and this is meant to be night 2, as we see here in the card. This part of the triptych with a bear in the sky and the farmhouse being surrounded by wolves, in which we remember our place in the cosmos. So maybe that'll matter. We'll find out. Maybe we're going to start at the top here with a bit of news, because Fantasy Flight Games, they have shown off, I don't actually have them on hand. They showed off some of the promos that are giving out at Gen Con, which are pretty cool. Never been to Gen Con, so I'm not going to get those, but they're really nice. If you want to see them, you can look them up. But I think the thing that's might be more relevant, because it does answer a couple questions we have, is that they've recently just put out their newest Grimoire. So for those who don't know, the Grimoire is the term that they've been using in chapter 2 for like the complete rules document that has erratas and FAQs, but also just has like all the complex rules. So there are a couple errors in like the learn to play rules that come in chapter 2. So if you want to look at a document to learn how the game works, I would definitely look at the Grimoire. And this is version 1.1. A weird thing is they dropped this article yesterday and they didn't actually include that Grimoire in it as a link, which like, I don't know why. That's definitely a choice. But you can't find the Grimoire here. So this article is like, I mean, it tells you some of the things that are in it. I just don't know why they did it like that. So you have to actually go find it on their website in a different page. I don't know why there's not a hyperlink here. So we're just gonna try and find it. Grimoire 1.1 Arkham. We'll find it. Is this it? No, this is version 1.0. So if you Google it, it doesn't even show up. So I guess we have to find it on their resource pages. All right, let's see how hard it is to find. How hard could it be? So let's go to products, Arkham Horror. Arkham Horror, the card game. Should be down here somewhere. So under Arkham Grimoire, and then it's 1.1. So this was updated just It says July 6th there, I think, but this was updated recently. So this is the Arkham Grimoire. If you finally find it, mind you, things that are updated are in red text. The other kind of cursed thing about this document is when you scroll down, it's a double wide PDF, which I've never seen that before. I'll be honest, that does not make this easy to search. It's like, again, they're double wide pages. So like, I don't know if that's easier for printing. Tony, how's it going? But it's, yeah, it's not easy. It's really not easy the way we've set this up. So a bunch of things are clarified on, like, you know, anything in red has been clarified. I read through this. All of the red things are not incredibly impactful. I think some of them like highlight some nuances. Like, for instance, the question that'll be answered in the FAQ in the bottom is like, what happens when Daniela gets attacked? Can she use the sledgehammer? And the answer is like, it depends. It depends on whose turn it is, which is kind of cool. Or if it is her turn. Yeah, this PDF is weird. It's super weird. And I don't know why they didn't link in the article. But yeah, I don't think there's huge changes. The things that I want to highlight are at the bottom, because the things at the bottom are the FAQs, and there's a whole bunch of questions that we weren't sure on. They technically actually eroded even a handful of cards in chapter 2. One of them like in a kind of big way, the other ways they're just kind of smoothing out. One of the erratas I don't actually understand what the difference is, but we'll get to that together here at the bottom of frequently asked questions and card errata. So machete, this is a card errata. Yeah, this is really hard to use. 1 second. That's a weird PDF. So card errata, machete, this is a really, hold on. It's still hard to use. So the machete errata is sick. People have said that this was expected as the errata. I can't pull up the old machete, but the machete now, currently the way that machete is worded is a bit awkward, because you have to exhaust it before you know the success, if the test is successful. So machete says fight, you get +1 combat for this attack. If the attacked enemy is the only enemy engaged with you, you may exhaust machete to deal 1 damage for this attack. So the way that was worded, which was different than the original machete, not that the original machete exhausted, but the idea is that this card, you have to exhaust it before you reveal the token and figure out if you succeed or not, which means that you could biff it. You could totally fail on the test that's really important that does 2 damage. So we heard this, I think this was on Discord or something, but basically the card's now ability reads, if you succeed and the attacked enemy is the only enemy engaged with you, then you can choose to exhaust it. So it's kind of like our traps. Our traps, only you can choose to discard them. If you succeed, you don't have to commit that extra cost before you find the result, which is just way better for machete for sure. Now, scrape by. This one's also known. This was something that they said relatively early on, even when this card was spoiled. The card now, well, let's look at this card now. We actually added 2 copies to our deck, because I think this card is absolutely bonkers in chapter 2. I don't understand why this card exists. 1 cost, fast. Play when you would fail a skill test when you did not pull an autofail token. You succeed at the skill test instead. If a token with a symbol is revealed during that skill test, take a horror. So this card's very, very good. It's kind of the close thing we have to lucky, as much as there's some skill cards that kind of are like the lucky in chapter 2. But I find it super bizarre that a 1 cost 1 influence event just auto passes any test in the game. It doesn't matter how far you failed by, it doesn't matter anything. Did you just not pull the autofail? You can pass. Maybe sometimes you take a horror, which is really good, especially in a faction that can recur events pretty consistently. So this card's absurd. Art's really great. We're putting 2 copies in our deck. I guess we'll talk about that in a second. Now the question with this card, it says you succeeded the skill test. The question is, I guess, what do you succeed by? And so they have fixed that. So now it's going to say you succeed a skill test by 0. So that's good. That is the way that it was meant to be played, and they've eroded it. So we knew that was going to happen. Now this one's really weird. Endurance, the card should have a wild skill icon. I'm actually really surprised they've done this. Because this like is an errata that adds an icon to a card. That's not something that you can easily remember all the time. And the reason why this happened is this is kind of a misprint of sorts. And this is on endurance. I wish they said this clearly. Endurance card 28 is not this endurance. This is the endurance that came in chapter 2. This is not card 28. So this card didn't get eroded. I wish it was clear that it said endurance like 3 experience. But instead it's actually this endurance. And you notice this endurance is just the starting version of the card and it has the same icons. And unfortunately here, I don't know the name of any other starting cards. Does anybody know the name of any of the other talents? This is going to make this part fall apart a bit, but all the other talents, if you spend 3 experience on them, not only do they gain starting, but all the other ones gained a wild icon. This one did not have a wild icon on it for some reason. I don't know the names of the other talents. If somebody in chat can let me know, I can pull them up. But basically all the other talents had a wild icon and this one didn't when you upgraded it. So they're just giving it a wild icon. I think that's strange. I thought they would just let that lie. It's not something I noticed. I didn't notice the asymmetry between them, but all of the other starting talents just have a wild. This was the only one that didn't. So they're going to fix that. Sharp tongue. Thank you, Benoit. I think that's right. Or sharp rhetoric, excuse me. So you see sharp rhetoric here has a wild icon when you upgrade it. Mind you, the original one just has the normal icons. And so that sort of, templating, or that sort of like, shape, that pattern, excuse me, was the same between all of them. And Endurance 3 just did not get the wild icon. So they're adding it. I mean, that's not bad for sure, but weird. I might start using machete again. Still not as bonkers as chapter 1, but chapter 1 machete was a bit gross. Yeah, chapter 1 machete, for the history of it, was the best weapon for a really long time. And firearms weren't particularly good in chapter 1. They almost never really got that good. But machete in the core box was like the weapon you would play for a long time. They ended up tabooing this, so they made it, I don't know if they changed it or they made it cost experience. But for a while in the early part of the game, when they were starting to do changes with a taboo list, machete was a card that was on the taboo list for I feel like a couple of years before it came off. And then it's just said like the card's not as absurd as it is now in a bigger card pool. But this, or the old machete more accurately, was actually a card that had to get tabooed for being too good for a while. This machete is like way worse. It can only do 2 damage once, and only in a condition, which that's definitely a condition that matters less at lower player counts. Let's say that. Now, these 3 cards are changed, and this really matters because these are all Miguel cards. I'll be honest, I don't understand one of the changes, but we're going to jump to glassing. And glassing, basically, it just got text on it that makes it do the thing that we think it did anyways. It says the card's ability should read investigate attached location. You get +1 skill value for this investigation. So the thing that matters here is attached location, because technically glassing, we know this card. We've been playing it the whole campaign. It's a 2-cost fast card that you attach to a location, and it says after an enemy enters the attached location, investigate, you get +1 skill value for this investigation. It wasn't clear if you investigated your location where currently Miguel was, or you investigate the location that glassing was on. Notably, the reminder text at the bottom says you may trigger this ability from any location. But just to confirm that when glassing fires, it investigates the location where glassing is attached to, not where your investigator is. That is how we've been playing it, so that's not a big difference for sure. Lion weight is the same thing. Oh no, lion weight, they changed it to work the way that glassing does. And actually the way we've been playing too. So the way that machete now works. Notably, this one says, if you succeed, you may discard this to get an additional clue. So the success on this, or the extra cost to discard it to get the extra clue, you only have to do that if you succeed. And now it's the same way that machete was, because lion weight unfortunately was the other way. Lion weight says fight that enemy. You get +1 skill value for this attack. You may discard lion weight for this attack to deal +1 damage, but just like machete was originally printed, you actually have to choose to do that before you see the result of the test. So now with the change, it says if you succeed, you may discard this to do +1 damage. So the same change to machete, it's just way more consistent. You don't have to pay that additional cost. You only pay it once you know it's going to succeed. You choose to fire it if you want to fire it. Decoy trap. This one I don't honestly know, so maybe we can work through it together. So decoy trap says, well, that's what this card says. It says after an enemy enters attached location, exhaust decoy trap, you can evade that enemy. You get +1 skill value for this test. If the test succeeds, you may discard this to warp to this location. Now the updated text says the ability should read evade that enemy. You get +1 skill value for this evasion. So I think they're just doing the same thing that glassing did to make it clear that you're evading the enemy at the decoy traps location, not that you're getting a free evade action that you could use if there's an enemy engaged on you and you're at a different location. So yeah, I think that's all they're saying here is basically it's like glassing. We were firing decoy trap the way they wanted us to, but they wanted to make it more specific. It was evade the enemy that triggered the decoy trap, not just an evade, get a free evade action, which you could use on a character or a monster or sorry, an enemy that's on you at that time. So I think that makes sense. Finally, I think this one's one that we also talked about before. So there's a bit of a weird discrepancy between Hunter's Instinct and the upgraded Hunter's Instinct, another card we're going to be talking about today. But Hunter's Instinct is a really good card, as particularly in Miguel. This is a chapter 2 card. It says that it comes in with 3 supplies, and if it has no supplies on it, you have to discard it. And you can spend a supply when something engages you to go get a level 0 event. Now, if you upgrade this card, and we did today, the text on it just changes. It no longer discards itself when it's empty, which is both good and also can be bad. It can be good because now if you draw a card that says like discard an asset you control, you can just discard Hunter's Instinct if it's empty. But the bad part about this is that you can recur assets in Survivor in the whole card pool, let alone the chapter card pool, and then you have functionally no way to get this in your discard pile because it doesn't have a slot. So once this is empty, it just sits on the table forever and you can't recur it, which is also not great. So they just made these cards have the same text, so when this thing is empty, they discard it. Yeah, a fair few errata for not that many cards in chapter 2, but I'm at least glad they're fixing it. That can be quite nice. That's quite nice. Now, there's one thing they've clarified, and I know I did this wrong too. Sorry, I'm trying to find my mouse. It's a big PDF, it turns out. So they're talking about Daniela Reyes. These are just frequently asked questions. So Daniela Reyes has the ability. Hold on a second. I mean, this PDF is too wide. Whatever. It's not that big of a deal. So in short, Daniela Reyes' ability says that she can, when something attacks her, she can take an action to fight back. Again, so after an enemy attacks an investigator at your location, fight that enemy using either the basic fight action or fight ability on a card, limited once per round. Technically, that text is a bit confusing, especially if you have cards that spend multiple actions to fight. So the way that they've resolved this is that you get a basic fight action. So you get one action to do a fight. But if you want to do Sledgehammer and you want to use Sledgehammer's bottom text, you have to spend the additional action. You get a first action for free, but the second action part of Sledgehammer, you actually have to pay, which means you can only do that if it's your turn, because you can only spend actions if it's your turn and you have actions remaining. So if you get attacked during the enemy phase, you can only do Sledgehammer's top text. But if you're attacked during your turn, you could technically choose to spend one in a free action to do Sledgehammer's bottom text. I definitely played Daniela Reyes before in chapter 2, and I just Sledgehammered for fun when I got hit during the enemy phase. You're not allowed to do that anymore. But yeah, they just qualified that. Again, it says you just take a fight action. That means you still have to pay costs if you're using like a gun or something like that. But anything that requires multiple actions, you only just get one free action. I think the way that Daniela was templated has changed. The way that Daniela was templated, I believe in chapter 1 was slightly different. This way is meant to be simpler, but it did cause some questions, and so they're answering them. Cool. The thing about the service revolver, I think, was pretty intuitive. They talked about Marie Lambeau's weakness, which is a question that we had because we played Marie Lambeau. So when you have called to Guinea, it says that you put into play in your threat area, and it says you cannot heal damage. So the question was, can you not heal yourself? Can you not be targeted by healing abilities? Can nobody heal you? It was not very clear what this text means. We've never seen that text before in Arkham Horror. And so they went out, and again, it's a bit cut off there on the page, but they just said when Call to Guinea is in Marie's threat area, no card that she controls can heal her. I just want to double check that. While Call to Guinea is in threat area, no ability or effect she controls can heal damage from any card. So she cannot heal anything, including herself. So when Call to Guinea is on the table, she can't heal herself. She can't heal anybody else. She just cannot heal. But it doesn't mean that she cannot be healed. So somebody else, say you have a survivor at the table with like bandages or something like that, they can actually heal her. So you can leave this on the table and just play no healing. Technically, Marie's, her elder sign does heal her. So like you can't fire that. And funny enough, that has happened every time we pulled Call to Guinea. We've actually pulled that. Her elder sign effect says heal 1 damage if successful. So you cannot do that, but people can still heal you, which means in terms of a weakness, you don't actually have to get rid of it if somebody else on your team is going to be healing you, and Marie's just going to be taking the damage for fun because she wants to take damage. So that's actually pretty good. Guerrilla Tactics. We talked about this one directly too, and they're just clarifying this. Guerrilla Tactics has really weird wording on it. It's doesn't exactly do what you want to think it can do in all situations. So both this and I believe the upgraded version allow you to fight or evade. You get +1 skill value for this test, and you may target an enemy at a connecting location as if you were engaged with that enemy. Now that text is really nice because you can just fight or evade somebody at a neighboring location, but notably because it says as if you're engaged with that enemy, it means if you want to fight or invade an enemy at a neighboring location that's aloof, you can't actually do that with Guerrilla Tactics, which is really good because it's as if you were engaged with them. However, if the enemy is at your location and it's aloof, you cannot use Guerrilla Tactics on them because the only ability to fight them as if you were engaged with them is only if they're at a connecting location, which is very strange. It means that there's an aloof enemy at your location, you actually have to back off one location to Guerrilla Tactics them, which is kind of strange. You think it'd do it all the time, but I think this is more just like the way the card is written. It doesn't work that way as much as you'd think it would, but it doesn't. That's mostly it. So most of these FAQs we actually knew. These were things that they communicated on like Discord and stuff like that, and then just takes a while for them to get into the FAQ. But that's good. This has been updated. You can find a very, very wide PDF if you go and search through like 4 or 5 pages deep. Yeah, this definitely should have been on the front page article. I'm not sure why it wasn't. That's great. They added some ultimatums if you kind of deal with that, but at this point, this thing is not very easy to navigate. It's like, yeah, it's good. That being said, again, there are some rules mistakes in the Learn to Play document. So if you want to like really learn the rules of the games, go through the Grimoire because the Grimoire should be the most accurate piece. Because there is actually things that are disagree between the two documents. The Grimoire will be the living document. It will always be the most accurate document, or that at least is the hope. Okay, with that, how's everyone doing? Today we have a long night ahead of us. It's already 8:30. We've got through some stuff. Let's just talk really quickly about how we upgraded our decks. So if I'm not mistaken, we had, I think 10 experience to spend, maybe a bit less, maybe a bit more, but I've spent all the experience across both of these decks. So just to talk you through what we've decided. So obviously on this side, in case you're not familiar, I guess we should re-rack this. This is Joe Diamond. He's been mostly our cluever. He's been getting a lot of clues and he's been fighting here or there. He has a pretty reasonable stat line, as much as that 2 willpower and 2 agility has been a pretty big issue when it comes to the encounter phase. So we'll see if we can deal with that. Now, this scenario, I know what the scenario is. And if you play the scenario, you know it's a very interesting scenario. It's a very specific scenario that causes or produces very particular problems that you need to deal with. And for this scenario, coming in with a bit more damage seemed like a good thing to do. So what we did is our deck has 2 copies of Vicious Blow. We just took those 2 cards of Vicious Blow out and instead just upgraded them for 2 apiece for better Vicious Blow. Better Vicious Blow gives you another icon. It has the same Vicious Blow text, but if you succeed by 2 or more, this can do 2 damage. Plus 2 damage, excuse me. Which means if you do like a gun attack with your 1911, you succeed by a lot. Your single bullet will do 4 damage, which is a really big breakpoint. Even with your basic attack, you can go up to 3 damage for a single action, which is really quite good because our deck only has 2 guns, and if we don't find it, we don't find it. But Vicious Blow 2, it's a nice upgrade. You never feel bad about it, and very easy for our deck building. We just took 2 copies of the original Vicious Blow out. That's 4 XP. Next is Counterattack. Man, Counterattack is just such a good card. We're really prepared for a fight in this next scenario. But Counterattack is a Chapter 2 card that is functioning kind of like a dodge reprint from Chapter 1, but I find it even to be a bit better. It says fast, play when an enemy attacks an investigator at your location, cancel that attack and deal 1 damage back to that enemy. So you can just like tank a huge hit, like again, dodge 2 damage and 1 horror, no problem, and do 1 damage back, again, at instant speed without spending an action. Very good, very flexible. Notably, the way that this interacts with elusive is something that we've classically messed up on this channel. So if an enemy attacks you with elusive and you counterattack it, sure, you won't take damage and you'll do 1 back. But because that attack was canceled, and because of course counterattack is not attack itself, the elusive enemy will stay on you. It actually won't run away. That is something we've messed up a couple times, especially when we were playing Miguel, because she was canceling attacks with her blood ward, and if you had canceled the attack for the bat horror stays on you, which is kind of neat. So you have to work in different ways if you want elusive to fire, because if you cancel attack, again, elusive only works if they've attacked you. So kind of neat. We'll keep that in mind. There might be some elusive enemies here, let alone Miguel has elusive enemies. 2 copies of counterattack. We just removed 2 cards from our deck that we almost never played. Right tool might be not a good time to remove this because we do need to find a weapon consistently in this scenario, but this also finds tools. It's not a bad card. We still have 1 in our deck. And the other card is Custom Grip, which is a fast card, which I kind of like playing fast cards. The icon on it is okay. This attaches to firearm, and then you can just discard the firearm to replay a firearm from your hand. So far, we've never played more than 1 firearm, and that's mostly because Miguel has been really stepping up to the plate when it comes to destroying enemies with a bow and arrow and some traps. So I haven't felt like we need to make our deck harder hitting over a longer period of time. We technically made it harder hitting with these 2 cards. Like we added a bunch of damage to our deck, but it's not so much that we need more bullets. It's just we need those bullets to matter more. So we took out these 2 cards. Lastly, just a deduction upgrade. We're the only person who's getting clues consistently, and so now deduction 2, it's the same idea as Vicious Blow, gives you more icons, and if you succeed by 2 now, you get 2 extra clues, which is 1 action for 3 clues. Our decks don't have really good clue compression. Like it's mostly just Joe who's doing it, and mind you, we traded a deduction for a deduction. But yeah, I would have more quickly gone for 2 deductions over 2 Vicious Blows. They're the same experience, but in this scenario specifically, you don't need clues as much as you need damage. I've played this campaign before many times, so we went that way instead. Oh, look, Vicious Blow. That's a guaranteed autofail when I use it lately. There is a card that we could have played. I don't know the name of it off by hand, but did get eroded. But there was a card that you can play from Hemlock Vale that used to be 1 experience. Maybe now it's 2 experience. That just says like, this attack does +1 damage. When you pull a token, you can take a damage to re-pull the token, and you can do it as many times as you want. So you're guaranteed to get your Vicious Blow. Turns out that was a very good card and needed to be worth more experience. I think it went from 1 to 2, not from 0 to 1. And it's a card we had access to as much as it didn't give you icons. So could be good. If you're worried about the autofail, that's definitely a thing that you can be doing. And Joe has access to that card still. Notably, Joe is stuck to just Seeker cards and Guardian level 0 to 2. I'm honestly getting to the point where the Chapter 2 card pool is running out of options for Joe here. Like outside of the extra upgraded deduction, and then maybe like the allies don't get better. Like there's actually no high XP allies in the Chapter 2 Seeker pool at all, I don't think. So like we're kind of just stuck with the allies we have. And we have Charisma, mind you. It's not going to be on the table, but Charisma is really quite good. Let me just shuffle this really well because I think it is sorted after I did this. Cool. Yeah, in this scenario, Joe will be getting some clues and doing some damage, and that should just be good enough. Okay. Joe also has a weakness, an extra weakness in his deck because he ate some food, but go Joe. Okay. Mind you, we don't keep the investigator card on the table. It'll be obvious, hopefully, in context, who is on the table. Next up, Miguel. So Miguel, also, like, we're kind of running out of options. I think the one thing we could add to Miguel's deck that is very present in Chapter 2, the show gave level 3 Seeker. Joe gets level 5 Seeker. I think Joe gets everybody. Is there a Seeker ally I'm forgetting that he can play? I'm not sure if there is. I feel like there isn't, but maybe there is in Chapter 2. So with Miguel, we still have a bunch of events we want to add to our deck, and adding higher experience events actually interacts poorly with one of our cards, so we did change that as well. There is a bunch of healing cards that are really good in the Chapter 2 Secret Pool, very efficient stuff, things that take very little actions that allow you to heal a lot of horror, a lot of damage, even off of allies. We'll see if we eventually have to play that with Miguel, but for now, we also upgraded our deck into this scenario specifically, and so we're playing 2 copies of Rope Trap. I'll be honest, I don't know if I like Rope Trap that much. This is a new chapter 2 card. It costs 2. It is not fast, which is at least not that bad because sometimes we don't fire Miguel's text, which is 1 free event a turn. Because most of our events are fast, we kind of we end up not using that. So I don't feel bad playing not fast events. It says attach your location, limit 1 trap attached, which again, that's text that we really have to play around. And it says when an enemy enters the attached location, you can choose to exhaust Rope Trap to deal damage to that enemy. Then you reveal a token from the Chaos Bag. If you reveal a skull or an autofail, you discard the Rope Trap and you can trigger this trap from anywhere. So it's like kind of like Lie in Wait. The thing with Lie in Wait, it will stay there. The difference with Lie in Wait is that you have to do a test and you can fail. And on top of that, if the enemy has Retaliate, you can get hit by Retaliate. This also fires Elusive, and Rope Trap just like does a ping damage. 2 experience and 2 cost is like at least the same cost, but that's kind of high on experience. This could fire once and we'll be upset. It could fire like 4 or 5 times in the right scenario. And then obviously that's really, really quite good. 1 action for 5 testless damages and really, really quite good. But yeah, we'll see. In this scenario, it seems like a fine thing to do. And if you know the scenario, you know why, but we're going to try it out. Now, this was a bit painful. The card I took out of the deck for this is Stalk Prey. And Stalk Prey, I think, is actually a really good card. This is a card we haven't consistently been playing, but it's a card that I've wanted to have in my hand. It's a 1-cost event that just says search the 9 cards, top 9 of the encounter deck for an enemy. You draw it, and then you shuffle. Then you draw a card and discover a clue at your location, and then there's a movement clause if you spawn something out of not your location. This card's really good because inherently most of our cards don't do anything if there's not enemies on the table because we're all about traps, and this will consistently get you an enemy on the table. In this scenario, it's totally useless, as you'll see in a second, but it will be more useful in the next 2 scenarios. But I think at this point, we might have enough enemies in the deck that we don't need this. But this card is actually kind of painful to take out. In the last scenario, we took out one of the cards from our deck that gives us money. I worried that our deck actually, because we were adding more and more expensive cards, the economy in this deck might not hold up. I don't want to undo the thing that we did, but we took out 1 copy of Same Old Thing, and I feel like 2 copies of Same Old Thing probably should be in the deck. I mentioned I don't like this card so much because it's just basically an action to get 3 resources, like an emergency cash, as much as emergency cash is better in Miguel. But I might miss this card because, again, we're adding more and more expensive cards with like the Rope Trap, so our economy might not scale into that. At least we have bounties and Joe that can help us out. Next card we're playing, Scrape By. This is an absurdly good card. This is like a nonsense card in chapter 2. We talked about this earlier. Art's great. 1-cost fast event that says when you would fail a test without an autofail, just don't fail it. Just maybe take a horror, but just succeed by 0 instead, which is just buck wild. Like outside of Retaliate and Alert, there could be downsides for failing, but you basically can force any test in the game. Like, oh, I want to get a clue. I'm 2 intellect to 5 shroud. Doesn't matter. Pay 1 to get a clue. Oh, I'm going to do an attack. I'm going to do an evade. I can't really succeed this. Oh, you pass. Oh, if it's a really important test, you pull the -5. Oh, you pass. Like this card's obviously so good. Survivor was pretty good at that in the original chapter 1 of cards like Lucky, as much as there is a Lucky kind of equivalent in a skill card. But this is also an event, which means we can recur it. We can play it multiple times. We're playing 2 copies of this. Now, the slots for this is Unexpected Courage, and that's kind of the idea, is like, we don't need a pass test by committing skills, we have events, and events are a bit better for Miguel, as much as they're more expensive. This is fast and costs 1, and with our knapsack, it can draw us forward, and we can recur events, we can't recur skills. So we just caught 2 cards, 2 copies of the card that just helps us pass tests, for a different card that helps us pass tests. And then finally, and we mentioned this before, we've added a bunch of cards in this upgrade that are all 2 experience and higher events, which means Hunter's Instinct, the original one we had in our deck, which is a very good card. It can recur events when an enemy engages us. It can't add any of these cards back to our hand because it only can add level 0 events. So all we did is we spend more experience, putting Hunter's Instinct 2 in it. So now it can grab any event from our deck, or sorry, from our discard pile and put it back in our hand. And we have so many level 2 events. We have, again, Scrape By, we have Rope Trap, we have the Dynamite Blast equivalent, we have the Guerrilla Tactics that experience 2. Like there's so many good cards this will hit now. So it's all the events in the deck. So for this, very easy. We'll just take out 2 Hunter's Instincts and that's it. And that's the deck. Easy upgrades. I just bought Psychoanalysis level 3 in my Bloodborne campaign, and it has a lot of XP, but it's been really nice. I'm playing 3-player though. Psychoanalysis is one of the cards that feels like a luxury upgrade. The other card I think we need to get into the Joe deck sooner than that is the card that allows us to fight the Miasmatic Shadow using science. I think we need to get that in. But I looked at this card. The upgraded version is like, it's a lot of experience, but that effect is not bad at all. It's a 2-cost event, so a bit expensive. You don't really need card draw on Joe, but you'll take it. So 1 at a time, each investigator at your location reveals the top 3 cards of their deck, draws 1, heals 2 horror. For a single action, this is heal 4 horror, draw 2 cards, which is like pretty good. And obviously scales better with more players. In terms of Carolyn, she like heals horror and gets a clue, so it's even sweeter, but it's not a bad card, especially for like an off turn. The thing is like, Joe doesn't have that many off turns. He's usually like wants us to get clues on every turn. It's like the sort of card that Miguel would have, because there's a lot of turns where Miguel's like, okay, there's no enemies. I'll just draw, play an event, and then like this is a nice event to play clicklessly. But yeah, not too bad at all. All right, I'm just gonna pile shuffle this, and we should be off. I realized I didn't bring the fan into this room, and it's gonna start to get warm in here. I think I saw the camera hitch for a bit, so the room is currently 23.5, but feels warmer somehow. Okay, so we have to do this prelude the second evening. The evening preludes are nothing like the morning preludes where you have to set them up and go out and take like 4 turns to set up. So we're gonna have like a natural, you know, the usual Arkham Horror mulligan, for better for worse. But we have to talk to some people and maybe have some dances. So let's return to the prelude. I'm just gonna zoom in once. It might look nice, less nice, but I can read it better. The rain continues through the day. When you arrive at the Commons for dinner, the tables have been pushed to the sides of the room, and warm lamps are hung from colorful ribbons. Dozens of new faces peer out from the crowd of cloaked locals, visitors from the mainland. A large sculpture looms in the center of the room, festooned with violet and white blossoms that seem to palpitate in the soft light. The room goes silent as Mother Rachel addresses the assembly. Friends, brethren, each of you is a miracle of time and light. You are the promise of your true self. The matron stops mid-sentence. Check your campaign log. If Simeon survived as recorded, we haven't talked to Simeon once. Proceed to the second evening 2, otherwise proceed to the second evening 3. A sturdy figure cuts through the crowd. Has anyone seen Simeon? Leah Atwood asks in a trembling voice. She looks at the assembly with wide, searching eyes. Please, Simeon, now's not the time for pranks. She addresses her son, but to no response. The air in the room swirls thickly. Enough! Mother Rachel shoos her sister away. Oily patterns dance in the light as you feel a now familiar lightheadedness. Update your campaign log. In Leah Atwood's notes, record Leah is searching for Simeon. Cross out Simeon Atwood's name. If a character is crossed out, that means they will not show up at all if they're required to like show up. I think it has other repercussions, but that's obviously not good. So Simeon's missing. Proceed to second evening 4. Mother Rachel regains her composure. Tonight is the shortest night of the year, and tomorrow is the beginning of eternity. So on this night, let us dance. The assembly bursts into rapturous applause. A ragtag band in the corner starts playing as the dance begins. Several friendly faces beckon you to join. So, you may choose whom you would like to dance with. One at a time, each investigator may choose a different codex entry from the following. If there's only one investigator, you can dance with 2 people. If a resident's name is crossed out, you cannot choose their codex. After you've read the appropriate number of sections, proceed to resolution 1. So there's a whole bunch of different people we can dance with. So Mother Rachel watches the room. We can maybe try and dance with her. Next to the dinner spread, Leah looks utterly exhausted. Simeon, we can't do this, makes bird noises to gaggle children. So Simeon's not here, so we can't even read that. William sits in a corner, penning the first lines of what is sure to be an overwrought poem about his family legacy. River is tearing it up on the dance floor. Gideon sits on a stool near the dancing. Standing by the entrance, Judith watches the door. Theo bobs in his head in rhythm in the crowd. You can choose to dance by yourself. Also, a woman is hunting down clothes stands. A woman in hunting clothes, wow. A woman in hunting clothes stands at the edge of the room. And finally, Dr. Marquez eyes you from across the room. So, in terms of a relationship level, we are relationship level 1 with everybody besides Simeon, who's now crossed off, so we kind of nailed it. The only person we're high relationship level with is Judith. And I think generally we're kind of encouraged to really pursue one character. So I think we're going to definitely start with one of our investigators is going to go and dance with Judith. So standing by the entrance, Judith watches the door. We'll go to Codex 7. If Judith Park is a relationship level 3 or higher, that's perfect. I don't know if you can get higher than that sooner than this. Maybe you can, but 3 is just good enough. I'm supposed to be working, but what the hell? Judith smiles rakishly as she joins you on the dance floor. The bodyguard is surprisingly good as she leads you in the Charleston and the Foxtrot. That was more fun than I expected, she says, after cheeks flushed. In Judith Park's notes, Record, Judith shared a dance. We don't get read the otherwise. So it looks like they might check for just having relationship level 3, which is not a good spot. They do have otherwise text, but it looks like the otherwise text was just like flavor text. So that doesn't seem really great, which doesn't make me excited to dance with anybody else because I don't think anyone else likes us enough to dance with them. That means either we will dance by ourselves. We can talk with the woman in the hunting clothes, but I'm pretty sure I know who she is and we don't know her. So I don't think she would dance with us. I know who she is, like, because her name has come up in this campaign. So I think for the last option, we're probably just going to dance with Marquez because Marquez is definitely our friend and that might just help us. We've actually been on the Marquez path for this whole campaign, so maybe that'll pay off. But I don't know if we have anything in the campaign log that actually is like relevant to Dr. Marquez's relationship with us. Besides, like, we got the Pearl Estate Ruins diary. That might actually matter. So let's go over to whatever that Greek symbol is. Should be at the end here. Yeah, Codex Dr. Rosa Marquez. Meet me outside afterward, Dr. Marquez says, all business. You ask her why and she shakes her head. This is the last place I want to discuss anything. I'm going to gather some supplies before we talk. I recommend you do the same. Each investigator begins the next scenario with 2 additional resources. I mean, yeah, that we can take that for sure. That's really good. So everyone's going to start on 7. We talked about our economy not being super strong. Mind you, Joe Diamond starting there with a 777 is quite nice. And after we finish this, we go off to resolution 1. Do not read. Midway into the evening, the dance reaches a lull. While rain patters outside, the dancing revelers move like smoke in the dim commons. Dr. Marquez signals you to join her at the side of the room. There is something very wrong here, she says in a low voice. There may be a dozen members of the Vale who have disappeared, some even in the last few days. Mother Rachel seems blissfully unconcerned. And then there are these wonders everyone talks about. I'm starting to suspect the wondrous feeling here isn't just hypoxia. You mentioned your own dizziness and a strange euphoria over the past few days. Check your campaign log. If Madame Pearl's diary was recovered, proceed to resolution 2. Sick. Yeah, we got that. That was from going to the Pearl Estate, which is, I think, part of like the Rosa line if you follow Dr. Rosa to everywhere she wants to go. And we did well in the last scenario. The professor hands you Susan Pearl's diary. Thank you for recovering this, by the way. It's a fascinating read. In the last year of her life, Madame Pearl was racked with hallucinations and a chronic wasting disease. Whatever it is, it incites rapid mutation before breaking down muscles, organs, and cognitive function. Reading between the lines, I get the impression the entire Pearl family was similarly affected prior to the incident that devastated the Ridge. Any one investigator may choose to add the Pearl Diary story asset to their deck. It does not count towards their deck size. This card can be found with the following icon. I have to grab that from the box in a second. So that's the Pearl Diary, which is this. It's a book, takes up a hand slot. It's not a tool, but it is a tome. 1 cost, has a couple icons, and it says during day you get +1 book, during night you get +1 willpower. It says response. After an investigator location draws a blight or power card from the counter deck, exhaust the Pearl Diary, the investigator just draws a card. I'm pretty sure a lot of the power cards like hit your hand size, so that might help. This is after they draw it, which I don't know if that's after Revelation, but this is a card we can choose to add to the deck. Now, when we went to Tad's General Store during Morning 2, it allowed us to search our deck, if I'm not mistaken, for a story card and send it to someone as a gift. And so this is the first card that we could actually technically like choose not to take it. I don't think it's a phenomenal card, because like if we have this in Joe Diamond's deck and he uses a hand slot to add this, like he just goes up to 3 willpower. Maybe 4 with Rose is okay. So I think we can just add it. We have a lot of card draw, and maybe actually it'll be worth it in the story to be like, oh, if you have the Pearl Diary, you can do something. Like sometimes it's good having these at the right time. With that being said, we'll add it to Joe's deck. We're not going to be adding this at all to our friend Miguel, because Miguel has the bow, and the bow does require both hands. So like it's not going to be possible to hold this. Where is it? Oh, it's here. Pearl Diary. Nice. Just put it in sleep. Proceed to resolution 3. Okay, 1 second. Okay. You share your own observations of Hemlock Isle. More than just wonders, the creatures here are either sickly and malnourished or aggressively vivacious. Dr. Marquez nods along. Everything is affected. Sickly, starving, mutated, and it's all highly localized. There are no reports of these strange phenomena elsewhere. It's only here. She produces a creased map of the island and points to the North Hills. Pearl Ridge hasn't recovered in the past 20 years since it was obliterated. Marquez holds up 2 rings of glassy wood from both Eastwick Bog and Pearl Orchard, then draws a ring around Pearl Ridge on her map. I love the fact is like no matter where you go, she goes to those locations so she can produce those pieces of wood. The fact that we followed her, we actually know how she got this wood and what she did in those locations. But it's really cool that like no matter what you do, the like NPCs go off, undo their thing, and they have their own storylines. I think it's really, really charming. The bitter eggs this morning reminded me of a report after the Tunguska event. Oh, I also didn't realize that too. The Tunguska event is a thing that happened in our world. I don't know when it happened, but there was this massive explosion that happened in, I want to say like southeast Russia. It was this huge explosion that leveled huge forests. And I don't know if we know what it is, whether it was a meteorite or not. Funny enough, the Tunguska explosion is actually like a pretty major kind of plot point to some extent if you play through the Scarlet Keys, and I won't spoil that. But it's neat that they keep referencing that. I wonder if that was like a thing that was known in terms of like pop or scientific culture in the 1920s. A meteorite obliterated miles of Russian countryside, but the effects on the locals were even more devastating. Stores of food were poisoned, livestock perished. Nearby villages were slowly deserted as families who lived there for generations died of starvation or worse. She draws a larger concentric circle around the first. Nobody has said anything about a meteor, but judging by the massive sinkhole in the front of the Pearl Estate, something emerged from the rock. My working theory is that the mining operation opened a vein and released whatever poisoned gas or minerals affecting the island. This is very much like the plot of the Color from Outer Space, the thing that came from space and kind of ruined that area, if ruined is the word you want to say. Dr. Marquez's expression goes grave. There's something else. Something we shouldn't discuss here. Follow me. As you follow the professor out of the commons, a stout figure bumps into you. Check your campaign log. If Birdie was rescued? Yeah. Terribly sorry, Birdie says. Professor, and you, I assumed you had retired early? His eyes go wide. Are we conspiring? Surveying? I would love to. Dr. Marquez cuts him off with a sharp glance. After last night, Birdie, I think it's best that you stay in your room tonight and rest. The young assistant looks quite wounded, but doesn't object. Very well then, he mutters. Skip to resolution 6. We didn't need to involve him. He's much better in a lab than in the field anyways. Dr. Marquez leads you outside. Something followed me down from the ridge today. Something big and hungry. I tried to take shelter at the old Atwood farm, but it was boarded up, windows and doors. It smelled something awful. I'm not even sure what I heard coming from inside, she says soberly. When you ask her to explain, she shakes her head. The place definitely isn't what it seems. I don't know what the Vale folks are hiding in that old farmhouse, but I plan to find out. Each investigator earns the bonus experience awarded during this prelude. We got no bonus experience. Apparently you can. Unspent experience in your campaign log, but do not spend any of it until the end of the next scenario. So that's fine. Now the investigators must decide either we can follow Dr. Marquez's lead out to the Atwood farm. What is the Vale hiding? Proceed to the longest night, and that's what we're going to be doing. This is the only time you can play the scenario if you follow her out here. Otherwise, you can choose to go out and survey Hemlock. It makes the bag worse. The scenario does, or the campaign doesn't give you a great reason to go off and do that. It would be fun if it is, but the scenarios are different at night. So if you want to have a harder survey, do it at night for sure. So we're going to proceed to the longest night on page 46. As you approach Atwood Farm, the clouds recede to reveal a blood-red sunset that casts the landscape in a hazy shadow. You follow Dr. Marquez past a neglected coop and a barn to the back porch of the derelict farmhouse. As the professor jams a crowbar under a boarded window, you notice the revolver in her back pocket. Just some insurance, she says. It takes some time to pry the boards off the windows. As you climb in after the professor, your senses sting with the scent of rot and sick. Once your eyes adjust to the murk, you see a harrowing scene. Dirty cots line the walls, and the floor is streaked with refuse. A dozen sickly people lay on cots and sit slumped against the wall. Their skin is knotted and hard, riddled with sharp spurs and sinewy growths. Several of them have limp flaps of loose flesh that you soon realize are vestigial limbs. Others look up at you with glassy eyes, while others with gray, powdery skin lay inert, staring up at the ceiling. You shouldn't be here, says a voice. A balding man in a tattered veil cloak steps towards you with a halting gait. Dr. Marquez squints in the dim. Tad? From the general store? Before he can answer, you hear voices from the front porch. You and Dr. Marquez dash behind a pile of broken furniture just as the front door clicks and swings open. Mother Rachel enters alongside a half-dozen cloaked figures and several more sickly locals. The matron addresses the room, beaming. My star children, your time has come at last. You will prepare the way. She leans down and holds a wheelchair-bound woman's hand. All of you have been made whole, and now you will join your other selves in eternity. The investigators must decide. Either confront Mother Rachel or keep hidden. I think we're going to confront her. You step out from your hiding place with Dr. Marquez. This is barbaric. These people belong in a hospital. The professor snarls at the matron. Add a tablet token to the chaos bag for the remainder of the campaign. Tablet token's pretty bad, if I recall. So I think we have 2. We'll do a bag check in a second, but in it goes. So more tokens maybe means this trap will stay for longer. Skip to intro 4. Apparently you aren't a good enough dancer to get bonus experience. Poor child. I mean, Joe went for the dance. He had a good friend. Miguel was a bit more, grounded. Mother Rachel smiles benevolently. My children, there are some things we are not meant to see until it is our time to see them. But then, I suppose, it is your place to witness our ascension. She holds her arms out in an exultant pose. Each of us accepts our place in creation. We have been remade beyond the concerns of conventional medicine. I understand it may seem foolish, even cruel to an outsider, but each of us is here of our own volition. Even you. The room nods along in agreement. You're being deceived. Can't you see? Dr. Marquez says, furious. These people are dying. You search the room, hoping for some support. Check your campaign log for each resident who shared a dance. If 2 or more residents shared a dance, no. If exactly 1 resident shared a dance. So apparently you can get your relationship level up to have 2 people, but only 1 resident shared a dance, which was Judith. Proceed to intro 6. A single figure steps out from behind Mother Rachel and comes to your side. It is the friend you danced with just hours ago. Mother Rachel regards them bitterly. So be it then. We are the wheat, and you are the chaff. Add a cultist and a fish face token to the chaos bag for the remainder of the campaign. All right, we got friends. I think only 2 of them can come over is what it suggests. I don't know if you can get your friendship level high enough, but I think Judith is a really good friend to have. So more into the bag, skip to intro 8. Mother Rachel's eyes are glassy. Oh, also you can have nobody with you, which is really interesting to stand up against the whole village, and then the whole village is probably set up against you. Mother Rachel's eyes are glassy with tears as she addresses the room. Your sacrifices is not in vain. Tonight, you each will fulfill your place in creation and join us tomorrow for the great ascension. The matron wears a careworn smile as she addresses you. This is not your sacrifice to make. Please, return to the Vale. Dr. Marquez glowers in response. Mother Rachel's eyes well with tears as she leaves with her procession. What does she mean by fulfill your place in creation? Dr. Marquez asks, Tad as he rubs scaly growths from his forearm. The balding man smiles. Tomorrow, the blood moon heralds our ascension. But tonight, on the shortest night of the year, all creatures of the forest and fields will help us complete our journey. I'm sorry, but this doesn't answer my question, the professor replies. Tad grins. We will all be devoured. It is our place to make this sacrifice. As he looks to the horizon, a chorus of mournful howls echo across the fields. The professor looks at Tad, horrified. Like hell you will, she says. You follow her outside. Dark shapes stand outlined on a distant hills. The professor is briefly lost in thought. Then she takes a sharp breath. I doubt any of them are in the right mind. But maybe, if we hold out long enough, we can get them proper care and attention. You look past the farmhouse to the rolling fields. You don't have time to evacuate the captives before sunset. Moreover, you don't have any guarantee they'll follow you. But you have to try. Together, you and the professor scavenge the collapsing farm for spare parts. You find scraps of wood, barbed wire, and old trapping equipment to fortify your position. If you can outlast the night, some of the captives might be saved. A hideous baying breaks the still air as the sun sets. The shortest night of the year may become the longest. Proceeds to set up. This is so good. Like, it's such a good, twist, and it's genuinely terrifying. to see like what Mother Rachel finally is up to, that she doesn't actually act differently when you're there. Then these people are okay with it. Then they reveal what's going to happen. And you're like, okay, I guess this is what we're doing. It is so good, man. The story beats in this campaign are just fantastic. And now we have to protect the farmhouse through the longest, shortest night of the year. It's such a great scenario. With that, we'll proceed to setup. In theory, we're meant to do our mulligan first, but the setup is, we know what this is largely. So what's really funny in this setup is we have to gather all of these cards, and it's a lot of cards from different sets, and we have to go through the Grimoire because we're not going to be playing the chapter 1 encounter cards from like Chilling Cold and the Midnight Masks and Striking Fears. We're going to be playing the normal equivalents. What is really funny though, it's still night 2 or day 2, so I guess I'll just pull this up. These are the encounter cards we're working with. So it's still the second day. We have to deal with Downpour, and you probably know my thoughts on Downpour. It's a terrible encounter card. There's something called the enemy deck. I wouldn't worry about that. That'll show up sooner than later. There's only 14 of them. The longest night has 2 treacheries. They're pretty mean. One of them has peril. The other's an agility test, so that might line up. We have to play with Blight, which does do damage if you do things or like move or something. Transfiguration, again, the mutations. The theme here is really great too. Some willpower to take some horror. It's kind of similar to the other set. Now, Fire. If you saw Fire in Chapter 2, it actually started here. This card is slightly less interesting, but really cool. Bad weather, and this is so funny. This is a replacement for Chilling Cold. I'll get to this in a second because the last scenario is Dead Ends, or actually not the last. Dead Ends that talks about like holding clues and punishes you for holding clues. And finally, we have Torment, which is one of my favorite encounter sets from Chapter 2. Now, what I find to be really, really funny is Downpour is, again, one of my least favorite cards in the entire game. And unfortunately for day 2, this is here. At the end of last stream, we talked about how we would consider playing Downpour and mixing them with Downpour from Chapter 2 and shuffling them together and then randomly picking 3 out to play. But this deck actually has both Downpours in it. So now there's 5 copies of Downpour in the counter deck, which is just so funny for a card that I detest. I think 3 of them are going to be this Downpour with a book test on it, which I think is awful. And then 2 of them will be the Downpour from Chapter 2, which has an agility test, which at least one of our investigators will be better at dealing with. So we have to hope that we draw the right thing. But the most common thing to come from the counter deck will be Downpour. So, oh god, am I going to tilt out soon? But yeah, there's no escaping it. There's literally 5 Downpours in the deck. The narrative parts of the campaign have been pretty cool. Scratching my RPG it's so good. Like, I don't want to say this to like dunk on Hemlock, or not on Hemlock, but we played Drowned City here before, and like Drowned City doesn't have really good story beats. It just doesn't. Like, whenever you like, Drowned City is really good at giving you like mechanical dungeons that are kind of dripping with like mechanical theme, if you want to say that. But like all of the like scary parts of Drowned City, barring the Cthulhu thing at the end, is like you go to a thing, you press it, you flip the card over and it says this thing was really creepy, there's like weather on it, and it shows a map. What does that mean? Remember this cliff. And that's it. It's like there's never any major narrative beats besides like, I guess maybe this Inescapable, you could defeat the Inescapable. That's kind of a narrative beat, but it's like, yeah, I don't know. Every day something comes, you learn more about the village. Things both get worse. And the feast is coming tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the ascension. So we'll find out what that means. But just like, man, so good. Such a good story. Okay, so when gathering the Midnight Masks, you only gather the treachery card, so that will be the encounter set that cares about clues. Put the night 2 time marker. We've already pulled that up before. It's on the top right of the table. Randomly remove 1 outer fields location from the game. So there's a bit of randomness to the setup, not super meaningful. So we have the farmhouse in the middle. We'll put this down here in a second. It will matter. There is a bunch of outer fields and there's a bunch of Atwood farms. So we have to remove 1 outer fields randomly. There's 5 of them. The backs are all the same, or sorry, the fronts, I guess the backs. So we'll remove 1 of this. This is actually a pretty big map in a way that's going to be kind of ugly for us, but let's just get rid of that. Okay, continue the setup. So put each remaining location as shown in the location placement diagram. Things will just be adjacent orthogonally. Put the captive story asset in the farmhouse, and an ancient investigator begins at a location of their choice, which is really fun. You can choose how to deal with this. Because like, I love how she goes out on the porch and says like, we have to do something. And then it's you reacting to that, which is like, again, surviving the evening. So the location diagram looks like, I guess I should pull it up. If I remember farmhouse text right, Miguel's backpack is going to be vital. The farmhouse text is actually kind of bad, but the rest of the scenario is really good for it. Spanner, how's it going? But this is a really good scenario to be a trapper. So this is the layout. Farmhouse is stuck in the middle, and then there's like 4 lanes, north, east, south, and west. I think we can have a 5 tall lane here if we want to. So we'll do 1. Oh, sorry, outer fields at the end. So I need to make this make sense. So I think something like this. This is going to be a bit tricky. And then again, I think the longest lane is the west lane, right? Yeah, west lane is 2, everything else is 1. So we'll shuffle these Atwood farm cards. They also have the same back. So long lane here is good for us. We'll have a mid lane here. We'll have a lane here and then a lane here. Yeah. I mean, that gives us space to play investigator cards, so this might not be the worst. And we begin at the farmhouse. We get to see the captives. So this is the captives. They are who we think they are. The art's really great too. There's a lot of really good art in this. So this is the captives. They have 10 health. I'm going to be marking that 10 health up here on the table because we have to keep them alive. So that's how much health they have left. During the enemy phase, each ready, unengaged enemy of the farmhouse attacks as though it were engaged with the captives. Horror dealt to the captives in this way is dealt as damage instead. When the captive story S is defeated, you go to resolution 3. These are the people who are trying to stay safe, and we have to protect them. Notably, it says well, during the enemy phase, each ready, unengaged enemy. So if we're there, the enemy will be engaged on us unless the enemy is aloof. If the enemy is aloof, it actually will attack the captive. So we have to watch out for that. Aloof enemies sneak past us, which is not great. Cool. We can choose where to start. I think that's the next thing. Yeah. So put the captives. Each investigator begins play at a location of their choice. So I think I'm gonna put a Miguel further away from the farm, like here. And then I think we're gonna do the opposite on this side. We're gonna put Joe here, and just to spread out a bit. I know how this thing works to some extent, so this might help for us. But I do think we want to spread them out because this is all about like putting down traps and stuff like that. This is a really good scenario. All right. To build the enemy deck, gather the 15 red-backed enemy cards in the longest night encounter set. Oh, 15. So my diagram is wrong. It's more than 14. Put the Ursan hybrid enemy into play at the west to outer fields. Uh-oh. So the Ursan hybrid's here. You might recognize this friend. So remember this guy? He's back. It's the starving abomination. It's the Ursan hybrid. So this is the thing that showed up in the woods on the previous night. We did not defeat it. It did run away, and it is back. Now it's massive. Hunter, retaliate. The prey is the lead investigator, not only, but the lead investigator. For us, that's actually going to be Joe Diamond. We've made Joe the lead investigator. It just works out slightly better. It gets plus 6 health and ignores barriers and decoys. We'll figure out what that text means. It hits like a truck. And while this enemy is moving, each field location is considered connected to one another. Fields are the ones at the end, I believe. Yeah, the fields are in the 4 corners. So in theory, like Joe is 2 locations away. So it can go this way. That is faster than going this way. So actually, if we want to get Joe away from it, if we move it here, it can actually go through Miguel. So we have a lot of control, but this thing will actually like rove around. I did add this thing, and I don't know if we're going to use it, but I have this thing now at the top with which is the boss meter. It has its stats on it. So 12 health, 5 attack, 3 evade. I'm realizing in hindsight that overlaps where there's cards right now. So let me just like move that over. I think that should work relatively easy to slide this over. And we'll move it to a place where we don't have a lot going on. I mean, I guess it should go up here. This will just be like whenever there's a boss enemy, I'm going to use the boss stats up there. So I don't have to have like, you know, big health on the table. We'll figure out if this works for us. Maybe it's too big. We'll find out. Okay. Otherwise, this deck has unique card backs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay. So 15 is with the Ursan hybrid, which is cool. Sick UI update. Thank you. Hopefully it works out. So to build the enemy deck, gather the 15, shuffle the remaining cards to build an enemy deck. So we have to shuffle these 14. This is the enemy deck. Very importantly, at the beginning of the enemy phase, or sorry, the mythos phase, each investigator draws a card from the top of the enemy deck. These are not your regular enemies. They have really, really bad text on them. So every turn, we're going to be adding guaranteed 2 enemies from this deck and putting them on the table. Notably, there's no enemies in the encounter deck itself, which I have already set it up. We'll shuffle it. So all the enemies are coming out of here, but they are going to always be coming out. And they're always going to be starting at the edges and coming towards the center, as you'll find out relatively quickly, which is really good for a trapper who can put traps in the way and ensure people will run into them, which is great. Gosh damn, I love this scenario. This scenario is so absurdly good. It's really hard too. Like it's one of my favorite designs because it's good in theme, it's unique, and it's so difficult, but the scenario gives you so many interesting tools to be able to interact with the scenario. And you'll see what that is in a second. But you have all these different tools to be able to like deal with the problems it presents. And anytime that you do well in this, it feels like you were not only good, but clever, which is like my favorite. Such a good scenario. All right, check the campaign log. If the bear was wounded, is recorded, and we did wound the bear. That's because we defeated the bear. Deal 4 damage to the Ursan hybrid and exhausted. So that's a great start. So the Ursan hybrid, again, it has 6 plus 6 health, 3 per investigator. So we're going to do 4 damage to it. Nice. So let's see if this interface works. And it's going to start in exhausted. So we only have to do 8 damage to it, which is only 3 arrows, which is not bad. I think the last time we saw it, it might have had 9 health. So it did get bigger. But that's good. And that's because we did actually defeat it in the woods the first time around. All right, prepare your defenses. Regardless of their starting position, investigators choose as a group to place a total of 1 decoy, 1 trap, and 2 barriers. divided as they want amongst the number of locations. See barriers, decoys, and traps to the right. Put the barriers, decoys, and traps token reference card next to the scenario reference card. Again, this is why we're technically meant to mulligan first. I guess we should mulligan first before we do the setup, because figuring out where we want to put the barriers, decoys, and traps will be contingent on what we draw in our hand. So we should do that first as part of the setup. Now, you might be wondering, what are those terms? And they're not terms that Arkham Horror normally uses. They're unique to this scenario. And so you get this reference card, which I have no reason to leave on the table. And it says, barriers, decoys, and traps. Enemies that ignore a token's effect do not trigger its forced abilities. And you can put these on locations, and each of these things have different text. Barriers. When an enemy would move via a keyword, and one or more barriers are between its location and the location it is moving to, remove one of those barriers forced to cancel the effects of the move. So barriers are things we can put on the table, and if an enemy would move through that, they don't. It keeps them in this same spot. Obviously, that's going to be good because we don't want the enemies to be entering, certain locations. Next, a horror will be a decoy. When an enemy enters a location with a decoy, remove that decoy, deal 1 damage to the enemy, disengage it from each investigator, and exhaust it, and the enemy will not ready for the remainder of the round. So it does a bit of damage. Kind of does what a barrier does, except it also pings them for 1. So also interesting. Notably, this is only when they enter the location. Barriers can keep a thing at the same location for multiple turns, but a decoy will only keep it on its space once, because again, it's when it enters a location. So you can't keep putting decoys on its own spot. It has to move into a decoy. Finally, we have traps. And traps are when an enemy enters a location with a trap, remove that trap and just deal 2 damage to the enemy. That's really good. Just ping for 2 damage. It doesn't matter if it's aloof or anything like that. It's not an attack action, so 1 fire elusive, but they're functionally just kind of like the traps that we put on the table. Now, this wants you to use resources, horror, and damage. And notably on the stream, we don't often use those resources or those counters. So we're going to make it a bit more thematic. Now, I always do this when I play in person too. So for traps, we got traps. These are bear traps from a Gloomhaven. So this is going to be what a damage trap is. Hopefully that's intuitive enough. But whatever we put the trap on, when an enemy enters that location, they take 2 damage and they discard this. So this is what we're going to be using for traps. Similarly, from the Gloomhaven box, we have barriers. So instead of resources, we're going to be dropping these barriers, which are like functionally like barrels and crates and stuff. We'll be putting them between locations, and you can put multiple in the same location, but anytime somebody tries to move through a barrier, you just discard one of these and the movement stops. So barriers are going to be these pieces here. We'll leave them here so you can see them. The last one is decoys, and I've used these before from Gloomhaven as well, which are these like magic, the summoning tokens. They don't make a lot of sense. I think what's going to look nicer is that we're just going to use these. I wish I had like meat pieces or something, but I don't know what board game I have that has meat in it. So these are just like curse tokens. So this will be a decoy. So when somebody enters the location, they take a damage, they exhaust, and they don't ready for the round. So these are all the things we have. Maybe it's going to be a bit confusing. At least these I think are pretty intuitive. We have bear traps and we have crates. These are a bit weirder, but it'll make sense. It's fine. So in terms of the setup now, we have to decide. We can put 2 barriers, 1 decoy, and 1 trap. Notably, the Urson hybrid is immune to barriers and decoys. So if we want to put 2 damage in front of the Urson hybrid, we can. We kind of want to do that because that's probably a good spot to be in. But yeah, the Urson hybrid is only damageable. Oh, hey, there's barriers. A Bloodborne fan campaign I'm playing through as well. Didn't realize they came from here. There was a church defense scenario that was really fun and different. They also used barriers in what's it called? In Innsmouth. Innsmouth is the first, I think, that used barriers, which were same thing. They were resource tokens between locations that stop movement. So I think they actually showed up there first, probably, predating both this scenario and maybe Bloodborne. So we can have 2 barriers. I want to put barriers in front of the farmhouse to keep the farmhouse safe. Notably, this bear just breaks barriers. It just moves through them. It doesn't destroy them, but it just doesn't trigger the force effect. So putting a barrier in front of the bear seems a bit silly. So I think we'll put the barriers here. Hey, Andy. Decoy. This thing is immune to decoys, but it's not immune to traps. So I think we can put a bear trap in front of the bear, which will be good fun. And then we can put a decoy, and I think we might as well just put it here, just so that every lane has something for it. Again, we don't know where the enemies are going to come from. Each enemy has its own spawn instruction. So one will be like shows up north, one shows up south. So this at least like gives us a bit of protection in all single areas, which should be good. All right, check your campaign log. If investigators face the longest night alone, each investigator gains 3 clues. We didn't. Otherwise, each investigator gains 2 clues from the token pool. So we just start with clues, which is nice. And like clues really matter, as you'll see in a second. And this is another thing I love about this, again, about this scenario. It gives you so many tools because clues are the ways that you can spawn barriers, decoys, and traps. And so even a character that's not good at fighting has an ability to use clues to like help the whole team. And again, stay alive for the shortest, longest night. All right, check your campaign log. And each story asset, gather each story asset from the residence encounter set. The set is indicated by the following icons. Put Dr. Rosa Marquez into play under control of any investigator. She does not take up an ally slot. So let me grab her. I have to grab someone else too, I'm pretty sure. So Rosa gives us a book and an agility icon. After you discover the last clue, she'll have text. We generally try and avoid using that text until it really matters, because the later it is, that's largely been better for us, but we'll see if that's the case or not. I guess you probably can't repeat them usually. Where did I put my friends? Hold on one second. We usually just give her to Joe to give Joe's book stat up. Oh, she's here. And I think we're going to need Judith too. Yeah, Judith is here. Okay, so Rosa will start in Joe's corner. So Dr. Rosa Marquez will set him up at a good 3 agility, which will matter because of this half of the downpours. So agility set 3 and intellect stat at 5. So I didn't fix it, but that should be good. I just want to check Joe's stats are right. So if I do swap stats, 3, 2, 3, 5 is too much. It should be 3, 2, 3, 4. So agility set 4 until we find Daniel. So that's good. Dr. Rosa comes in with 2 and 2 soak though. She's also quite good. And she has good text. Cool. I think we're also now going to grab Judith. So put each resident who shared a dance into play under the control of an investigator, divided as evenly as possible. You have to divide it evenly. Mind you, Judith does not take up an ally slot, which is good. If Helen shared a dance, no. And we remove the rest of the residents. Set all copies of Fire aside. And mind you, Fire is a big card in Chapter 2. It originally showed up in Hemlock, and they use it in a different way, kind of. You shuffle the counter deck, and you're now ready to begin. We're familiar with Judith. Judith is just absurdly good, especially if we get our bow out, and we still have to mulligan. We were meant to mulligan before we did the setup, and then we forgot because we got excited, but that's fine. So we can still parlay with Judith. She costs 2 resources to talk to her. Mind you, we start with 7 resources, which is nice. Let me just get our stats off the screen. She gives us a free action to do an attack, a fight, which is really quite good. Free fight on the bow and arrow is sick because the bow and arrow is kind of expensive in terms of the actions for reloading it. But yeah, Judith is a really good start here. We just need to find a good fight action because our base fight action is not particularly good with Miguel. Cool, she's your friend. All right, we're just gonna do our mulligan. There's a bit of flavor stuff, or kind of not flavor, mechanics text to read in a second. We'll do a bag check, but we need to get locked in because this is a long and difficult. It's actually not that long of a scenario, but it's an absurdly difficult scenario. So we have to play super, super cleanly. I guess I'll just do this before I forget, but the encounter deck is relatively big, but very importantly, there's no enemies in it. It's all just treacheries. And 5 of them are downpours, which, like, you know how much I like that one. Okay. All right, we're going to start with Joe's mulligan. Actually, no, we're going to start with Miguel's mulligan, because if Miguel doesn't find a bow, we probably will keep a pistol in a 1911 in hand for what's his face? For Joe. So let me just do a quick shuffle here, and then we're off. Okay. So 5 cards. We've added, oops, didn't mean to do that. We've added a couple higher experience events. We have longbow. I mean, I cannot ask for a better card off the top. We have extra resources. This is just the best fighting tool we have. The next thing we want with this is Daniel, because if we have Daniel, we can make sure that if we miss an arrow, we can replay the arrow functionally, but that's so good. Because that means with Judith, we can do free 3 damage every round, and it ignores aloof, which does show up on the characters. E-Cash is another card that it's just good enough to keep. We might not, because we already start with 7 resources, because we talked to Rosa. It's nice that you can play this actionlessly. You get a free event to turn, so that's really great. But we kind of want to mulligan deeply into Daniel and Loner and some of the other cards. So like, if we didn't have the extra resources, maybe, but we'll see. Oh my god, whoa, this is a mulligan and a half. This is the unique card in our deck. It's our knapsack. It says when we play an event, draw a card. So now this is a really good synergy package. I cannot ask for a better start here. Besides Daniel and Loner, imagine, man dexterity. And we have Loner. What the heck? This is a start and a half. So Miguel's knapsack into emergency cash replaces itself. But we're not going to keep the manual dexterity. We'll mulligan that back. But I'm going to keep every single card here. Such an absurdly good open. Are you kidding me? I can't ask for a better 5-card hand. Like, if I could pick my opening hand, like if we were playing Ashes, that's the hand I would have picked. Are you serious? I mean, the whole gang is here. I mean, it does feel rigged, doesn't it? Like, I could not have asked for a better hand. Daniel is the free extra action. Like, we can't play everything this turn, but like, that is such an absurdly good hand. I mean, okay. Good start. We're off to the races. This is also like one of the few scenarios, the night scenarios, where you don't get that like epilogue morning mulligan. So like, just drawing good is really important. We're gonna do Joe's. Sorry, the scenario, the locations are in the middle, but what can we do? Joe has Logan. Okay. Honestly, we probably don't keep Logan. I think we're gonna have Joe more do clues than fighting, but Logan's not bad. Counterattack, we're probably not going to keep that. Again, we want to set up, we want to find our magnifying glass, we want to find our steady-handed, stuff like that. Also, very importantly, we want to find our carnivorous plant thing, because the carnivorous plant can deal with enemies at fast speed, especially aloof enemies, which is very, very, very important. That's the card I was talking about. This is absurd. So this is a 1-up in the deck. We spent 4 experience on this, but this says it can get tokens on it when you succeed by X when you play this thing, and then you can just delete a non-elite enemy at your location. Now, notably, a lot of the enemies in the deck are elite. Like, they are elite. Some of them aren't. So this can be used on everything, but this is a card that's so good. And now we really want to mulligan into Magnifying Glass and Dorothy just to get our book stat up. Because for this to be good, we need to succeed off of Uncanny Growth consistently. This is such a turnaround from how the previous scenarios have gone. I mean, like, we can still pull the autofill a lot, but so far the mulligans have been really good. Detective's Intuition, you know what I think about this card, which is I don't think about it, so we're not going to keep it. And finally, we have a 1911. It might be reasonable to keep the 1911, but if we keep the Ravenous Myconid, we already technically have damage. So I'm going to do a 4-card mulligan because we really want to find our Mag Glass. Even our Forensics kit might be fine, but we'll go from there. This is obviously really good. Perception's fine. I mean, it's really good with the Ravenous Myconids to get it at charges. Notably, the Ravenous Myconid, if you want to defeat something, you have to spend all charges. So you don't want to like hoard 17 charges on it. You want to get the charges up and then immediately spend it. But, oh, sorry, that's the wrong one. But you want to basically find an enemy quickly and then just defeat it, spending all charges, which is quite good. Overpower is not great. Steady-handed, that's a 1-of in the deck. That's really quite good, just to make sure we can survive horror for the rest of the scenario. I like this card a lot. And then we have a Vicious Blow, the upgraded one, which is fine. So not as good of a mulligan, because we actually didn't find any of our like strong pieces. But notably, like Joe Diamond has way better card draw than Miguel. So like having the bad mulligan in Joe's hand is like totally reasonable. Speaking of autofail, have we done a bag check? No, let's do that right now, actually. The bag check makes a fair bit of sense. What side's up? This side's down. So bag check before we start. Man, there's so many things to do. So the bag is, we added a whole bunch of tokens, and we also removed some of our positive tokens at last morning. So we have a +1. We have only 1 0 now because 1 got downgraded. So that's not great. We have 4 -1s. So -1 is looking pretty good. All right. We have only 1 -2. I'm going to check the app to see if this is right. 2 -3s. Sorry, 3 -3s. So that's a pretty big local point, and a -4. Of course, we have the autofail on the Elder Sign, but then we have 2 cultists, 2 tablets, 2 skulls, and 1 fish face. So we have a bit of everything. A -2 got downgraded to a -3, a 0 got downgraded to a -1, and we've just been adding otherwise face tokens. So 2 skulls, basically 2 of everything besides the fish face, which at least that's really easy to remember. In terms of the math, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 20. So if we ever fail in a rope trap, it was a 3 and 20. So a 15% chance to fail any rope trap. So 20 is a really nice bag because every token is a 5% chance. So you can do the math around that really easily in your head. Cool. Okay. I think we're just about good to start. The only last thing we have to do is read the act and agenda and look at some tokens. So act and agenda. Let's start with the agenda, of course. So here we have, oh, actually, if I hit this, does it cover the Ursign Hybrid? It does. That's perfect. Okay, good. So the Onslaught. This art is really good. I could not find it in higher quality for thumbnails. Man, getting thumbnails for this channel has been a bit frustrating because not all the artists share all their art on the internet at higher resolution. Now, immediately I'm grabbing it. I'm usually crediting people if we use their art in the thumbnails. I don't know if I should feel weird about that or not, but yeah, art in this game is great. I wish I could see more of it. The Onslaught. Your only hope is to last until dawn. This is the only agenda. When checking the Doom threshold, Doom on cards other than this agenda, subtract from the total Doom in play instead of adding to it. Love that text. It means you can choose to play a Doom investigator, but it actually adds more turns to the game. It's like the exact opposite of what Doom normally does, because all you have to do is survive 10 turns. Forced. When a card effect would place Doom on the agenda, place on the captive story asset instead. Interesting. And forced. After Doom is placed on this agenda, in player order, each investigator draws the top card of the enemy deck. So that's what I mean. At the beginning of the Mythos phase, when we added Doom on it, we each have to draw a card from the enemy deck, of which there's 14 scary enemies. So we are spawning 2 enemies a turn. It's hard to keep up with 2 enemies a turn. Obviously, it's hard to keep up with 2 enemies a turn, but we have to try and keep afloat. And so hopefully we do. Now the act, this is all the tools we have to deal with this. The longest night. You must protect the captives. Fast action during your turn, spend a clue to place a barrier, decoy, or trap at your location. So you can always fast spend a clue. Doesn't have to be during your turn. Can even be during the enemy phase if something weird happens. You can even do it during a skill test if something weird happens. But that's really, really good text. And that's why we start with 4 clues, because that's technically like actually 8 damage if you want to just spawn a bunch of traps. You can always resign. Then if each undefeated investigator has resigned, go to resolution 3. So you can just leave. An objective, survive the night and protect as many captives as you can. Do not advance until you are instructed. So I think like the kayfabe here is that there are 10 captives and we want to keep as many of them as alive as possible. In theory, if all the captives are knocked out, it's bad for us. Yeah, these are, mind you, the flavor text, or sorry, the subtitle here is The Star Children, which is also really good world building. But yeah, there's 10 of them technically. We want to try and keep as many alive as possible. If they're defeated, we do lose. Or not lose, we go to resolution 3. That's probably not good for us. And that's it. I do want to say the last thing, which is just in the rules. I don't think we have to read this. It's the way the enemy deck works and the way that traps and decoys and barriers work. It's pretty intuitive. The only thing that is worth saying when it comes to barriers is that the act says that you can place a barrier at your location. Technically, when barriers don't go on your location, they go between locations. So like if Miguel wants to put a barrier, he could put a barrier here or here. If a barrier is between your location, it's technically at your location for card effects. But you can put a barrier here or here. It's at your location, but it's technically interacting only with the movement through the barrier. So that's the only like rules nuance that's worth anything. And that's it. And we're off. Let's reveal some locations. Man, this scenario is so damn good. So we don't show what the farmhouse text is. I guess it's the only one that we can read the back of. The fronts of, or the backs of all these are the same, but the farmhouse, let's just read the front of it, or the back, I guess, the back. The farmhouse, great art as well. The farmhouse cannot have player cards, attachments, traps, or decoys. So you can't attach cards to the farmhouse. I do need to say there's a really ugly thing that comes up here is that trap in this context is a word with a lowercase t. However, if we're playing our traps, they are traps with an uppercase T in bold. So there's some characters or some, enemies that say that they avoid traps or they're not affected by traps. That is avoided, from my understanding, from lowercase t traps, not from uppercase T traps. So for instance, the Urson hybrid does not have the text, but the Urson hybrid is immune to barriers and decoys. There will be some enemies that are immune to traps. Again, that's not our traps, that's the game traps. It's an unfortunate distinction, but that is true. That being said, the farmhouse is immune to all kinds of traps because it cannot have player card attached. I would love to attach player cards to the farmhouse. Unfortunately, we can't. The aspect of the whole farm was shocking. Grayish withered grass and leaves on the ground, vines falling in brittle wreckage from archaic walls and gables. Casing matters, yes, casing matters, and bold matters, because anytime a trait is referenced, it's in bold text. Again, traps were designed much later, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe it was a subtype before, but from my understanding, these are not the same thing. At least I hope they're not. I'd be upset if they are. So all of these are Atwood farms. We're gonna, I guess, flip Joe's first. The old farm is riddled with scraps, desiccated livestock, rotten feed, and rusted farming equipment. Now, every single Atwood farm is on the table, which means they always will show up. Each outer fields, we only see 4 or 5. I think they're all distinct, but we'll find out together. We get the pasture. This is the pasture. The art is also fantastic. All of these are from Pixeloid. So 3 shroud, 2 clues. During your turn, if pasture has a trap on it, and it technically does, because this barrier is technically at its location. Oh, sorry, it has a trap, not a barrier, so no, it doesn't work. You can fast move to connecting location. Forced. After a ready, unengaged enemy moves into pasture via a keyword, so like patrol or hunter. If there are no barriers to pasture, resolve the keyword again. So if there's no barriers at pasture, and luckily we got a barrier at pasture, they just move through the pasture really fast because it's just like flat grain. The farmhouse and enemies will not refer to trait traps. Yeah, they refer to the traps, like these, literal, these traps. The other Atwood farm here, which is trapped, is the coop. Is this the good one? This one's a really fun one. There's one we're looking for sure. So while there's a decoy on the coop, it gets -2 shroud. Oh, notably also all our cards say only 1 trap per location. That is uppercase bold trap. So that doesn't matter that if we put a trap on it. So the coop says it gets -2 shroud if there's a decoy on it. So we can lower the shroud if we want to. Each enemy of the coop gets +1 fight and +1 evade. But as an action, you can draw a set aside fire treachery, then shuffle a fire treachery into the counter deck, limit once per round. This is the first time fire showed up, and it does work the way that you think it does from chapter 2, but we can choose to light the coop on fire. That's cool, because the enemies, most of them, will get burnt in the fire, but the problem is we have to shuffle a fire into the counter deck, which means other things can catch on fire, and they will catch on fire. The theme is so good here. I've played this scenario before where I was scared to light things on fire, because I'm like, that sounds really, really bad. But let me tell you, Fire is really nice because fire keeps enemies at bay, or more accurately, it wounds them the way that fire does in chapter 2. So like you want to light the coop on fire. Eventually it'll catch up to us, but we can put out the fires if we need to. It's very chapter 2 coded, and I think that's so awesome. I've played this before and be like, no, we shouldn't light it on fire. Let's wait till later. But I'm at the point in my life where like I will light it on fire immediately if we need to. That's it. The only other things are outer fields. The backs of them are all the same. It says, there's a quote from The Color Out of Space. All the verdure was verdure. I don't know that word. All the verdure was going gray and was developing a highly singular quality of brittleness. And then you see the farm from the angle of whatever's approaching us, which is cool. It's like a low angle. I like that a lot. All right, and we are off. This thing won't wake up. Well, it will wake up this round and it's going to come to us. We need to do 8 damage to it, mind you. That's the text there at the top. So an arrow does 3. The trap does 2. That's okay. We could definitely start here with our friend Miguel to see what happens. The one thing we want to do is get a clue a turn with Joe, and then Joe can like use the clues to put traps on the table or around. In theory, we could lower this shroud by adding what's it called? Adding a decoy to it, but I don't think we really need to, especially because the Urson hybrid ignores decoys, so we're not a huge priority to do that. That being said, I think we'll just set up. So how expensive is this? It's 3, 6, 7, 8, but we get 3 back. I mean, that's pretty good. This is such a good hand. Let's start with Miguel. The first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna play our knapsack. There's a small chance that we have to do this ordering a bit better. And with the better ordering, we want to, let me pull this back so enemies can show up. With the better ordering, we probably want to play a weapon before we draw a card, because if we draw one of the 2 enemies in our deck, we'd want the longbow down first. So the knapsack is fantastic. Allows us to play events as a neighboring location or just cantrips 1 event a turn, which is fantastic. Second, we'll play a longbow. So we paid 5 for everything. Longbow is just a really good weapon here. It comes in. Let me grab our unique longbow charge. It fights with our evasion at +2, so that's going to fight currently at 6. We have a free fight action with Judith the turn, so that's pretty good. It does 3 damage and ignores aloof, which is really good text in this scenario. And we can replenish an arrow on our longbow for an action. It can only have 1 arrow. That's what replenish means. Then we're going to take our fast action with our hero, and our hero just says we have a free action every turn to play an event. So you may take an additional action. We will. And we're just going to play the emergency cache to gain 3 resources. And then we played an event, so we can use knapsack to draw a card. Glassing, I mean, that's fantastic. I don't know if we can afford the glassing here, but we could put the glassing down to the coop just to get some fast clues. It is unfortunately 4 shroud, but if we add a decoy here, we can make it 2 shroud, which might be a pretty good turn. We've so far only taken 2 actions. All right, we want to light this place on fire, but if we light this place on fire, we can't move. So we might hold off lighting it on fire immediately. If that's the case, I think we're just going to do our full setup. So third action, we'll play Daniel. Daniel's absurd. Basically says after you fail a fight or attack, just do it again with +1. I think we're gonna have to change those red dice out soon because we're already running out of red dice. I need to get some more red dice up in here. So 2 and 2, and it makes our agility stat 5, which is really good because we use our agility stat for everything. So we're at 5 agility with the bow. Now we're fighting at 7, which is really quite great. And we could play glassing, but we could just wait for next turn. We know that no enemy is going to show up right here because all the enemies show up from this deck, and we played this scenario before. They show up at the end, so we're not in a rush to play glassing. We can play a next turn. Mind you, we should pay 3 resources for that. So we did 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we should be on 2. Yeah, that's right. But if we play glassing next turn with Miguel, we'll draw with his knapsack. So I think we're just going to pass here with Miguel. Really good setup turn. Very, very good. All right, Joe. We are at the pasture. Doesn't have the highest shroud. Our book stat is currently 5 because we're 4 + 1 because of Rosa. So we can just get this. We are 5 to 3. In terms of the tokens, we haven't looked at these yet, actually. So Skull is -X. X is half the number of Doom in play rounded up. So it's currently 0. So there's a fair bit of zeros. Mind you, the cultist has usually helped us. So we've added another one, is place 1 barrier at your location. I think we added a cultist when somebody stood by us. So if we pull one of those tokens, we just get a free barrier, which is phenomenal. You don't also even have to succeed. It's just place a barrier at your location, which is great text. We have a bunch of these tablets, which are bad. -1, reveal another token. If you fail, the nearest enemy readies, moves, and attacks as if we're the enemy phase. If I knew that token was there, I would have played with Miguel after Joe, because thirst on hybrids can be an issue. So that's kind of scary. -1, reveal another means we can pull as bad as like -7, or sorry, -6, I think is the worst we can pull. And then fish face is -4. If you fail, remove a barrier, decoy, or trap at your location. That's also bad text. So we want to be testing at +4 if there's a barrier at your location. Currently, we're 5 to 3. We want to put the Ravenous Myconid down first. I think we'll just start to get this thing ready. So we'll drop a Ravenous for our first action. So this cost us 2 resources. We're gonna do its fast text to just go ahead and add an uncanny growth to our hand. So the uncanny growth just as a 1-cost investigate, no frills to it, but how much we succeed by will be how many counters it gets, and we can use that to defeat non-elite enemies at instant speed. You don't even have to exhaust this, right? You have to exhaust this? I'd be feeding Audrey rather than normal investigate. Exactly, yeah, we're gonna be feeding Audrey. We have extra money here. So it says choose an enemy location with equal or less, defeat the enemy, remove all growth counters. Nothing exhausts Ravenous Myconid. Just the top text is only lumps per round. So we only have 1 uncanny growth per round. Or technically you could have 2, but you can only return it once. Okay. Cool. Second action, we'll investigate. So we're gonna investigate with uncanny growth. This is just a basic investigate. If it fails, it goes back. So it costs 1. So we're investigating at 5 to 3. And because we care about how much we succeed by, we'll just play a perception here. So perception gives us 7 to 3. If we succeed, we'll draw 2 cards. We want to succeed by a lot. Skull is 0. That's perfect. Skull is, again, the amount of doom cut in half, I think. So we succeed by 4. So we put 4 cards, 4 tokens on the Ravenous Myconid, which means I'm going to put green for growth, which means we can just immediately defeat anything with 4 health or less, which is kind of incredible. Perception draws a card. We got a chemistry set, which maybe we'll actually commit to this. I haven't played it yet. I think it's a bit better than I think it is. And then we'll draw a card because of Joe. And we drew a counterattack, which gives us some safety, which is good. Nice. So that was 1, 2. This is now a side. We can't return it. We get, mind you, a clue. That seems important. We have to remember we can spend the clues at instant speed. We could come into the farmhouse if we want to, but I think we want to empty this before we leave. We are incentivized to get a clue a turn, but I think we can just do this again. I think we can do 5 to 3. If we fail, it's pretty bad. I mean, maybe we should just play the chemistry set. This just gives us like some value. So if you fail like 2, you fail. That's not good. You discard this, which is bad. If you succeed by 0, gain 2 resources. That's not bad. If you succeed by exactly 2, draw a card. Not bad. If you succeed by 4, additional clue. That's a really good text. So I'm going to try and commit to this early. So we're going to spend 2 for the chemistry strat, and that's going to be our turn. So cool. Card and credit, nothing to it. We drew a 1911, so I don't love that we play the chemistry set, but at least we have a vicious blow and a counterattack, but we're going to need money. Hopefully the chemistry set pays out. And then Miguel draws into another glassing, which is also kind of fun. All right, the Urson hybrid wakes up and we add 1 doom to the agenda. And of course, when we add 1 doom and we have to survive again, 9 more turns. When a card effect would place doom on the agenda, place it on that instead. Sorry, forced. After doom is placed on this agenda, in player order, each investigator draws the top card of the enemy deck. So Miguel's going to go first. No, Joe's going to go first. He's the lead. We get a molting hybrid. Notably, not elite. So the molting hybrid, this is the West version. 2 attack, 3 health, 4 evade. Outer field's West, which means it spawns on top of the bear. It's aloof and patrol, so I'm going to try and do it. If I can remember, the aloof ones will be at the top of the locations, just because they will ignore people. This thing has patrol the farmhouse, so it's going to come to the farmhouse, and if we don't deal with it, it will attack the captives because it will be unexhausted when it enters that location. It ignores barriers because it's flying, and it says when molting hybrid would take any amount of damage, reduce that amount to 1. Now, notably, the cool thing about the Ravenous Myconid is that it doesn't deal damage, it just defeats it. So this is the one way that you can deal with this without attacking it 3 times. But otherwise, you have to attack this 3 separate times because there's no way to do more damage to it in a single time. Is that the first time you've played the chemistry set this campaign? I think so, yes. I think so. All right, second enemy. If that spawned east, we'd have such a good time because we would defeat it instantly. Like, you have this really cool thing you can do where the molting hybrid enters your location, and then using the fast window, you can use the Ravenous Myconid just to defeat it. We draw Capra hybrid. So Capra hybrid, it is elite, so it's immune to the Ravenous Myconid. It spawns outer field location with the fused enemies, so it's one of our choices of the 3. It is alert and patrol the farmhouse. It ignores decoys. So either we want to put it here or we want to put it here because the decoy's up there. It has 5 health. We're not really able to deal with it super early. So I think we probably just have to put it down here. Mind you, we haven't even drawn encounter cards, so Joe is going to draw the first encounter card. Strange mutation. This one is just going to hurt us. These you want to draw them a bit later because they get easier based on how much horror. So test 5 willpower. Mind you, we have 3 willpower actually. We do get 1 from Rosa. Oh no, we don't get 1 from Rosa. Excuse me. Who am I thinking that gives us willpower? So we're 2 to 5. Reduces the difficulty by 1 for each horror on you. If you fail, you must either take 2 horror or discard randomly 2 cards from your hand. Naughty, scaly growths erupt on the skin. We've been seeing these cards through the whole campaign, and now we actually see like the people that are affected by this. So this is probably just going to give us 2 horror, which I think is okay, because if we drop our steady-handed allows us to heal horror as much as we could also use it for the chemistry set. So we're just going to whiff this. Ideally, we don't draw a bad token, because pulling the tablet here is pretty bad. So 2 to 5. -3, we fail. We'll just go ahead and take 2 horror. All right. And again, there's no enemies in this deck. We get desiccation. Okay, so this is a bit of damage. It's not something that takes actions to deal with. It just says this turn whenever you play a card, and it's very easy for me to forget this, so I guess I'll put it here. It says put desiccation to play next to the agenda deck. As an additional cost to play a card, you must take a damage at the end of the round. Discard this. So playing cards is a bit more expensive this turn. We did definitely want to play an event this turn at a minimum, but we'll see how it is. These things are going to enter here. The hybrid's going to take 2 damage. Mind you, when enemies move during the enemy phase, you can choose the order they move, and this is forced. But if the molting hybrid comes in first, we'll move the Ursan hybrid in first. It'll take the trap for 2 damage. It'll take 1 damage from the fire. So we have something we can do here. The molting hybrid is really weak to decoys. We want to put a decoy down for the hybrid, especially if the decoy can leave it in the fire for a moment, which I think is a really good combination. So I think on his own, Miguel can deal with these 2 enemies no problem. The issue is this thing here, and Joe is not prepared to deal with it. Yeah. We'll start with Miguel. So I'm going to start with the text on the coop. We're probably not going to play an event this turn because taking damage for fun is like probably not incredibly important. I think getting a glassing here wouldn't be bad. I think we can afford to take 1 damage for the glassing, especially because we have an absurd amount of soak. But we're going to start with this action. Draw, set aside fire treachery. Where did I put him? Attached to your location, shuffle 1 into the encounter deck. So you saw fire from, this is the chapter 2 fire. So just so we're on the same page, it says attach fire to the nearest location where the fire attached. When the investigation phase ends, each non-elite card with health at this location takes a direct damage. Test 3 agility, put it out. So this hurts investigators, it hurts assets, it hurts allies, it hurts everybody. Instead, now we have this fire from Hemlock. So attach fire to the nearest location with no copy of fire, and it shows the farmhouse on fire. Connected location with fire attached available. Test 4 to get rid of it. Discard fire. So it's a fair bit harder to get rid of. Forced at the end of the round, each card with health at this location takes 1 direct damage. So same text, but it does hit elites, which is really important because both of these are elites, and then we have to shuffle 1 of these in the deck. So at some point, something's going to show up on fire. This says that this player cards or attachments, cannot have player card attachments, traps, or decoys. The farmhouse can catch on fire, and if it's on fire, the captives will burn. So now there's 1 fire in here, as much as the deck is huge. Hey. Yo, John, what's up? Hey, we just finished our first playthrough of Hemlock Vale and love this scenario, but pretty sure we made some mistakes, cheated. This is one of the best scenarios in the whole game. Oh my God, is it good and fun. Who are you playing as? I know you've been doing a bit of report on the Discord. I read your name so poorly. I'm like, Janoodle? I'm like, oh, wait a second. God, this campaign is just something special. I'm a huge fan of this campaign. All right, so we want to play our glassing. It does 1 damage. Probably we don't really need to do that. Same thing if we want to play our loner, it saves as an action, but it does a damage. I think we can hold on to it. I think here we're just going to get out of dodge a bit and walk backwards. Mind you, the Capra hybrid, we can deal with 3 damage in a single turn, but actually a good thing we want to do, because we know this fire is going to slowly burn the molting hybrid, is we can do the text on the act, and we can spend 1 clue as Miguel, and then we can put a decoy here. And the decoy will be ignored by the Ursine hybrid, but notably if the Ursine hybrid ignores it, it doesn't trigger its forced ability, so it'll just stay there because this thing ignores decoys, which means when the molting enters with the decoy, it'll just take 1 damage and it won't wake up, which means it actually will burn to the fire because it'll take 1 damage from the decoy, 1 from the fire at the end of the turn, and 1 from the fire at the end of the other turn. So we just basically spent 1 clue to deal with the molting hybrid, which is really quite good. The coop's on fire. I hope the chickens are fine, but we have unfortunately bigger problems. We're going to leave. We're in Kohaku and Alessandra. Oh, cool. That's an interesting team up for the scenario. I don't know if any of the parlay cards are actually going to help you that much, but they probably are. There's the one that can like stun the character. I like that card a lot. Okay, second action. We're going to just pop into this Atwood Farm and hope that it's useful. So actually, we should just flip it. We don't know what it is. It's the vineyard. Isn't it funny to call it a vineyard? I think it's so funny. 3 shroud, 2 clues. During your turn, engage an enemy at Vineyard, fast once per turn. When an enemy enters Vineyard, heal 1 damage from it. That's bad. The grapes are all skin and pop like puffballs when touched. Good flavor text. That sucks because if the Ursan hybrid enters this, it will just heal 1. We can't keep it out of this with barriers because it's immune to barriers and decoys. The only thing we can hit it with is traps. That's also awkward to some extent because we put this place on fire, which means if we want to go in there and hit it with the bow, we have to go in there, hit it with the bow, and then somehow get out of there, which means I mean, that's not good. But the Ursine Hybrid is the harder one to fight because it is immune to both barriers and decoys. So no matter what, it'll come at you. There's no way to stop it. You can just put damage in the way. So we one more action here. If we play a card, we take a damage. I think we're just going to probably draw. Yeah. So last action we'll draw. Lie in wait is really good. We can play this at instant speed and attach it to this location, which is probably worth the damage. So before a turn is over, we're going to use Miguel's knapsack. It says when you play an event, exhaust Miguel's knapsack. We can attach it, play it at an attached location. So we're going to make this place a kill house of sorts. So anything that enters this is going to take so much damage all at once. Lie in wait can do extra damage. Mind you, the Ursine Hybrid does have retaliate, so you do need to pass that test, which is maybe not guaranteed. But this will do up to 1 to 2 damage. This will do 1 damage. This will do 1 damage. We have some damage on this location, so we've made a good place. Now we do have to take 1 damage ourselves, which I'll just take it to our face because desiccation's on the table. So when you play a card, you take a damage. With that, we'll swap over. Okay, here we're gonna use the chemistry set. I'm assuming you exhaust this. Yeah, you do. Okay, so we're gonna do our first ever chemistry test. If we lose this in 1 action, it's going to teach us a fair bit. But we're investigating currently 5 to 3. If we pull the -4, we discard this. I have no good way to boost it. I mean, let's just. I don't want to play steady-handed because it takes 1 damage this turn. It's not great to play resources. So I think we're just going to do 5 to 3 and hope for the best. I mean, in theory, we probably shouldn't use chemistry set here because there's a chance of discarding it. Skull is -1, I think. X is half the number of doom in play rounded up. There's 1 doom in play. So half rounded up is 1. So we're ahead by 1. So chemistry set does nothing. Yeah, it does nothing. We get a clue though, which means we draw a card. We do another vicious blow. Notably, we can also add this to our hand, which is fine. Uncanny growth we can add to our hand for free. If we discard this, I think we just remove it from game, right? Oh no, it actually goes to our discard pile. Interesting. Maybe the bonded text will matter, but it's nice to have more cards in your hand. It plays around some treasures, I guess. That's it. We have to get out of this location, otherwise the hybrid will go the long way around. So we're going to spend our second action and come to the farmhouse and see what the farmhouse says. So this is the farmhouse. 4 shroud. 4 clues. Oh, we could have played traps before we left. It probably was right. Actually, yeah, if it's okay. Before we read this text, we're just going to drop here. I think a decoy is probably safer. So we're going to spend a clue to drop a decoy. The farmhouse, 4 shroud, 4 clues. The farmhouse cannot have player cards, attachments, lowercase t traps, or decoys. Fast action during your turn, spend 2 resources to move. Again, I love how this gives you so many ways to interact with it. Like, okay, there's now a way to spend money to move. And as an action, you can gain a clue from the token pool. Group limits 1 per round. That's a good action. It's not an investigate, but once per round, and that's once per group per round, we can just get a free clue. And a free clue is functionally 2 damage or stopping a move. I like getting things to clump up against the barriers is actually really good for investigators because we have like dynamite blast, we have elaborate distraction. So this is like strictly better than an investigate, at least in our situation in which we've already drawn a card. So for our final action, we're just going to gain a clue from the token bank. That's good. Oh, mind you, I didn't spend a clue. I gained a clue. So we should be at 4. Yeah, we should be at 4 because we were at 2, 3, 4, 5. -1 is 4. Yeah, that's correct. All right, that's that. Enemy phase. The Capra hybrid just comes up. This thing will get stopped by barriers, so it's not going to go any further than this, but it ignores decoys. That's okay. Then we can do all these. So the Ursine hybrid will move in first to this location. And we have a whole bunch of triggers. Firstly, the trap will fire. So again, we're going to review this one more time. But the barriers card says that when an enemy enters a location, forced, we discard the trap to deal 2 damage to the Ursine hybrid. So the Ursine hybrid goes down to 6 health. We can now fire Lie in Wait, which is a bit sketchy because this thing does have retaliate. So, I mean, we committed to this, I guess. So it says, after an enemy enters your location, fight with +1. And you can use your foot. So we're fighting at +1, and we may discard this to do 2 damage. So we'll see if the math matters, because defeating the Ursine hybrid would be pretty good. So this is attacking at 5. We are currently attacking bat at 6. So we're 6 to 5, which is not super great because this thing has retaliated. So if we want to be safe, like if it fails, it hits us. That's actually really quite bad. I think we won't use this. Oh no, because the molting hybrid's going to get burnt anyways. Ugh. Like we can commit a glassing to it to make it a 7 to 5, but that's no, we can make it an 8 to 5. I mean, I'll take an 8 to 5. There's only 1 negative for it. So I'll commit a glassing. So again, we're at 5, 6. We're at 5 flat, 6 because of that thing. Yeah. and then 7-8 because of the boost. So we're 8-5 on the Earth Sign hybrid fight. If we mess up, we can do it again, but we just don't want to get hit by retaliate. So we have to not pull the -4 here. A bit sketchy, but again, it's a big bear. That's really terrifying. That is reveal another token. So we're only +2 ahead. If you fail, the nearest enemy's readies, moves, and attacks over the enemy phase. So we'll get hit by the bear twice. I mean, that's genuinely very bad. That's a disaster. Holy shit, is that bad? Holy, is that bad? We lost 3 damage and we're taking 6 damage and 4 horror? Reveal another token if you fail the nearest enemy readies, moves, and attacks over the enemy phase. Yeah, that's an oh shit and a half. That has to be the nearest enemy because we did not move the hybrid first. So it readies. Firstly, we fail, but you do this first. So it moves to our location. It is massive for whatever it's worth. So it's engaged with everyone. And it's just going to hit us. Ouch. So we have to take 3 and 2. So that's not good. We'll take 1, 2, 3, 2. And then we have to do it again. We just took 10 damage on a single test. We shouldn't have done this test. And then we have to take it again. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Ow. I think that's right. Now the good thing is we can do it again. That was so bad. I may have healed once. It may have, sorry. Wait, what? Sorry, is better? Can you use Daniel's retry on this fight? Yeah, we can consider it. At this point, it loses to the auto fail, but like we're kind of in for a penny, in for a pound. Like I think we have to do this because it drops the Earth Sign hybrid down to 4, which means an arrow doesn't even do it. I mean, I think we have to, but like we still fail. Like it says after you fail a test, it doesn't replace the failure. So we still have to do it again, Chris. So I'm going to do it again. We're going to attack. No, I can't do it again. I can't choose to Daniel again because if we fail, we're like so cooked. So I think we're just going to let it chill. Is that the location that heals? Oh, yeah, it is. Oh, God, that's bad. Yeah, it heals. When an enemy enters this location, heal 1. Okay, not when it attacks, when it enters. That's okay. So the villain, it goes up to 7. That's fine. That's bad. Wow, that was really quite bad. Okay, now the molting hybrid moves in. What a bad start. I mean, we were in such a good start and then it got terrible. So the molting hybrid enters. When it enters, it hits a decoy. The decoy does 1 damage to it. This goes here. And it exhausts it. It won't ready. We're running out of red dice. So it does 1 damage to it. It won't ready. And that's it because this is exhausted. I'm just going to replace these red 5s. Oh, my Jews should have 2 health left. That's what we've been marking. I'm going to replace these 2 red 5s with 2 purple 5s to be the health of our people. I mean, that was really quite bad. Upkeep. Miguel draws. This is what I'm talking about. If we had this card in our hand, we would have passed. Like, this is the card that is so absurdly good. It basically says any test, don't sweat it. You can just pass. Worst case, you take a horror. Like, if we just had that in our hand, this would have been so much easier. Maybe we shouldn't have taken that odds. But the chance of hitting a -4 there, let alone the -4 with the -1 attached to it, was like pretty bad. Oof, always move the small enemy first to the tablet token. I think, like, I see why you would be right, but the problem is then the molting hybrid hits the trap. Right? The reason we did that in that order is because the molting hybrid, if it enters first, it destroys the trap. And so it takes 1 damage instead of 2, which we didn't need anyways. So like this was trap maxing because now the molting hybrid's defeated. Unfortunately, we had the worst outcome. We probably just shouldn't have fired the lion weight, I'll be honest. We draw a right tool. Okay. That's it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's fine. Everything is ready. Yeah, but the problem was like if the molting enters, it eats the trap. We wanted the trap for the bear. End of round. Fires. So everything here takes a damage. So it's down to 1 health, which means at the end of the next turn, it will just burn itself to the fire, which is great. Oh, wow. That's not a good start. We draw. Downpour. We drew new downpour. All right, so this is for Joe. He has, luckily, 3 agility. Test 3 agility. For each point you fail by, you may either lose an action or place one of your clues on your location. Again, the deck has 5 downpours in it, which, like, you know, I love this card. So we're just 3 to 3. We have no icons we can really boost to this. That makes sense. So hoping for the best. -1. So we can either lose an action or drop a clue. We're just going to drop a clue, I think. We have enough clues. You're punished for holding a lot of clues because there's the set that does that. So dropping a clue shouldn't be that bad. We draw Langer. This is a really fun one. Our deck is mostly events, so Langer can really mess us up. This is from chapter 2. It says, after your turn begins, discard the top card of your deck. If it's a weakness, draw it. Otherwise, for the rest of the turn, you can't play or commit cards of that type. It's 2 actions to get rid of this. I didn't realize they were instant use. I've gotten used to Miguel's traps. Yeah, they're forced, right? So you can't not fire them. The only thing is if they ignore them, they don't get rid of them, but they just say force when an enemy enters. So you just have to use them. Yeah, you're right. They're not optional. Okay, I mean, that was bad. The downpour's gone. So that's not good. We probably have to start here with Joe. Sorry, Miguel. Miguel has to evade this thing, and then we have to do 7 damage, which is unfortunately more than 2 arrows. If we evade the Earth Sign Hybrid, it's not that hard to evade. We can use Daniel to re-evade, and it doesn't have alert, but we're kind of on... Oh, we didn't draw enemies. Hold on. Molting Hybrid? This is the East one. Okay, this is the one that we wanted to line up, because this gets eaten by the Ravenous Myconid, so that'll be fine. I guess it is slightly behind Miguel. But we forgot to draw enemies when we had the Doom. We were meant to do that first. The Molting Hybrid is here. Same text, ignores barriers. So it will unfortunately get pinged by this, which is kind of useless. We could move in there, but yeah, this is going to get lost to the Molting Hybrid, which is not great. The Pasture, in theory, like, it will fast move, right? It says, if ready unengaged enemy moves into Pasture via a keyword, if there are no barriers, resolve that keyword again. So I guess, I don't know the order those would trigger. Because after a ready unengaged enemy moves into Pasture, the Molting Hybrid does. It will move again, which means it will enter the captives. But when it enters here, there's another forced. So I don't know the order it fires. Because this says when an enemy enters location, they're both forced. When an enemy enters, this is forced after a ready enemy. So when happens first. So it will stay there. It'll get exhausted. It'll take 1 damage. Not my favorite. Then we draw another Capra Hybrid. This one, it says outer fields with the fewest enemies, so it's totally our choice. Funny enough, as much as this is like a kill lane, I think we want the Capra Hybrid to be here just because it has a lie in wait in front of it and has a fire in front of it, and like that's really good to just basically like let this place on fire, make everyone go through it. That's good. Okay, we were meant to do that before we drew in counter cards, but I don't think that would have changed anything that we did. Again, that adds that you draw those at the beginning of the phase when you add Doom, so good. Man, I can't believe we took 6 damage, 4 horror on turn 2. I think there's encounter cards that hurt your allies too. We have to be careful. There's a barrier attached there? No, unless the molting text ignores that. This is the decoy. This is the barrier, right? The barrier is attached there. Here, here, it'll enter here, but it'll stop here and it'll take 1 damage and it'll exhaust. So mind you, desiccation is gone. Okay, so things that we want to do. We want to get our free clue for sure. We could probably just team up and deal with the Earth Sign Hybrid now, but I think we have to deal with the Capra Hybrid. The problem is Joe has 4 resources. Actually, Joe could play a gun, come in and shoot the Capra Hybrid. The Capra Hybrid here will only take 4 damage though. It's elite, which means we can't ping it with the Ravenous Myconid. You didn't add Doom? Oh, that's why. I was shook. Yeah, I was totally shook by the thing that happened. Again, there's only 8 more turns here, right? So we only have to survive a bit longer, but definitely not a great start for the Earth Sign Hybrid. That is a really bad token to have 2 of those that just say you get hit by the nearest thing when the nearest thing is the bear that's angry. That's a bad bear. Okay, the Capra Hybrid will stay here. It won't enter, so we actually don't have to deal with it right away. I think it's probably worth putting our gun down, which is good. I think no matter what, we'll start with Miguel because Miguel can evade the Earth Sign Hybrid, and then based off of that, we can do things. The only other option is we can go with Joe first to get rid of the Langer, because the Langer is not unlikely to discard an event. If it discards event, though, it's not like we're going to play an event this turn, because, I mean, we could drop a glassing on here. It's going to give you free clues, so maybe we do. What else is Joe doing? Joe wants to draw a card, but his hand size is full. He probably wants to play cards. Like, I think Joe probably just plays a 1911. You can use money to free move, but I don't think we're at that point yet. Says if no barriers of pasture, I assumes it would mean connecting to it since berries don't go in locations directly unless I'm misunderstanding. Oh yeah, so I didn't read it from the rule book itself, but specifically barriers. So check this out. This text says put a barrier at your location. So when, more accurately, it's this card that says it. Barriers, when you place them, it says during your turn, spend a clue, place one barrier, decoy, or trap at your location. So while decoys and traps go on your location, barriers are placed between locations. But for what it's worth, this barrier is considered to be at this location and also at this location. So the force text on pasture will fire. There's no way to put a barrier at a location. It's between two locations, and it's considered to be at each of them. It is just the rules way that it works. And it's relatively intuitive at that point, though. Okay. Oh, this scenario is sick. I think we're gonna just evade the Ursine hybrid and see what happens. I don't think we're gonna get rid of Langer this turn. What does he want to do? I think he wants to. I mean, we should plan this out because I think Miguel needs to evade, shoot for free, reload the bow, shoot for free. That will put the Ursine hybrid down at 1 health, which is like not something we can really deal with. There's no way to do 1 damage, but that's not bad. The molting hybrid we want to deal with him in a second. He can also repair the barrier once it goes down. So Joe could just come into here and then remove the Langer, and then that's his kind of garbage turn. If Joe's here, he can get the clues next turn, which is not bad. Chemistry Shed on a 3 shroud's a bit better for us. I think Joe will go first and deal with the Langer, because I could see the Langer being an issue. And I think Miguel's actually really taxed out. So we'll actually start with Joe here. So first action, Joe's just going to go into the vineyard, and then Joe's just going to spend 2 actions to deal with the Langer. Before he moves, I guess we got to consider if he wants to put a trap somewhere. You can't put traps on the farmhouse, but you can put barriers. Notably, this says it cannot have player cards, attachment, traps, or decoys, but it can have barriers. It can, excuse me, have barriers, if I said that incorrectly. I think we're fine. We'll swap. So it's Miguel's time. Miguel. Oh, no, we can't do that because the Ursine hybrid will hit us. It's massive. No, we have to not do that. Yeah, the Ursine hybrid is massive, so we actually can't make that play. Because if you do the action in the threat area, it'll engage us. So I think we just have to go with Miguel first. So let me just swap. How do I unexhaust? Yeah, there you go. Okay, so Miguel will first just discard to Langer and then hope it's not an incredibly important card. It's an event, so we can't play events this round. That's the second line. Wait, that's a bummer. We have recursion though. Does a hybrid not be provoked? Yes, it would be. Yeah, I messed it. I messed it up. It is engaged with everyone, so we have to do this in the right order. Then Miguel's going to evade the Ursine hybrid. I don't know why I'm pulling it up at the top. We know it's not alert, but we're evading here. We're 5-3. The worst case scenario is we pull the tablet, but then we can always respond to it with scrape by. Just kidding. We can't play events. I'm not scared. That's good text. That's really good text. So not only do we pass, but place a barrier location even if you succeed or fail, which means putting barriers here is fantastic because if you put barriers between things in the fire, they stay in the fire longer. Like you want to put the barriers in front of the fire, which is perfect. So that's a really good action. We needed that. And then the Ursine hybrid is evaded. Okay, so that means now we have a free fast action with Judith. I think we're always going to take it. So Judith gives us a free fight, so we can use the longbow. The longbow, we empty the last arrow from it, and we're going to attack at 5, 6, 7 to 5. If we fail, it's not the end of the world with the Ursine hybrid. I mean, if it readies and attacks us, it's pretty bad. You could then play that and counterpunch him for that 1 final damage. Oh, yeah, you're right. We had counterpunch. You know what? That probably was right anyways. I mean, like, being here with counterattack is really good because I'm worried that if we pull the bad symbol, it can wake up and hit us, and that's pretty bad. The thing is, like, I would be actually pretty safe this turn, but with scrape by, I don't feel safe. Now, I don't know what the text works on Langer. If we discard Langer, does it remove its ongoing text? Because Langer says, you cannot play or commit cards of that type for the rest of this round. If I discard Langer for actions 2 and 3, can I still play events now? Like, does it allow me to suddenly play events? Or is that like an ongoing ability that has already launched? Because then it might make sense for 2nd and 3rd, we get rid of Langer. And then 4th, we fire with Judith. And then with Judith, if we mess it up, we can just scrape by to like get through if we need to. I think that probably is a bit better. The Ursine will be on us next turn with the empty longbow, but like I don't think we can be too upset about that. Oh, and this should be ready. Sorry, still confused then. If the barrier is considered to be a pasture, then this should prevent the pasture force text from firing, right? Yes. For that reason, you're totally correct. Regardless, it wouldn't fire, even if there's no barrier here, because the token goes off first, which would exhaust the molting hybrid, and then its text wouldn't go off. But yeah, you're actually right, because the barrier, that's a moot point. But if in ever there was like the no barrier here, the text on the pasture will fire after, because it says after something enters, as opposed to the traps and the decoys that say when something enters, when happens first. And when it enters, it exhausts it, which means the after it will be exhausted. But yeah, no, that's totally correct. I missed that. Yeah, this barrier is at the location for sure. All right, we're gonna do the longbow. So we're gonna attack. We're at 5, 6, 7, and if we miss, we can do it again. Being without a longbow is like only slightly dangerous because the bear will be on us next turn, but we know not another enemy will jump on us. So that's 7 to 5, but there's no retaliate. Skull is -1, so we're good. We'll do 3 damage to the Urson hybrid, and that's our turn. We can play an event here, I think. I'm not 100% sure if we're allowed to play an event or not. I'm just gonna pretend we're not, because I don't know if Languor is like dispelled for the whole turn, or if it's dispelled immediately. Because if it's dispelled immediately, we'd play a glassing on the location, I think, and then draw a card. So if somebody knows that, I'll fix it before this turn ends. Otherwise, we're going to swap over. Okay, that means we don't have to do too much with Joe. I think every single turn with the farmhouse, we want to get the clue on it because it's like a free clue. It doesn't investigate. Yeah, we want to defeat the molting hybrid, so we might actually step out here. But these 2 other farmhouses, the Outwood farms, we want to check out because there's one Outwood farm that has really, really good text. We also have a chance that this is someone that we can light on fire. So I think we're just going to set up, like, get a gun, do all that good stuff. We have to remember Dr. Rosa still has text at some point. We could have fired it already, but after we discover the last clue, we generally try and wait until later in the scenario because usually she gets better the later you do her text. Usually that's how it works. So I think we're going to do the farmhouse text first, and we're just going to get a clue instead of investigating. It's a bit safer. So we're at 4 clues. That's good. That is the clue we dropped. It's, mind you, from the token pool. Second, we'll just give ourselves a gun. I think we're going to need a gun. This is our first hand slot. So it comes in for most of our money. It has 4 bullets, which makes us fight. Our fight stat will be up to 5, and we can go even further with the 2 vicious blows. As much as, yeah, vicious blows not 1 per attack, but I'd be scared to put 2 in the same attack. We are short on money here, and like playing the steady-handed probably would be good to get some healing. We're gonna get a resource for free next turn anyways, so it's no rush. Like clicking for a resource when you're gonna get the resource feels a bit silly. We could go into here, and then our turn ends, which is pretty bad. I mean, it's not great to investigate this place when we're 5 to 4. Like this place is hard to get clues from unless we have a deduction or perception. I think we're just gonna take a resource. Like it's not very good, but it's good enough. The other options, we can go into here. And if we go into here, we can just defeat the molting hybrid and reset a ravenous myconid. That might be good enough. I think that actually is good enough. Yeah. All right. Enemy phase. Welcome, where everything happens. So we're going to start with the East molting hybrid, and there's a couple things that will fire all kind of at the same time. So firstly, it enters this location. It's aloof. When it enters, it fires the decoy. The decoy exhausts it and just does 1 damage to it. So that's fine. This cannot take more than 1 damage. We technically don't have to use the Ravenous Myconid right now, but we could. It says choose a non-elite enemy, and notably the molting hybrid isn't. And then we can just immediately defeat it. So you don't actually have to do damage to it, which the molting hybrid's immune to it. We can wait to see if like a bigger thing spawns on this outer field, so we want to deal with that. But otherwise, we have a fast action to just destroy this thing at instant speed. I think under lasting effects, Langor's effect stays even if discarded, but I've been looked into it before. Yeah, okay. Well, that's how we played it, but that's probably worth looking up. The Capra hybrid in the south here will try and enter, but the barrier gets in the way. This thing ignores decoys, but the barrier just stops it, so that's good. This thing doesn't do anything. This Capra hybrid walks into here. We can fire a lion weight with safety because we have access to Judith. So we're going to fire the lion weight on this thing. Again, very complicated board state, but having the trap investigator, and I was so excited to play Miguel in this scenario because it's all about putting the traps down. So now we're going to attack the Capra hybrid. We are at 6 to 3 for 1 to 2 damage. Oh, I mean, I don't know if we can play events still. I really hope we can play events still. Okay, thank God. -2. So that means we succeed. We'll just do 1 damage to the Capra hybrid. I don't think we need to do 2 damage to the Capra hybrid. It doesn't hit a breakpoint because it'll be at 3 health left in a second. So it's on 4 health. If it doesn't have a die on it, it's at full health. I just don't have enough red dice, but that's something I should deal with in the future. That's all the enemies that are moving. Card and credit. We draw here. A decoy trap. That's not the best one in this scenario. It's good for moving across the board, but like evading the enemy only happens when they enter the location. I mean, that's not bad, but it's kind of equivalent to just a clue. Like the decoy trap is a bit weird. And then on this side, our 8th card is an emergency cache, which, hey, we did need money. That's nice. End of the round, the fire burns. And so the fire is going to start defeating things. So the fire is going to defeat the Capra hybrid, or sorry, the molting hybrid. And this is going to go down to 3. Now, if I'm not mistaken, the enemies have their own discard pile. They get shuffled when it's empty, just like the normal encounter card deck. So that's good. Then things also wake up. This wakes up. Lion Wait wakes up. There is a barrier here. There's still 2 clues there. The bear is on Miguel. This thing wakes up, but it's aloof. We'll see if we have to draw anything worse here. Okay, good stuff. Saw Daniel's life flash before my eyes. It was scary there for a moment. I need this not being able to play the scrape by. Like the scrape by is again an absurdly powerful card for 1 experience. Just basically saying like you can't fail tests is nonsense. Obviously 5% of the time we pull the autofill, we just lose the test, but you can't really play around that. But just saying nah is I mean, for 1 influence, like that's incredible. What a bargain. All right, we add 1 Doom here, which means in order we draw cards. Again, we have to survive 7 more turns. So first card for our investigator here, Lupine Hybrid. This is the East one. So this one is elite, which means the Ravenous Myconid probably will just deal with the thing that's on. A lot of these are drawn by Helga C. Balzer. Helga does absurdly good art. A lot of art for like, what's it called, for Warhammer. That's the same artist that did like Bat Horror and a lot of like really terrifying stuff. But my God, is this art so great. 3 attack, 1 evade, 4 health. It's retaliate, patrol towards the farmhouse, and after a Lupine Hybrid attacks, it heals 1 damage. Strangely, they didn't howl. They laughed. Dr. Rosa Marquez, Miskatonic Survey 1926. So that's a problem. It does get hit by barriers and by everything else. So having a trap in the way is good. We love to like naturally light this place on fire, but we have to just draw the card and get lucky. On the other side, Miguel draws an Equine Hybrid. I don't think we've seen all the characters yet. This is, or all the, West is good. We want like West. So this is the Equine Hybrid 2/3/2 spawn, Outer Fields West. It has patrol the farmhouse. It ignores traps, which is fine. There's no traps in the way. And when Equine Hybrid would take any amount of damage, reduce that amount to 1. So the same as the Molting Hybrid, right? Is that the exact same text? Which means you have to hit it 3 different times or hit it by 3 different traps. But the Molted Hybrid is, yeah, reduce that amount to 1. So they have the exact same text. So they're pretty tanky. It's really good for fire. It's really good for the Lion Weight. The fact that the Lion Weight with the fire does 2 damage to everything is like absurdly good. So good. Go Trapper, go. Okay, Joe draws a card. Fire 1 time, Flash Flood, totally fine, not a real card. So Flash Flood just says the place has 7 Shroud for 1 turn. The rats will survive, but that's not a problem. Cool. And then Miguel draws Red Herring. So we're probably going to bomb this out, but at least we have clues. So test 2 agility, 2 intellect. This test gets +2 difficulty if you control 2 or more clues. Now you can spend the clues at instant speed. So I can't just dump 2 clues right away. If you fail, take a horror and place 1 of your clues on your location. So we can just make the test difficulty lower because at instant speed, if you like have fewer clues, the test recalculates its difficulty. Anytime there's a test that says it gets like +1 willpower for every card in your hand, if you boost with those cards, the difficulty like recalculates in real time. So we can't always use the text on the act to like spend the clues because it's a fast icon. Oh no, it's during your turn. Never mind. We can't do that. We thought we were gonna be clever. So we are unfortunately 2 to 4. So, sorry, wrong character. So we're 2 to 4. If we fail, we'll have to take a horror and drop a clue. I mean, the horror is actually the part of this I like less. So yeah, we can't drop the clues. So I think we want to stay sub 2 clues if we can. Flash Flood on Flash Flood on East, Fire on West. Where's his farm built? It's funny that the flood doesn't turn out the fire in chapter 2. But I don't actually think Flash Flood and Fire show up in the same scenario in the Chapter 2 core set. All right, 2 to 4. Worst case scenario, we could scrape by this if we want to. I'm not going to commit cards. +1. It's not by each you fail by. I don't think using a scrape by on this is good enough. So we're just going to take a horror. We can put that on our face. And we have to place 1 of our clues. So we go down. And we put a 3rd clue in the vineyard. Okay. All right, not too bad. That could have been worse. Okay. So things that we have to deal with. The Capra Hybrid is going to go straight into the captives if we don't deal with that. So we have to at least go in there and place a thing, which is fine. I mean, we can just use the Ravenous Myconid at any fast ability window. So we'll just do it now. So choose a non-elite enemy at your location with equal or fewer remaining health. So we'll just knock out. We have to spend all the growth counters, but we'll just defeat the Molting Hybrid. Everything else on the table is elite. Nanako is yelling. My partner just came home and she's yelling at the door. Why are you yelling, little friend? Why are you yelling? She's hungry. She's been pacing for a bit. Hey, Maddie. She misses you too, yeah. Okay, so this is good. This thing will stay here. It'll take 1 damage. The Equine Hybrid will take 2 damage. If we put another barrier, the Equine Hybrid will get cooked slowly, so that's fine. This is the only big issue, and the Urson Hybrid this turn, so we're doing okay. The Lupin Hybrid, we probably do want to put something in its path. just to slow it down. Sleeve has something in it. So we probably want to put, I mean, I think one of these can light itself on fire, and putting these on fire is good. We've drawn so many west cards, so we haven't drawn a single north or south card yet. So it's about time that like we're gonna have a total change of you know, wind. Okay, dropping a glassing here is fine. It's 3 shroud. I think that's good. When enemy enters, heal is pretty bad tech, so we want to build the barriers there. I think we're just going to start with Miguel, and we're going to do evade on the Ursine hybrid. Again, if this fails, we can do it twice, and we probably won't be able to kill the Ursine hybrid this turn, but I mean, we can get close to that. So Ursine hybrid, and that's the thing, is like scrape by, we can just force a 1 attack, and to be like, oh, the attack goes through, guaranteed. All right, so we're going to be evading it. We're 5-3, no boost. If it fails, we can just Daniel it again. -1, we succeed. Okay. Second action, we'll load the longbow. Fast action, we'll use Judith to fire the longbow. So this thing doesn't have retaliate. We want to make sure we don't fail to the -1 off of the tablet into something. So we're attacking now at 7-5. Not guaranteed, but with Daniel, we can just do it again. We could also draw with knapsack first, but I think we're okay doing this test before seeing where we're going to draw. -2, we're good. We do 3 more damage to the Ursine hybrid. It's down to its final health. So we have a couple ways of doing that. We did evade, reload, free fight. So we have 1 more and a free event if we want to take it. Yeah. I think we want to spend a clue. I think we never want to have 2 clues as Miguel. It's just a fair bit worse, because 2-2 tests we can maybe pass. Yeah. We might need another barrier here, but this thing eventually will just come through. The equine hybrid we can knock out with this lion weight, but I think keeping the lion weight there is pretty good. So, I mean, using another longbow charm on the Ursine hybrid is like a bit silly. So like maybe this is a turn that we just use scrape by. The thing too is like we can just do a basic attack with Daniel next turn without using the bow. And if Daniel fails, we can just go again with our agility with +1. The thing is like our fright stat's not very good. We'd be fighting at 4-5. So we probably do have to use the bow here. So I think we probably just like reload the bow as our last action. I guess before we do that, we're just going to attach a glassing. So we can spend 2 resources. We're going to attach a glassing to this location. Glassing just gives us a free investigate for 1 or 2 clues when somebody enters this location. And with that, we have played a thing. So we can use Miguel's knapsack to draw a card. Mind you, we can't put another one here. It's 1 trap per location. We drew a Mandex. I mean, that's really good. And then I guess we could reload our longbow and we chill. Fast action, we can drop a clue using the act. We might want to do that. I think stacking barriers next to the fire is pretty good. So I'm just going to go do that. We're going to spend a clue so we have fewer clues. And we'll just put a second barrier between us and the fire just to keep the enemies in there. Let's just make them look different. Nice. Okay. Busy board. Very busy board. We'll swap over to Joe. Joe needs to put something in here for sure. Yeah, did you see? Yeah. What? I did the backyard gardening this afternoon. My partner was at work and she just discovered him. It looks really nice. Okay, with that, we want to recharge the Ravenous Myconid. There's no good location to use the chemistry set. We have an overpower and a vicious blow, so we can like maybe fight the Capra hybrid. We do 1, like we can do maybe 3 damage in a single attack, so that's probably not good enough. This thing ignores decoys. I mean, what are we doing here? I mean, I'm scared of this 4 shroud because like the chemistry set's not particularly good. We have no good boosts in our hand. We want to find a time to put down the steady-handed though. So this might be a time that we move in here, get the free clue, drop a clue here, and then we just set up with like the steady-handed, because steady-handed will just set us up both to help with the chemistry set, but also to help with horror healing going forward, as much as Joe Diamond's pretty healthy. On pasture, we probably want to drop something before we leave. This thing ignores nothing, so we can hit it with whatever we want. This place isn't on fire or anything, so I think the most efficient damage source is we're going to spend a clue with Joe and just draw a trap. So when it enters there, it would take 2 damage, which puts it at half health, which means a single 1911 bullet will deal with it. Then first action, we'll move back to the farmhouse. We'll do the farmhouse text. So we'll just grab a clue from the clue pool. I think we want to be doing that every round. A free clue around is very, very valuable. We'll now spend a clue fast here to drop a barrier between us. And I don't think that's a limit of how often you can do that. I think it's just spend a clue on your turn. Yeah, just during your turn. That's the only thing. And then finally, we'll play steady-handed, which, I mean, we're running out of space, but we'll make do with what we have. So steady-handed costs our last 2 resources. And this card allows us, I'm just going to slide everything over slightly, to exhaust this to impact our test. So either we can, if we can go +1 or -1, and then if we're at 2 after we use that effect, we can heal a horror. but it should work in our chemistry set. And eventually we'll end up going into this area and trying to find the rest of the farm. We also could go north here if we wanted to. Okay, that's it. I think that's it. Enemy phase. The lupine hybrid. And there's so much going on. Enters this location. The pasture gets discarded. Or sorry, the trap gets discarded. The lupine hybrid takes 2 damage. So it's on 2 health. The pasture text, I don't think fires here because there's a decoy. Otherwise, it says after a ready unengaged enemy moves into pasture via keyword, if there are no barriers and there's a barrier at pasture, it will resolve it again. So it's going to wait here. This barrier will stop it next turn. So we have 2 things at the door, which is a problem. But I do think we have time here with Miguel to pop out in a second. Next thing, this thing chills. This thing tries to get in, but knocks out a barrier. The equine hybrid enters from the west. So this thing can only take 1 damage. Thought the Capra Demon was scrubbed for surgery for a second there. So the equine hybrid enters. We're going to fire Lion Weight here. This can only take 1 damage, so we have no reason to discard Lion Weight. But now we're going to fight it with our evade stat. So the equine hybrid this is the west one. So mind you, the west northeast has the same stats and text. It's just obviously the spawn text is different. So we're now going to fight it using our evade stat. So we're at 5-2. I'm not going to manual dexterity this. 5-2. -3, so we succeed. So we'll do 1 damage to it. It's at 2 health. It's still ready, actually. Okay. And that's all the enemies. Oh, the Capra hybrid tries to come in and breaks down a barrier. That's all the enemies. Upkeep. We draw a door die. Door die is good. Let's grab an event or an asset. We have Glassings and Lion Weights, both very good cards here. And then on this side, we're going to draw a deduction. That's perfect. We definitely want to put the deduction into a big test at this location. It's a bit sketchy because it's 4 shroud, but getting a bunch of clues with a single action. Notably, this is the better deduction, which means we really do want to get our boost into this if we can. The knapsack is ready. That is it. End of the round, the fire rages on inside here. So this goes to 1. This goes to 2. So very hurt, and this should be ready. We're going to need to play more barriers here if we want the fire to cook them, but also this is ready, and it's massive. It's engaged with all of us. Doom, 4 of 10. All right, first monster from the monster deck is another lupine hybrid. This is the south field, so again, this was going to happen sooner than later. So this thing spawns back here. It ignores nothing. It just heals. Okay. Second card. I don't think we've seen all of them yet. Still haven't seen all of them. This lupine hybrid is the north side. So that was a turn that we didn't defeat anything. And every turn you want to defeat ideally 2 enemies. Now, if they do clump up, that's a good spot for us because if they're clumped up, we have a bunch of events that do massive damage or massive evades. So if that lines up, it lines up. But we have to draw them in our deck. And there's still 2 enemies in this deck as well. So that's on the north too. So we're getting descended on from both locations. There's at least a decoy there. So when the lupine hybrid enters, it'll take 1 horror and get exhausted. Okay, encounter cards for Joe. Incursion. This art will probably be on the thumbnail. This art is weird too because it shows like a person outside and that actually doesn't line up with the theme here. Test 3, X agility. That sucks because we got this on the wrong guy. X is half the number of doom in play, so it's 2 agility. So we're 2-2 on this test. For each point you fail by, choose a different mutated enemy nearest to the farmhouse and ready it. Each chosen enemy moves in, engages, and attacks it for the enemy phase. That's not too bad because we have a counterattack in our hand. So we can basically meet the Capra hybrid or the lupine hybrid enter. Either of those are fine. Mind you, Flash Flood is out. But it basically just moves it to us. And if it's at our location, that's like totally acceptable. We're not going to do the Urson hybrid, but everything I think is mutated on the table. So if we fail this, all that happens is this thing enters. It tries to swing at us for 1 and 2, which we probably will counterpunch it. And then we can shoot it with the 1911. So I think we're actually going to be okay with this. This actually gives us some tempo. So again, we're 2-2 on this. So we're not, we're 3-2, right? Because we have Rosa. So we might even just pass this naturally. Not likely, but we could. The skull, mind you, is now -2. The skull goes up all the way to -5. So 3-2. -2, so we fail. So choose for each point you fail by. Oh, for each point. I'm glad we only failed by 1. I didn't even read that text. Choose a different mutated enemy. We'll choose the Capra hybrid. Yeah. Choose a different mutated enemy nearest to the farmhouse. It is the nearest. Ready it. Okay. Each chosen enemy moves, engages, and attacks before the enemy phase. The Capra hybrid moves in and engages us and it attacks us. I mean, this is a really busy board state, but the Capra hybrid is here and it's going to attack us. So it's going to attack us for 1 and 2 horror, which is a fair bit. We're going to respond with our final resource and just play counterattack. So we're going to cancel the attack and deal 1 damage to the Capra hybrid. So it's down to 4 health. I am totally out of red dice. This will happen. So it's at 4 health with a purple die. I don't think we're going to put Doom on any cards, so that's okay. And that's that. So not that bad. We can one-shot this with the 1911 with Vicious Blow and Overpower and draw some cards. So I don't feel too bad about that. Next encounter card from Miguel. We drew the bad downpour for each investigator. So this is the downpour that I hate. This is good to keep clues. Test 3 book. Mind you, we only have 2 book. For each point you fail by, you must either lose an action or place one of your clues on your location. So we have 3 clues? Why do we have 3 clues? Oh, because we didn't spend any. Did we gain a clue last time? Hold on. Did I gain a clue? I think I gained a clue instead of spending a clue. No, I don't think so. Yeah, I think I gained a clue. I think I should be at less. I think I should be at 1 clue. Yeah, that seems like too many. Regardless, for each point you fail by, you must lose an action or place one of your clues on location. That's really quite bad text because the Urson hybrid is on top of us. And when it's on top of us, that's a problem because we don't have an action to fight it. Now, we can't just fight it on 1 health, and no matter what, it will be defeated because we can just scrape by it, but we need to have 1 action on our turn. The problem is this is a 3 book test, so you can't just fail fully. So we might have to scrape by this card. Again, I just detest this card because if you don't have clues, you can't place your clues. And if you don't have clues, you probably have a bad book stat, which means if you just draw this, you just lose your whole turn. I think it's so brutal. So we're going to just do this 2 to 3 and hope for the best. We might have to scrape by this because it buys us a whole turn. So at least we're happy to have that. So we also don't want to be pulling the tablet, but we can cancel it if we need to. So we're behind by 1. -3, we fail. We would have to lose our whole turn or lose 2 turns and drop, lose 2 actions and drop a clue. I think we, oh, the longbow, is the longbow ready? I feel like I readied this and I shouldn't have. Wow, wait, this is a mess. I need to slow down. I don't think the longbow should have been ready. Last turn we did evade, fight, drop a clue, play glassing. No, it should be ready, I think. So yeah, longbow is ready. Thank you. Yeah, it seemed wrong, but at least we can one-shot the Urson hybrid. And mind you, that goes into victory display, which is good for victory and it won't come back. Yeah, you used last action. Yeah, that makes sense because we did free Judith. Yeah. Okay, so we can lose nearly all our turn to hold on to the scrape by. Is our turn even that good? If we have a clue, we can put another barrier here, which will cook 2 things pretty well. I honestly think we lose 2. Oh no, if we drop a clue, it's bad because we need our clue. Man, I hate this card. So we could do scrape by here. We just pay 1 resource. We even can cycle a card. Yeah, I think we'll do it. We want to get this back with do or die soon. So I will pay 1 resource. And we will pass by 0. We didn't reveal a token, so we don't lose anything. And the cool thing here is with Miguel's knapsack, we could just like cantrip on this, which is nice. So we're still looking for like our explosives and our elaborate distraction. So when you play an event exhaust this, we can draw a card. That's our explosives. So this is a really fun one to set up. It's not that easy to set up because you can't attach it to, unfortunately, the farmhouse. But this thing, for 3 resources, we can attach it. And after something enters the location, deal 3 damage to each enemy. So you really just want to work on the barrier for a while. And then once the barrier is about to break, you just throw the makeshift bomb in. Then something has to enter its location. So it's still a bit tricky. But you can always be the hero and enter the location to set the bomb off yourself. Okay, could be worse. I think we're going to start with Miguel. Miguel could help with the Capra hybrid. Worst comes to worst. Worst comes to worst. The problem is if this thing enters the vineyard, it heals 1. So that, I mean, gets it to the bow's sake. We can make this stay in here, which gets cooked, and this enters. We probably won't be in this location anymore. The vineyard just says when something enters here, it heals. So that's, you know, you want to keep it as barriered up as you can because we have a lot of damage right before that location. This is coming in. This is stuck, which is fine. This is coming in slowly. Yeah, I think we'll just still start with Miguel. So Miguel needs to deal with the Urson hybrid. We have played our scrape by, so we actually do need this test to pass like organically. We could just drop a makeshift bomb here and get out. Oh, but we can't because there's already another trap. Man, that's the issue with traps. I'm not sure if you can replace traps. I don't think you can. I think once there's 1 trap there, it's locked. I don't think you can discard it. That would be nice. Loner is also probably worth playing sooner than later, just because it gives us free moves. But because all these locations have enemies and investigators, it's pretty cramped. It's not super easy to get the text off of this. Generally, we just have to have Joe to go first, which, I mean, that's possible. I do think one of these farms can be lit on fire, which is probably the next thing. I'd love to be able to light this one on fire. And with the force text, it will enter it and get exhausted, so we can send Joe into there. He just needs to deal with this first. So, I mean, we could just go for the longbow, but we have to get lucky because this thing has retaliate, and we whiff it, it's really, really bad. We know that. Like, we know that really bad. If we pull the tablet off of a fail, like, we probably, I wouldn't say die, but very close to die. So if that's the case, I think we're just going to evade it for safety. So Urson Hybrid, we're going to evade it. We're at 5-3. I will throw a Mandex into this. And then probably a do or die on top of it just to get a straight buyback. So we are plus 5, 6, 7, 8. We're 8-3, which is actually overkill. This is 7-3, which is good enough. I think that's good enough. I think we can get the do or die on something else, but having the straight buy in hand would make me feel pretty safe. So 7-3 off of an evade. -1, we succeed. So we evaded the massive hybrid. Manual dexterity draws us a card. This are the slightly new version text on these cards. We drew another door die. Okay, that's good. Okay, then we're gonna fight the Herbine, the Ursine hybrid. This will be a free action with Judith. So we're now attacking at 7-5. With do or die, we'll make it 8-5, but actually 8-5 is not guaranteed. So it's the sort of thing that will commit to Daniel if Daniel forces us to go again. Obviously, this is overkill because it only needs to take 1 damage, but we'll do the Arison hybrid. We're going to do 8-5. It's retaliate. It's turned off. If we fail, Daniel will allow us to go again. I don't think we fired Daniel yet so far. Everything's right now. Thank you, Tony. I appreciate the rewind. YouTube's really good for that. -3. The Ursine hybrid is defeated. We add it to the victory display. It is done. We can now do our 3 extra damage to it, and we can clear off that part of the top of the screen. So that thing has been there for a couple turns, but at least we hunted it down, and the character who dealt with it is the one that we expected to deal with it. We still have 2 actions. Yeah, we have 2 actions, so not too bad. We can't put another trap here. I think we kind of want to spread out. If we put another barrier here, this thing will go down to 1 health, but it'll still enter, and like that'll be a problem. So this Capra hybrid's a bit annoying. Because yeah, we could put another barrier there. I mean, it's fine. I think no matter what, we're going to recharge the longbow just so that we're ready because the Capra hybrid next turn will have 3 health. We have to get out of this location though, because it'll enter our location and it'll attack us, and we can't really afford to do that. So for our last action, we'll backpedal. We can't use anything smart because we can't play loner because this place is not empty. And that's our turn. That was a good turn. We dealt with a hybrid, the Ursine, as much as the Ursine also dealt with us. Okay, so now it is Joe time, which means the 1911 has to go to use, and ideally we one-shot this thing. You only did 7-5 because you took back, or do you die so you don't pass? Wait, 5, 6, 7, -3. Oh yeah, you're right. We didn't pass. We have to Daniel here. Okay, hold on. Well, Daniel. So now we're 5, 6, 7, 8-5. You're right. We're only +2. I was so used to us being plus. Yeah. So now we'll do or die. You're right. We did not pass that test. The Urson hybrid's still here. So yeah, we were -3. So we failed by 1. It's okay. It doesn't have retaliate because it's exhausted. But now that we can use Daniel, so we can go again. So we're at 5. This technically still exhausted is 6, 7. And with do or die, we're now 8-5, which nearly guarantees it. And then do or die has good text. Yeah. Sorry. Good catch, Tony. Fish face. We're +4. I think that's fine. -4. Perfect. I'm glad we boosted into that. Again, we were 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, we're good. Oh, we're actually more than that. We're at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, we overcommitted. Yeah, 9-5. So that's actually good. No, that's actually good. That's what we needed. We pulled the -4. We're good. This board state though, I mean, Ren, this scenario, you know how it is. So we're going to use do or die, and it's so nice that we can recur again. Just an absurd card, scrape by. So now we're not scared of passing tests. That didn't cost us any more actions. So the bear is defeated. We'll reload our bow and then walk back into the farmhouse. Okay, good. Classic longest night. God, it's so good. Such a good scenario. All right, so now it is time. We've already shot our 1911. Our 1911 here is going to attack us, or we're going to attack at 5 to the Capra hybrid is only 3. So we're 5-3. Now I'm going to do overpower into this just to help us get higher in stats. It'll also draw cards. So we're at 5, 6, 7. And then we're going to put one of our better vicious blows into it. So with the better vicious blow, again, we're at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And ideally we succeed by 2. So we're 9-3. This will do 4 damage if we succeed by a lot. I was in the minority for my play group because I love this scenario, despite it being a lot to manage. It's such a good scenario. I don't know why people wouldn't love this scenario. Skull is -2, so we succeed 7-3. We succeed by 4, which means Vicious Blow does all the damage we need to. It knocks out the Capra Hybrid. It does 1 damage normally, 2 because of the bullet, 2 more because of Vicious Blow. So that's 2 enemies down this turn, which is good. Overpower requires us to draw a card. We have 3 weaknesses in our deck. It's a Tinker, which no rush to play that. Okay. We probably want to go in here and get clues. I think that'd be great. I'm assuming it's a place that's easier to get clues than this 4 Shroud place, and we want to get clues on top of our chemistry set, or sorry, on top of our Ravenous Myconid. Unfortunately, the Ravenous Myconid and the chemistry set is a bit of a nombo because each of them are in action. Chemistry set is an action, and Ravenous Myconid is an action. Getting resources is also good. We have to remember that the farmhouse just allows you to move fast for 2 resources, which like we can't really afford that now, but in the future, that's a really good panic button to know. Again, the scenario gives you so many ways to interact with things. This Lupine Hybrid is not elite, so it can get knocked out by the hybrid. So we're going to spend our second action and just jump into the Atwood farm that has a decoy. Barn. I think this is the one we want. 3 Shroud, 2 clues. Enemies of the barn get +1 damage value, so that's how much damage they do to us. When barn is revealed, place the set-aside Ajax story asset at this location. Read Codex Omega. The barn looks like it could collapse at any moment. It's not forced, but we will do it. Let's go find Ajax. I love how they use this. Like the way that the codex was used in the chapter 2 core set, it's like relatively straightforward, but the fact it's used in so many ways, when things spawn, when locations get flipped, it's just a way to add more story to things, which is my favorite. A braying sound from the barn sets your nerves on edge. You step tentatively towards the barn, expecting to see yet another monstrosity, but instead find a Palomino horse standing in a dirty cell. The name Ajax is engraved on the sign next to him. The noble beast lets out an impatient whinny as he tosses his head. Take control of the Ajax story asset. He does not take up an ally slot for the rest of the scenario. We found a horse. Do love me a horse anytime I can. Horses are kind of the coolest thing. 2 health on Ajax. Your first action each round does not provoke attacks of opportunity. That's really good because we can get clues with the Ravenous Myconid if we need to. Exhaust Ajax to move. Either move twice or choose any field location to move to it. We haven't gone to a single field. That's where the enemies spawn, so they probably have good text on them. If Ajax is at your location, you can spend an action to take control of him. Any player at the location may trigger this ability. So we have just a fantastic horse. Our faithful steed. Now I'm really running out of red dice here. That's going to be an issue. So I think we're just going to go to small red dice. That sucks. Yeah. Note to self. Buy more red dice, I guess. So Ajax is on the table. You can exhaust to move to or to a field, which is not bad. I mean, we'd probably rather have that on Miguel. It doesn't take up an ally slot for this scenario, but 2 health and can exhaust it. The board is getting a bit crowded, so give me a moment to try and like rectify this. I think we can do like a 2-line strat. Took a day and made a gift for you in the name of remembering Luke Cage and Nick Fury directly. Where should I send it? Like a mailing address, Ren? You think I'm going to remember something now? Firstly, that's very kind. When I got here, I thought there was a lot on the board, but then I saw TLN. I knew it was probably half of what it will be. Yeah. We're doing okay. We're managing. Okay, I'm going to put Ajax up here. And we have to remember we have access to Ajax. Okay, so we're going to pull this down slightly so that we have another like small row of cards that we can play. Okay, we have one more action. We want to get a clue. The Lupine Hybrid will have 3 damage on it when it enters this location, which means if we can get 3 charges on our thing, we can knock this out. Oh no, it's elite. Never mind. So charging the Ravenous Myconid is not super important. So if that's the case, I think we'll try the chemistry set. With the chemistry set, we're only 5-3, which is not amazing. So if we pull a -2, we just lose the chemistry set. But like, I haven't wanted to play the chemistry set for a while, so maybe that's fine. There's nothing we can do to boost it besides throwing the Tinker at it, but I think the Tinker is okay. Yeah, let's do it. Electronically, it's mostly silly, but I figured it might help. Velma Diner email is velmasfinediner@gmail.com. Otherwise, you can find me on Discord if you're on Discord. Where did you get the big dice, by the way? Consider picking some up from Netrunner. That is like the most common asked question that any of my channels that play pay per play get asked a fair bit. They're from a website called Burger Tokens. I have no affiliation with them, but at this point I should. They actually give out, these are the XL dice. They have spin down counters. I'm not gonna get the smaller ones. Just imagine these are the smaller, but these are the XL version. They're the really big chunky ones. And if you go to their website, they will give you free dice if you were a streamer. They're like, hey, we want your stream to look better. And they just send you dice. And oh my God, is it good advertising? Because so many people ask about the good dice. That being said, I bought most of these with my money because they gave you some for like 1 or 2 pairs, but I've bought many, many pairs. Like I have, again, at this point though, the problem is we're out of the red ones. I have all these other colors. Okay, we're gonna investigate here. I mean, we might as well do the chemistry set, I guess. I'm assuming there's still a bunch of non-elite enemies in the deck. We've only drawn through, I think, 6 enemies, maybe 8. So we've seen just about half the deck. I think right tool we can commit into the chemistry set. So we're gonna investigate with the chemistry set. We're at 6 to 3. There's a lot of -3s, but there's no -5, so there's no chance of losing the chemistry set unless we draw a terrible series of dice or tokens, excuse me. That's very good. 6, 5, 4. So we succeed by 1. We can interact with that, which we will. And it's actually really good that we do it, but we have to place a barrier at your location. So I'm just going to make it, excuse me, not the right token to hit. I'm going to just put it, I think, here for safety. Putting a barrier here only matters if you want to keep it in there, but keeping them out of the house is the most important thing. Now we succeeded by 1, which means we can do this really cool stuff. Steady-handed can fire. It says you can succeed by 1 more or 1 fewer. Now we succeeded by exactly 2, so we'll heal a horror. So that's really good. Horror -1. And then on top of that, the chemistry set now gives us a card. Yay. I mean, we're going to get a card anyways, but we'll get a clue and we'll get a card. We have an absurd amount of clues. That can't be right. So we draw an autopsy report and the Pearl Diary. Okay. So hand size is going to be getting there. Mind you, we can make one of these slotless because we have the tinker, which says attached to tool, make it slotless. And I guess we'd have to play a tool. An autopsy report says after enemy or location is defeated, investigate with +X. That is in theory really good at the farmhouse, except we don't want enemies get into the farmhouse. And then the Pearl Diary is probably worth playing. It's a bad magnifying glass. Oh, at night, it's not even. It's +1 willpower. And it says after you draw a blight or power, or anyone at your location draws a blight or power, you can draw a card. You hear that, Burger? Please send Velma's Diner more red XL spin downs, please. The thing is, like, they're an American company, so like shipping isn't easy. It has been for a while now. I'll message you through Discord. Thank you, Ren. I look forward to that. I have problems with those names for sure. That was our turn. I think that was a really good turn. Enemy phase. Oh my God. Okay, so enemy phase. First thing, we'll let the Equine Hybrid eat this barrier. It ignores traps, but it eats the barrier. It doesn't move. This hybrid, though, will. This is the Capra Demon, the Capra Hybrid. So the Capra Hybrid will leave. It enters the vineyard. When it enters the vineyard, it heals, so it's at 3 health, which is fine. It's 1 arrow, but glassing will go off now. And glassing allows us to investigate this location. It has 3 clues. We might actually discard this just to get 2 clues to empty it, so we can put another trap there, because another lion weight would actually be pretty good there behind the first lion weight and the fire. That will basically make that lion totally fine. But we're going to investigate now with +1, so we're investigating at 6 to 3. And we have so much safety with the 1 scrape by that we pulled back. 0, we succeed. I'm going to discard this to get 2 clues, because I think we want this location to have no more traps. I mean, 1 clue is probably maybe worth... Yeah, we can keep it for 1 more time, but this is not going to enter. We drew so many west enemies. We'll just discard it. I think that might be okay. So that's these 2 enemies. This thing tries to enter, but it hits a barrier, right? These things are immune to nothing. They're just very straightforward. And then this one enters. And as soon as it enters, it gets exhausted, it gets disengaged, and it takes a single damage, which again, we're out of red dice. So I'm just going to replace some of our cards with these. So there's 1 damage on Miguel's knapsack. There is 3 health on this thing. Again, when it enters a decoy, it takes 1, it exhausts, it unengages. I'm pretty sure. Berries and decoys. So it says force. When an enemy enters location, deal 1 damage to enemy, exhaust it, and disengage it. Yeah, perfect. Miguel de la Cruz. I like that a lot. This one, mind you, I missed at the bottom. The Lupin Hybrid just walks forward. We didn't have a trap for that. That one sucks, because putting a trap underneath it would be a really good thing to do, because now it's there. We have to just kind of fight it. Luckily, we can do 4 damage in a single hit. These are elite, and the Myconid, yeah, that's whatever. Upkeep. We ready our knapsack. We still have an arrow. We draw into a Guerrilla Tactics. This card's absurdly good, especially the upgraded one, because this means we can fight for 2 damage at ranged. We can even do it 3 ranged away with our knapsack, which is incredible. And then nothing to, we should ready these actually. And then on this side of the table, Joe goes to 2 resources. We've played through 4 scenarios with so much card draw on Joe, and we have never not drawn this during the upkeep. Why is this card in the deck? It is so nothing burger. Give me an asset. I just want an asset. I'll take a skill card. Don't give me a heal 1 damage emergency cash. Anyways, I'm fine. End of the round, the fire burns the equine hybrid. We have destroyed a horse. Yeah, we've destroyed a horse. That's okay. Doom. Skull is now 3. It's half of the Doom rounded up. So we're at 5 of 10. We've survived halfway through the shortest, longest night. And first card drawn for Joey Diamond is, oh, this thing doesn't ready. Slithering hybrid. Give Joe a fedora. Exactly. Give him a fedora. Give him a good hat. Outer field's location with the most enemies. So no location has any enemies. So that's a choice. This is if you draw it second. So if you draw the enemy first, then it actually can like catch up, and grouping up is bad. Aloof, patrol the farmhouse. It ignores barriers, decoys, traps, and damage from fire. This thing has to be dealt with. It doesn't ignore lion weight though. So we could discard the lion weight to do 2 damage to it, but it ignores everything else. It's again, immune to literally everything. It's not elite though. So if we get 2 things on Ravenous Myconid, we can just eat it. Andre thinks Fedora is good. I mean, we're working on it. So it's immune to not capital T-trap, but it's immune to lower case T-trap. I think we'll still put it here because it's the longest lane. That's probably fine. We're going to draw another one. I think there's 2 of every creature in this deck. There's 7 different creatures, 14. Yeah, there you go. So same thing, goes into the same place. So that's a bit ugly. Not a good way to deal with that. We could set up the makeshift bomb. I mean, I guess we could, but I don't think we're going to have to do that. We're going to want to enter this and deal with the lupine with a bow and arrow. So yeah, fine. Things are going. Things are definitely going. We'll swap over to Joe and he'll draw the first encounter card. There's still 1 more fire in here. If we can set this on fire, I'd be so happy. Okay, the good downpour. The rare sentence from Andre. We drew the right downpour on the right person. Sorry, that's the old new downpour. We drew old downpour. So our book stat is 5. So we're 5 to 3. For each point you fail by, we can drop a clue, no problem, or we can lose an action. We're going to do the former, not the latter. So 5 to 3 is good. We won't boost this. We're probably going to use Detective's Intuition to fill up our Myconid with the deduction to get a lot of clues off the main house. Also, the main house, we want to get a clue every turn. We'll get to that. 5 to 3. Hey, Nanico the cat. -3, so we fail by 1. So I'm just going to drop a clue. Swap over. Torment. Okay, peril, so don't help me out. Test 3 willpower, we're 3 to 3. If you fail, name a card type, asset, event, or skill. Each investigator discards 1 card of the name type from their hand. So I can't see this hand because it's underneath the microphone bar, no joke. So these are a bit awkward when you play, you know, this player count. So we're currently 3 to 3. We could scrape by if we need to. Our hand has 1 asset, it has 1 skill, it has a lot of events. I mean, losing Loner, like Loner's a busted card for sure, but I think we discard the asset here. Do or die can just bring the Loner back, so that's okay. This might hurt Joe, but we heard Joe across the table complain about drawing an event, but I don't think we're going to say event here. Discards 1 card of the type. I mean, we could get rid of the decoy trap. Yeah, we probably just get rid of the decoy trap. I mean, it has 2 good icons on it, though. Yeah, it's probably the least good card here, because just exhausting doesn't really do anything in this scenario. Unless you put it at an outer fields, but even then. So we're 3 to 3. -3, we fail. So we're going to say event. So we're going to discard a decoy trap. And then Joe has to look at his hand and discard an event. E-cash is not bad because money's actually useful. You can discard uncanny growth. Oh, that's kind of cool. Neat. We always know that he's an uncanny growth, and uncanny growth you can grab back fast. So that's not a problem. So that's actually a really good angle to work on these. Mind you, these are new encounter cards interacting with old cards. And we've seen some interesting interactions. Like this set with like the stuff that punishes you from discarding, like the miasmatic thing, is so bad. Yeah, let's do discard the worst cards in Joe deck. I mean, at least Detective Intuition has icons we care about, so could be worse. Okay, so problems. This is the only big problem this turn. Oh, actually, and this one too. Okay, there's 3 problems this turn. Each of these are surrounding the house. That's okay. This thing, we could do a nice little bullet too. I mean, we're kind of there. The nid has been good. So far, the nid has eaten 1 thing. The problem with the Ravenous Myconid is that it says non-elite, and most of the enemies are elite here. These are the only non-elite enemies. Mind you, they're aloof. I'll try and put them at the top of the location because they'll ignore everybody. They do get hit by the trap, but not by anything else we can put in the way. So Miguel can go into here, can shoot this thing with an arrow, can come back fast, play Loner. Loner's probably worth playing now. I mean, Loner's a bit weird in this scenario. And then we can just drop 2 barriers. I mean, we could guerrilla tactics this thing because it's a free event, and that's probably good. We really want to draw our card that allows us to get our cards or stuff back from the bin, because like Hunter's Instinct is so good when it gets back a scrape by or guerrilla tactics. Like obviously the card's absurd. Loner seems sus with all the enemies. Yeah, it's this location is really cramped. Like you're usually like we literally have no empty locations around us. Why didn't Kenny Grouth get set aside? We discarded as an event because we had to discard an event from Joe's hand, so we discarded that event. I don't know if it gets set aside or goes to the discard pile. Ultimately, it's like kind of a moot point, I think, because we can just use Ravenous Mike and its fast ability, search your bonded growth, and add it to your hand. But I don't know if it actually gets discarded or removed from play. I don't know what the text on bonded cards are. I think they actually go to your discard pile, right? Because you can just play the mirrors event card. Yeah, the thing is, like, if money doesn't matter, just getting one move out of it, it's fine. This turn we can. Like, if we go into their shoot it, we can loan her back. So it's probably worth it. The issue is, like, a lot of her events cost 1 or 2. If we get 1 resource a turn, like, we can not exactly keep afloat. But I think we're going to have to drop a bunch of clues with Miguel, so he is underneath the 1. Again, we've drawn 3 of the 5 downpours, I think. So there's more downpours. And there's still a fire in the deck. I think we can light this place on fire, too, which I think going into here, evading and lighting on a fire would be good. I think there's one more location you can light on fire. Okay, so Miguel will start. The first action, Miguel just walks into here. Oh, the Slithering Hybrids will heal when they enter this. So the Lion Wait, we might actually need to discard. So this thing is on us. It's the Capra Hybrid. Fast action with Judith, or not fast action, but free action. We'll longbow it. So it only has 3 health. We're attacking at 7-3, which is pretty good. I don't think I really need to do or die immediately. So 7-3 for 3 damage. 0, succeed by 4. We do 3 damage to the Capra Hybrid. Okay, another enemy out. I've been playing Secret Search bonded cards as set aside area, not anywhere you like. Bonded is confusing. I don't know what's right. Oh, I'm assuming you can't discard and just get caught out forever. I would have to look at the game Grimoire. The problem is the modern Grimoire is ultra wide and it's so hard to read on the stream. But yeah, this thing says, I don't know what it says on it. Ravenous Myconid, where does it allow you to search from? It allows you to search your bonded cards. Yeah, I mean, if you discard it, maybe you can never get it back. Is that true? I mean, that would be terrifying if that's true. I mean, just to play around that, I'll discard a Tinker because you scared me, because you might be right. But yeah, that's weird. I'm assuming search works from anywhere. Like searches from any all in and out of play areas. I mean, that's how it works in Marvel Champions. This is obviously not the same game. But yeah, if we discard it, like maybe we just can't get it back. So search your bonded cards. Yeah, bonded cards is an out of play area. I don't know. I say do what feels right. I mean, I'm going to try and do the harder thing because that's kind of the vibe of this game. But yeah, that's actually very, very strange. All right, Miguel can drop. Loner, free move back. We've only spent 1 action so far. We need to reload the longbow for obvious reasons. We can put a barrier here, come into here and shoot it. We can guerrilla tactics for free in here. That's also good. It does 2 damage from this without having to move. We can bring guerrilla tactics back later. That also saves us an action and draws a card. So it saves us 2 actions. I think that's probably worth it. I think we're going to need too low in resources, but I'm a bit scared of that. So second action, we'll play Loner. Cost 2. Down to 2 resources. We'll exhaust it and move to an empty connecting location. There's nothing we have to do here. Did you see the errata to guerrilla tactics? It's not errata. They just confirmed how it works. And that is the way that it's rated. That's the way I've been playing it. It's unfortunate. But yeah, it does not work at your location if the thing is aloof. I mean, that's what the card says. Kind of ridiculous. I mean, it is what the card says, but it is unfortunate wording. You don't think it would be like that. We're now going to fast spend a resource to play guerrilla tactics. So this is fun to play this fast also with Judith, but we're not going to because we have a fast event to turn or a free event. So we're going to fight this thing here. You get +2 skill value. Mind you, this is good for the Slithering Hybrids too because they're aloof and have 2 health. So we're attacking this Lupin Hybrid, which has 3 attack. We're attacking at 5, 6, 7 to 3, which is pretty good. So we can attack it. It deals 2 damage if we succeed. Oh, but we have to use our fist. I keep forgetting about that. So it's actually a bit lower, but that's still fine because it doesn't have... Oh, it has retaliate. Okay, hold on. We got to think this through. Because yeah, this is fight with your fist, evade with your foot. So if we're fighting this thing, we're 5 to 3, which is way worse. Yeah, that's the thing about guerrilla tactics is like fighting with your foot is not particularly good. You could do it again with Daniel, which is like totally fine. But then this thing has retaliate, which you don't want. And after it attacks, it heals. So that's like a disaster on top of a disaster. So I think we might actually keep the guerrilla tactics to deal with the slithering hybrids because it does one-shot them. We could even do that from here, from 2 locations away, which is kind of cute, but we're in no reason to do that. So we'll just not do that. Get them, gorillas. Okay. So we've done move, play a card. We have one more. Sorry to keep flogging a dead horse, not Ajax. Essence of the Dream. If it's discarded or shuffled into the deck, instead it forces itself into the bonded area. So I think it is a bonded area. Yeah, I think if you discard it, you're cooked. Wait, what? Maybe Uncanny Growth has text on it. It doesn't. Set it outside of play. If you succeed, if you fail, return it to your hand. I mean, if you discard this, I think it just breaks. I don't think it goes to the bonded area unless it, again, you succeed on it. That's like hyper cursed. I don't think I realized that. All right. I think if that's the case, we don't have enough actions to do everything we want. Because we did 1, 2. We could play a free event, but it's not really worth anything. So I think we're just going to either get a clue or reload the bow. I think reloading the bow is more important. And then we're going to spend 2 clues just to put 2 barriers in the way. We're just going to go that ahead of time. Like we might not need them because Joe could do something about this, but we'll just spend 2 clues to get us down to that 1 clue threshold. And that's that. Don't pick it up until you want to use this. Probably a smart play. I mean, yeah, you're right, but it was already in our hand. Yeah, but I think you're right. You don't want to discard it randomly. So only pick it up if you're going to use it immediately is very, very good idea. Because I do think it can't break. You're right. Okay. We're here with the 3rd lupine hybrid. So I guess there's not 2 of each. There's 3 of some. So this one's on us. It has 3 health. We could one-shot it with the 1911 and a vicious blow, but it's a waste of a vicious blow. That's perfectly for a bow and arrow. But again, we have a lot of other issues. So I think we want to one-shot a lupine hybrid with a 1911 and the best vicious blow. So I think we want to come back home. I think we want to get the clues here because they're easy clues here. So we're probably going to get the clues. We're probably going to come home. We can even Ajax to this lupine hybrid and shoot it, which is probably the right thing to do because Ajax moves 2 for 1. So we could do clue, move, shoot. And we just have to succeed on this, and it has retaliate, and like that could be bad. But I mean, we are healthy; we can take some risks. So we're gonna start at the barn. So we're gonna investigate. We're gonna try and use the chemistry set here. No, we should use the uncanny growth. I think we're not gonna succeed by a lot, but I mean, it's still fine. So we can pay 1 here. So we'll pay 1 for the uncanny growth, and we'll investigate. We're 5 to 3. So I think I'll just put the detective's intuition to make it 7 to 3. But in theory, we might want to save that for the deduction at home. So 7 to 3. -3, 6, 5, 4. So we succeed by 1. So we only put 1 growth counter, which is not great. That being said, we do get a clue. That's good. What else do we do? Steady-handed can fire here, which gets us a lot of value. So we can increase it by 1 to make it 2, which means we heal a horror. So we're at full health, which is kind of ridiculous considering how bad Miguel got smashed up. And then we can also fire the no, because it's not a chemistry set. Oh, so we succeed by 2. Wait, this gets 2 counters. Okay, that's great. That's it. And we draw a card because we're Joe. Magnifying glass. Perfect. That's what we want. Really easy to play. The problem is our money is not easy to play. We did just throw out an econ card. Don't worry about that too much. Okay, that's first action. So we got the Ravenous Miking it to 2. That's really good. 2 counters is fantastic because you can also knock out the stalking hybrids at instant speed. Oh, not stalking hybrids, slithering hybrids. Everything out here is a hybrid these days. Because this doesn't have elite text. So that means we'll do Ajax, I think. First time I've seen Charm sit down. Chemset has been okay. No? I think it's better than it looks. The issue is like we've been at a 4 shroud location for most of the game. I think the card's better. Like it's not bad. The issue is we didn't open with Dorothy or Magnifying Glass, so our book stat is stuck at 5. But if we had 7 stat and steady handed, like it's okay. The thing though, for this to be good, we want to succeed by 0 or 4 because Joe has enough card draw. Also on top of this, it's like butting up against uncanny growth, which also feels kind of bad. So yeah, I mean, it's whatever. It's probably better than I think it is. I'm just giving it the honest try this round. I usually don't play it because I'm like, I drew it too late and I just want to see what it looked like. Ajax, we'll move 2. So we'll do 1, 2. This lupine hybrid's engaged with us. We have 1 shot on this lupine hybrid, which maybe is a bit extra because if it fails, it hits us twice. So this is maybe a bit risky. Yeah, this is probably a bit rich. It's elite, so we can't immediately discard it with the Ravenous Myconid. This actually might not be the play. This might not be the play, because if we're only attacking a 5-3, and there's a, like, even the skull is a -3, yeah, I don't think we do this. This is way too risky. I believe, I don't. If we had an overpower, yeah, I believe suddenly, but I do not believe. It like, if it hits twice with retaliate and it full heals, and we take 1 and 1 and 1 and 1. It's not so much the damage as the healing that's bad. It's Joe? Yeah, it's Joe. I don't believe. We can move to a field, which is fun. We can go behind it. That's kind of cool. I don't know what these fields do. We could go to a field. I haven't seen a field. We could also just go to the slithering hybrids and defeat one of them. I mean, that's also kind of fun. It puts us really far away from the farm, though, because the Ajax allows you to move to any outer field immediately or move 2 locations. The thing is, if we're here, it's really hard to get back home. So I think we could go to field type, but I'm pretty sure this farm can be lit on fire, so we want to get there sooner than later. Let's do a field hype, because we might be able to use our chemistry set here. So we'll go to this outer fields. I guess we have to cram this in to fit it in this field, but we'll see what this says. This is called the Bloodied Paths. I mean, that's good. The Bloodied Paths. 2 Shroud, fantastic. 6 Clues, fantastic. As an action, move an enemy to a connecting location. Grimoire once per game. That's absurd text. Wow, that's really good. We can set up a trap into that. Reaction, after you discover the last clue from this location, heal 2 damage from the captives, group limit once per game. So the captives are still at full 10 health, but we can heal 2 from them, which could matter. I do think we want to keep them as healthy as possible. There's like a challenge goal, but that's 2 Shroud with a lot of clues, and we like a lot of clues. We also can put a trap here at our location. Just putting like a trap down is fine. I think we have more clues than we know what to do with. We also could have used a trap when we're at this location before we left, but now that I saw this location, I don't feel good about that. Mind you, it has 6 clues. Miguel's face is slightly in the way. All right, so I guess we're going to find out how good the chemistry set is. So we're going to last action. We're going to use the chemistry set. So we're investigating 5 to 2. Being up +3 means it's really hard to fail by 2, which is good. I guess we will fast play the magnifying glass here for 1, which means we're at 6 to, and mind you, our hands are now full. I'll put our hands together. I'll put the chemistry set up here. So we're 6 to 2. 0 would be so sick. God, 0 would be so good. Skull is -3, so we get no text. 5, 4, 3. Yeah, we succeed by 1. Okay, good. We get a clue. Wow. Chemistry set. That's it. Enemy phase. So this thing hits a barrier. This thing hits a barrier. Sorted. This thing will just wake up in a second. I guess I'll just do that now. These enter. They ignore the fire, but we can do lie in wait on whatever the first one enters. Doing 1 damage to it is a bit useless because they full heal. So I think we're just going to discard the lie in wait so we can replace it in a second. The other lie in wait is still in our discard pile, so we'd have to grab it back with do or die. So I'm okay with that. But yeah, we're going to now fight it because you can fight a aloof enemy. Because lie in wait doesn't care. It doesn't care that you engage with it. It just says fight the enemy that's at this location. So fight the enemy, you get +1 skill value. You can discard this to do 2 damage. We're fighting a slithering hybrid, which has no text in terms of like taking less damage from us because it can't be hit. Mind you, traps, lowercase t. So we're now evading or fighting, sorry, at 6 to 3 for potentially 2 damage. And we can try it again with Daniel. Can't use steady-handed. Yeah, we already used it, unfortunately. Yeah. Skull is -3, so we pass. We will discard lie in wait to do 2 damage, which they eroded this card functionally. They made it a lot better. And then that's it. Cool. Fire does not burn the slithering hybrid. It's immune, and we do our upkeep. So card and credit. Everything here readies. We draw an emergency cache. That's amazing. Just like 3 credits and a fast draw is fantastic. On this side, we ready steady-handed, Ajax, and the chem set. We want to get a boost for fight. I mean, that's a boost for fight. We do have charisma, as much as we don't have any allies that take up a slot so far. But that's good. All right, Doom. We're more than halfway through. 6 of 10, so a bit more. We have to draw 2 enemies. So we're going to get through the deck next round. So first enemies for Joe. It's another Capra hybrid. I think we have choices here. So it says outer fields location with the fewest enemies. So it's totally our choice. It will take 1 damage if we put it on fire. We forgot to put a trap here. I forgot to put a trap here with Joe. We were meant to do that. We can only do it during our turn, but that would have been kind of nice. So I don't know where we want to put this. I mean, we can set up the makeshift bomb soon. So like just dumping barriers here is fine. I think Joe can probably shoot this with Logan. I mean, money willing. That's the issue. Yeah, I guess we'll use the autopsy report for +2 fight. So I think we can get these here. This thing ignores decoys. I mean, that's fine. That's fine. We'll probably hit this with the bow, then come back with loner. We'll set these up for the dynamite blast, maybe. This we can deal with the ravenous myconid. That seems okay. Okay, molting hybrid. This is another one that Joe can deal with. I would love it to spawn on it. It's south though. So we have a pile up here at the bottom. So this one ignores barriers because it flies, and it does have aloof. So it will just enter this location and attack the captives, not us, unless we can fast engage it or do some sort of cool text. Joe draws the first encounter card. There's one fire in here. Fungal rot. Ooh. This one's hard to get rid of. So attached to an item asset, it will have blank text. Test 3 fight to discard fungal rot to unblank the item. And if you do, if you fail, you take a damage. I mean, you know what this is getting attached to, don't you? I'm just going to put that there. We just don't have to worry about that. That's an item. It's a bit rotted. Don't touch it. It's gross. Flash flood. Sick. Doesn't matter. The farm is now a good old healthy 8 shroud, and it is underwater. It's definitely raining. I love flash flood with the 5 downpours. I mean, it does feel like we built something that makes sense. Okay, what's going on here? We have our whole turn. That was not a bad encounter phase. So things we have to do. We want to shoot this. We have to drop a bunch of barriers. We can definitely get a clue or two. We can fast travel here with Ajax for an action. We can dump a whole bunch of barriers and just allow them to set up. Next turn is actually a really good turn, actually this turn, for us to drop the dynamite here, because we can make the Capra hybrid enter first and it will do 3, 3, 3. The issue is the molting hybrid is like kind of immune to dynamite because the molting hybrid only takes 1 from anything. It doesn't have to be an attack. So it'll only do 3 to the hybrid, 1 to the 3 to the Capra, 1 to the molting hybrid, which is not perfect. But yeah, that's probably it. Like, I think we have enough clues to like really survive for a while. Like in theory, if you just ignore enemies, besides the enemies that ignore barriers, which is only the flying stuff, and the myconid deals with the flying stuff, you can just like hunker down in the central area and just be like, cool, come at me. I don't think we want to do that. Like we do want to clear things, but it is a cool thing we want to do. This place we want to light on fire. And if we get into here and light it on fire, all these will take a bit of damage, which is nice. And then barriers plus fire, A+ strat. Because I think this is the last place that can light itself on fire. The issues we need to get in there, we need to spend an action. Ajax notably says that we ignore the first attack of opportunity. Yeah, so that's kind of cool. But it's only your first action each round, so kind of like the same text. It's funny how Dr. Armitage has like half the same text as a horse. You figure out who's better. Is it Dr. Armitage or is it a horse? Armitage? What is his name? Dr. Armitage? Is that Dr. Henry Armitage? Yeah. Dr. Henry Armitage, your first action does not provoke attacks of opportunity. Okay, not bad. A lot of soak, good stats. Or a horse. Similar. Yeah, fire's not bad. Fire's really not that bad. Yeah. Okay, fire. All right. I think Miguel can go first here. I think Miguel's really incentivized to shoot this thing with a bow and arrow. So first action, Miguel is going to walk out into the barn. This thing engages him. It's a lupine hybrid. It does have retaliate, but I think our numbers should be good enough. So we're going to attack this with the longbow as a free action with Judith. She's been so good. So we're attacking 7 to 3, which is the sort of numbers you want on this. I wonder if a lion weight here is actually good. It does 1 to the hybrid or 1 to the molting hybrid. They're both hybrids. I think doing 1 to the molting hybrid's a bit better. But I could see us do or dying on this, because I think getting the lion weight to place here is really good. I mean, this turn is probably the emergency cash turn anyways. But it's really good to get the hybrid, to get the trap down there. We'd have to do it this turn. It's only going to fire once, though. Yeah, it's not that good. I'd rather do the makeshift bomb. All right, sorry, 7 to 3. Oh, that's bad. Oh, that's really bad, actually. So we can't cancel this with scrape by, which means we fail. This is the first time we pulled an auto fail, which is pretty good. So we can go again, but it's after the lupine hybrid heals, after it hits us. So it attacks us because it has retaliate. We could have evaded it first, but it's not a really good action. So we have to take 1 and 1. So we'll take 1 damage and 1 horror. I mean, that's good. Dog, bird, squid, and black Philip. What the heck does that mean? We'll go again with Daniel. But the thing is now this is at 4 health, so this is not going to shake it. Yeah, that is actually pretty bad. Damn. All right, so now 8 to 3. I'm glad we didn't do or die. A -2. This thing takes 3 damages down to 1. We can't add traps to this location. We could put a trap on it and then move in with Loner, but we can't attach it. Because we kept saying hybrid, but they're all hybrid, so we nicknamed them. Oh, which one is Black Phillip? There's dog, bird, goat, fish, and I don't know what the other one is. All right, that sucks. This thing's on us. We've spent 1 action so far. We could just evade it, which is not amazing. But like, if we attack it, it still has retaliate. Our bow is exhausted. So I think we are kind of incentivized just to evade this. That hurt. We are pretty banged up as much as we have allies, and the knapsack has soak too. So I think we're just going to evade this thing. We're 5-1. It's not a good action at all. Skull is -3, so we succeed. Okay, I'm just going to loner back here. We can fast play an emergency cache or play the makeshift bomb. Again, the makeshift bomb will do 3 damage to this, 3 damage to this, 1 damage to this. As far as the makeshift bomb goes for this scenario, it's pretty good. So if that's the case, we'll use the makeshift bomb with Miguel's knapsack. So we're going to use this as if it's in a neighboring location. So we're going to spend all our resources and we're going to attach the bomb here. So when something enters this location, we can blow it up for 3 damage. And that means we can, it's not forced. So the hybrid can enter, then the molting hybrid can enter, and then we can blow the bomb up, which will do a lot of damage to weaken things. Ideally, we draw something that does 1 damage to a bunch of different things. Like we have 1 card in our deck. If we draw it, it's really quite good for us because it's the one that does 1 damage at everything around us. I think it doesn't hit elites though. The elaborate distraction has some elite text on it. Oh, it can't evade elites, but it can damage elites. So doing 1 damage to this, 1 damage to this would be really quite good. Yeah. Nickname the capper to Andre because he's the goat. Thank you, Samuel. All right. So we did move, free arrow, evade, fast move, fast event. So functionally all we've done is move. Right? I think all we've done is move because it was again move, which is a real action. We did fast move. We did fast fight. No, we did a real evade. So we have 1 more action still. I think we always have to just reload the longbow. And I think we're going to have Joe deal with all the barriers we have to put up. Yeah, that's probably it. Okay, not a great turn. Could be better. Joe wants to get clues. Joe wants to move in here, but then Joe needs to end the turn in here because ending the turn in here is really important because then he can put the barriers up. Notably, you can only drop the barriers during your turn, I think. It says during your turn, yeah. So like Miguel could spend a barrier here for safety. I think we'll just do that. Before Miguel ends his turn, he will just spend a clue to drop a barrier to keep them out because we just need to keep the loop on hybrid out. So at least that's fine. He has no clue, so Danpor might just mean he loses his turn if he draws 1 of them. I mean, that's pretty bad. And we didn't do the farmhouse text, which that's also pretty bad. But now we can have a bit more freedom on Joe. So Joe, we'll start with the outer fields. We're no longer going to be using the chemistry set. Surprise! It is rotted. So this is, again, the Bloody Paths. It has good text on it. And I love how every card has text that allows you to interact with this scenario. So we can investigate. We don't really have the economy to happily grab our Uncanny Growth and put more counters. 2 counters is enough because they'll deal with the Slithering Hybrid. So I don't think we're going to invest in it more. So I think we're just going to investigate here. We're at 5-6-2. This might be a turn that we play on E-Cache because I want to get Logan down. -4, I mean, that's good enough. We'll get a clue and we'll draw a card. There's a lot of weaknesses in our deck. We found our Mouse Mask, which like, no, probably not it. It's better now than Steady-Handed is ready. Yeah, but it's rotted, right? The issue is we have the fungal rot on it. I think that's what it's called. Yeah, so it's blank. So it doesn't actually work. I think I'm leaning back a bit. Yeah, that seems a bit nicer. It's better now, yeah, but it says unfortunately it's blank. Okay, second action, we'll just walk into here. So this thing engages us. It's the Lupine Hybrid. This one has Retaliate, and if the Retaliate goes off, it's pretty bad. We do have only 1 action to deal with this one, and it's bitten us once before. So we have to fight this thing. We're gonna use the 1911, so we're only 5-3, which is not brilliant, but we're just gonna throw the autopsy report on top of it to make it 7-3. It's still not guaranteed, but it's pretty good as far as tests go. Nothing's guaranteed. Elder Sign. I mean, that's a breath of fresh air. So we do succeed. So it's dealt with, which means we dealt with, well, I was going to say 2 enemies, but that's not how it worked out. And says you succeed, draw a card to gain a resource. You can't choose not to do that, which means we could draw our weakness to your last action, which sucks. We drew a better deduction. Oh, we have 2 good deductions in the deck? No, that can't be right. That must be a mistake. And we gain a resource. The resource is great. I don't think we have 2 upgraded deductions. I think that's a mistake. So I'm going to treat this deduction as if it was a bad deduction, because I don't think we've upgraded both of them. I think we only upgraded one of them. I think this is a broken deck. Let me see if there's an extra deduction in here. I think we did not upgrade both of them. Maybe I did. I have to check an Arkham DB, but I just want to see if we have another deduction left in the deck. No. Okay, so we're going to treat one of these deductions as if it was a level 0 one, which is just one book icon as you see it below my face. They're not both upgraded, I don't think. Okay, so that was 3 actions. That's it. We could do a fast move with a pasture if we wanted to. That could bring us in. So during your turn, if pasture has a trap on it, move to connecting location. So we could just drop a clue for a trap on this. I mean, I don't see why we wouldn't. We have enough clues, so we can just drop a trap here. And then we can fast move to here so that we're together so we can boost each other. I mean, that seems fine. We can continue moving for resources, but I think that's all of our turns. So now it's the enemy phase, and this is going to be a good one. So the Slithering Hybrid enters the Vineyard. It heals 1, but that's not real text. This thing would enter the Lupine, but the berry gets in the way. The Molting Hybrid enters, fine. And then the Capra Hybrid enters, and we're going to choose here to fire the Makeshift Bomb. The Makeshift Bomb goes off. It deals 3 damage to every enemy and every investigator's location. So the Lupine Hybrid's on 1 health. The Molting Hybrid can only take 1 damage, and the Capra Hybrid has 2 health. So still slightly ugly, but we can definitely go in there and start blasting. So it's 1, 2, 3. No, it's 1, 2, 2. Excuse me. Yeah, 1, 2, 2 is not too bad. Again, unfortunately, the Molting Hybrid is not like the best use of this because it can only take 1 damage. But still, that did 7 damage for a single event, which is, I mean, pretty good. Okay, that's it. Card and credit, this wakes up. Has 1 health too. That's unfortunate. If we draw our elaborate distraction here, we're going to look incredible. That being said, we don't have resources, but emergency cash into elaborate distraction here would be just like the best possible play. Flash Flood is gone. Card and credit. Elaborate distraction 1 time. No, it's a rope trap, which I forgot that we had this in the deck. We definitely want to put this somewhere. I can't tell where. It would be nice on top of the fire because it knocks out 2 health things, but I think we've seen most of the 2 health things. That's this. I believe this is reloaded. On our side, we just draw a card. It's a perception that's perfect. We can jump this into the good deduction and get an absurd amount of clues from the farmhouse. That being said, we probably have to fight this turn. I don't know if there's enough berries in the world. And specifically, the bird will fly into us, which I think we want to use our Ravenous Myconid on this instead. So we're probably going to have to shoot one of these with a bow. Notably, the bow ignores aloof, and the Molting Hybrid is aloof. So that's a pretty good interaction point. All right. We only have a couple more turns here. Doom goes to 7 of 10. So you know the drill. We're just going to shuffle the deck in a second. So it's going to be empty. So first card technically for Joe is another Equine Hybrid. So this is the horse. This spawns east. So I wish we put a trap there. We forgot. Never mind. It ignores traps. So we would have been punished. 3 health, can only take 1 damage a turn. Sorry, love. Oh, good night, love. Maddie, can you do me a favor? Can you, are you using the fan? Sorry, 1 second, y'all. Yes, and then you can close the door because I know you're gonna hear me. I'm gonna be loud. Then another Equine Hybrid, North. Okay, so these are the ones that are immune to traps, which is a bit annoying. I don't know when you're meant to shuffle this deck. I think it's in a second. So I don't know if it's when it's empty or when you're meant to draw a card. It's okay. Oh, you can close the door if you want. I got a little fan to stay cool because it's gonna get warm in here. Okay, cool. So I just want to see what it says for the deck. So it says the enemy deck. The enemy deck is its own discard pile and is immune to player card effects, non-weaknesses. If the enemy deck is empty, shuffle the enemy discard pile back into the enemy deck. Okay, so it happens immediately. So it's not like you wait until, you know, something else goes into here. Like, the question is, do you shuffle immediately or do you shuffle when you need to draw? And you shuffle immediately. Oh, Nanako's visiting. I hope she doesn't hop up on this table because it's way too busy for a cat. Oh, it's all good. Thanks, love. Sorry? Yeah, sure. Okay. Thank you. There's another fan, small fan coming. Okay. That's that. We still have to draw encounter cards. So first encounter card is for Joe. There's still 1 fire in the deck. Desiccation. I mean, that's probably not that bad. I'm the final boss, and you are. So now it's a damage to play cards for this round, which for both our players, that's okay. Thanks, love. You want to close the door? Oh, that's the idea though. They can close the door. That's why I have the fans. No love, please do. All right, we got fan technology. Oh yeah, don't close it all the way. She needs to escape. Sorry, Nan, you're trapped now. Second card, Endless Nights. Okay, this is one of the cards from this set. Peril. You must decide. Remove one doom from the agenda. Deal 2 damage to the captive story asset. Take 3 direct damage and 3 direct horror. So we have the ability for Miguel to just defeat himself. Dealing 2 damage to the captive story asset is like the one that doesn't cost us anything, but besides, like, we want to keep them healthy. And I do think the scenario cares, the final resolution cares if they're hurt or not. Remove a doom means we have to survive another turn, which is like the most expensive thing here. Now, the cool thing is we found these bloodied paths. So if we do just like put damage on them, we can like go here and get the last clue, and that heals 2 damage from the captives. There's, I think, 1 more Endless Nights in the deck, but I think we're just going to go and put 2 damage on them, right? Like when they take damage, nothing bad happens, right? The captives. But I think we're now going to try and heal them because we do feel bad about that. But yeah, unfortunately, I think that's the cheapest option for us for sure. Okay, that's the encounter phase, so not too bad, but the problems are still definitely on the table. We can defeat one of these aloof ones. The problem is if they enter here, they won't attack us, but they'll attack the hybrids. Oh, sorry, they'll attack the captives, which is not good. This ignores everything. This ignores barriers, so we cannot stop this. We can stop these guys, though, and it just costs us 2 clues, which is not that bad. The Equine hybrid can get hit by a decoy, which is probably pretty good. Captives are healthy right now? Yeah, they're only taking... We've lost the first 2 captives, if you want to say there's 10 captives. So if we go into there, we can fight this thing. I mean, it has Retaliate, which is kind of scary. As much as 3 health shouldn't be that bad. But that's not great. We don't want to play cards this turn because of Desiccation. I wanted to play an Emergency Cache with Miguel. I don't think we can take a damage on Miguel for fun. I mean, this is a bit sketchy. Miguel probably has to do something heroic, like enter here, do fight... Yeah. All of these are elite besides the molting hybrid. There's a really cool line too. Like we can go into oh no, because we'll be here. Yeah, so we could like drag the enemies into the farmhouse and then use Ravenous Myconid twice. Maybe Joe wants to go into here, defeat this aloof, then come back in there. We can fast travel with clues. But we might want to go out, go back in. But yeah, this turn actually is a bit tricky because we didn't draw our elaborate trap. I mean, there's still 2 enemies in our discard pile, or sorry, in our deck. So like we got kind of lucky in the draw, but elaborate would be so nice here. It like pings 4 enemies in a meaningful way. We did not draw it though. Yeah, what do you do here? This is good to hit with the bow and arrow. This is good with the hit with the bow and arrow. They're both aloof, but we have problems on all sides. This is dealt with. So actually we only have problems on this side. So this one will always come in. So that means the Nid can deal with it. So it's these 3 things. Aloof sucks. Like that's just hard to deal with. So like, I don't think there's a way for us to use the Ravenous Myconid twice this turn because there's just not enough clues. Oh, actually the Ravenous Myconid could work twice because the amount of clues doesn't actually matter. Yeah, it doesn't actually matter. Oh no, the Vineyard has text. Again, this scenario is so cool where every single piece of text matters, but the Vineyard says engage an enemy at this location. So the aloofness on the Slithering hybrid is not relevant. We can just enter there and fight too. We could shoot at the 1911. So Joe could go into there, shoot the Slithering hybrid, hope for the best, then move back, and then defeat this thing when it enters this location. Just E-cache and draw the elaborate easy. I mean, we have to take a damage when we play the E-cache and another damage when we have to play elaborate distraction because of this. So like, I'm scared. I don't want to do that. Desiccation says you have to take a damage. I don't think it has to be direct, but like we only have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 health left. I guess that's still a lot, but like Daniel and Judith are worth keeping alive. I worry that there's a treachery that does 1 damage to your allies. There's usually a card like that in Hemlock. Yeah. I mean, like, Gorilla is also really good this turn because Gorilla avoids aloof, but like taking a damage sucks. Like maybe we hit Judith for 1. We deal with the hybrid. Because in theory, it's like better to use Ravenous Myconid on the Molting hybrid because it's the one that can only take 1 damage a turn. And that is way more important that you eat it than anything else. This one has Retaliate. This one doesn't. We can move in, shoot this with a bow. We could attack this twice. I mean, that's hard. We could evade this. Like, funny enough, we could move into here. We could let Joe go first. Joe could enter here. He could do shoot. Thinking if we have a boost. We do. We have a boost, but it's a pretty good boost. We could boost with Logan to shoot. Playing Logan also sucks because it's expensive. Because we need to take a resource. We could do resource Logan, move, shoot. No, that's not good either. Yikes. Yikes. Okay, hold on. There has to be a good way to doing this. You keep looking at it, eventually you'll find a good way of doing it. We can put up a bunch of barriers. Like, we can also just spend 2 clues and not sweat it. Like, we can spend 2 clues to deal with these guys. Somebody can deal with the Slithering Hybrid, no problem. Like, maybe that's fine, as we just put up clues. I could see that being okay. It's just like we take a turn off. Again, we only have to survive a couple more turns, and we already have like 9 clues and the ability to get so many more clues this turn. Yeah, that's probably fine. I think we can just go for the clues. One of us just has to deal with one of these, and I think we'll probably deal with the Slithering Hybrid using the bone arrow. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I think that's fine. I think we can push the turn off. Like, we're going to have a bigger problem next turn, but the bigger problem is the Equine Hybrid, which, I mean, we kind of want to put a trap in here. So maybe Joe has to end his turn here to deal with this or this. Wow. It is difficult. It is difficult. All right. I think, funny enough, Miguel can deal with this better. Joe can deal with this. So we can enter, we can fast engage, we can shoot, we can just come back. We want to spend 2 resources, we can save an action, but it's not that good this turn. So yeah. And then we want to put a thing here that does 1 damage to the Equine Hybrid. Man, putting this on fire would have saved us so much time, but we couldn't get there. So I think Miguel will go first. No, Joe will go. No, but Joe ends his turn there. We're just not getting a loner to fire this turn. I think there's no way around it. Yeah, we're just not getting a loner to fire. So Miguel will go first. First action, he moves into the barn. The Lupine Hybrid's on us. It has retaliate, and failing the retaliate will be pretty bad. We could fight, but again, we're kind of low in health. So we're going to use a longbow for free with Judith. So we're attacking this. We're at 7-3, which is pretty good numbers. Can't be a loner when you're a hero. I mean, you can be a loner hero. There's nothing wrong with that. Sometimes you're the heroic one who goes into the fiery building on your own. 7-3. -3. We defeat the Lupine Hybrid. So 1 enemy down this turn is a good start. Okay, so that's only 1 action. We still can't loner. We're going to... Oh, we don't have a clue on Miguel. We sent the wrong guy. We sent the wrong guy here. Oh, well, enemies were here. They get +1 damage. I don't think that has mattered yet. No, that did matter because I think he got attacked here. Somebody got attacked in the barn. I don't remember who, but the barn actually has text that makes the attacks worse. If someone remembers who got attacked here, but I think we failed the attack in the pasture. No, we failed the attack in the barn, I think. I think maybe Miguel might have wanted to take 1 more damage or had to take 1 more damage. We forgot that text. Yeah, Joe has no clues. So going here was kind of silly. Yeah, Joe was up there. Joe was up there, but he has taken no damage. He's at full health. Something's weird. I know he was up there, but maybe we didn't fail an attack there. Maybe we failed the attack here. I think we failed the attack here because it healed. Oh, actually, yeah, this is not a good turn. Because yeah, we can't. I thought we were gonna drop a clue, but I forgot we didn't have a clue. So we needed to pick up a clue first at the farmhouse, but now the turn's kind of scuffed. So we can't. Oh, we can technically do that to get loner value. We can do second. That we can use the farmhouse. I mean, I don't like this term, but like we're kind of priced into it. So we're going to use the farmhouse now. The farmhouse? So we use loner. Then second action, we'll use the front of farmhouse, sorry, to get a clue. So we'll just gain a clue from the token bank. Sorry, well, that's our first actions move in, free actions fight, second actions move back, third actions get clue, fast action is loner into the barn. Then we'll spend the clue at instant speed to drop a decoy. Not a good turn. I think we found the worst turn we could have taken. All right, we're going to swap over to Joe. All Joe needs to do is deal with the Slithering Hybrid, which should just be a pretty straightforward fight. I don't want to play any cards this turn for obvious reasons. Joe's just going to pump out 2 clues to drop 2 barriers. So that's good. So that will stop 2 of these enemies. This thing will come in. We won't spend resources. We'll just first move. We'll fast Vineyard, engage the Slithering Hybrid. We could defeat it immediately, but I don't want to play Uncanny Growth because we take a damage. No, we can take a damage. What are we doing? before we do this, do we just like play eCash Logan? Because like we have all the health in the world here. If we do eCash Logan, we'll be on 2 resources we can move. Are those berries from MOM? No, they're from Gloomhaven. Same with these traps. They're Gloomhaven tokens, yeah. Mansions does have berries, you're right. I could have opened those. They're not bad too. They don't have lures, but they definitely have barriers. They don't have traps. Yeah, I mean that's fine. We'll engage the hybrid. We're fighting the hybrid 5-3, which is not even favored. If we throw Logan, we can make it 6-3. I don't want to throw the vicious blow at it. But yeah, this is not great. I haven't played Gloomhaven. Yeah, it's cool. It was a really nice present I got when I was in university. I haven't played all of it. I think the mobile the app is like a way easier way to engage with it now at this age, just because the setup time is like kind of nonsense. But I'm very, very glad to have played as much Gloomhaven as I have. Yeah, this is not good. I mean, we can get lucky. If it fails, like we can take 2 shots of this. We can do move, shoot, shoot. Because we've done nothing, right? The problem is we have to go back. So just to make things safe, to get into here, I'm going to do the farmhouse text, and I'm going to spend 2 resources to get an action. So look at us. We're the Corset character. I can't remember the name of it at this point. The original rogue who could spend 2 to get an action. I mean, that's good enough. So I think we're just going to fight this with our 1911. We spent a bullet. So we're 5-3. The deck has a fair few -3s here, which is not making me super confident. We could also just like end our turn here, and the Slithering Hybrid will hit us for 2. Because patrol only happens if, yeah, this might be smarter. Because patrol only happens if they're not engaged. So actually, let's rewind that turn. Because I think worst case scenario, oh no, because we have to end our turn there. Oh man, why is this turn so hard? I think we did it backwards. Like we should have sent, no, maybe not. Okay, rewind, start a turn. We've spent 2 clues, that's totally fine. Do we eCash Logan? No, we can't. We're a resource short. I mean, just fighting 5-3 is not good enough. The average bag result is like -3, and if we pull a bad token, it can get really bad for us. So I don't want to deal with that. We can't stop this thing moving because it's immune to everything. So the worst case scenario is you go in there and you just engage it last action, which actually might be the play. I could see us just going in there engaging it last action. So we still have 3 actions. We can always get a clue for free. We can always investigate for free. But I do think we'll just hero. Oh no, because then this goes in. Why do I keep talking myself in a circle? Maybe Miguel has to take a damage here. I think Miguel might have to take a damage. I think it saves us a fair bit. Because this is technically still Miguel's turn if we want it to be. But Miguel can play an event for free. And Miguel can play guerrilla tactics using the knapsack and can attack something 2 locations away, ignoring Galoof. And so you could fight this 2-fight thing. And then this thing we can just defeat with the Ravenous Myconid. The other options, we could fast travel into here. We could defeat the Ravenous Myconid fast. We can move back. We could recharge the Ravenous Myconid. Wait, that's a way better turn. Yeah, actually, that's a sick turn in hindsight. Yeah, let's do that. So we have to get a lot of clues. So we have to move, clue. The problem is if we fail this test, we're going to take some damage to our captives. Let's just not fail the test, huh? We just need to succeed by 2 on the test. And we have to do it after we do this. So no matter what, we only have 1 shot at it. No, that's not true. We have 2 shots at it. We're going to end up taking 2 damage, but I don't think that actually really matters. Yeah, I like this actually a lot better. So first action. Fast action. We're going to spend 2 resources to enter this location using the fast travel. Then we're just going to use the Ravenous Myconid, which notably does not exhaust. So Ravenous Myconid says, choose a non-elite enemy at your location, check. With equal or fewer remaining health to the amount of growth counters. Defeat the enemy, remove all growth counters. Perfect. So we wanted to do that with one of them, but I think we're going to try and do it to both of them. So that is no actions. No actions. It doesn't even have to be engaged with us. First action will go back to the farmhouse. Fast action, we'll use the Ravenous Myconid to add this to our hand. Then second action, we'll play it. So it's Uncanny Growth. It costs us our last resource. We take a damage, which is fine. We have so much health, so we'll go down to 6. And now we have to succeed by a lot. We need to succeed by at least 2 here, because if we succeed by 2, means when this molding hybrid enters, we can defeat it between the time it moves and before it attacks. There's a window between, there's a fast window between things moving for hunter and patrol that you can interact, you can attack, evade if you have a fast way to do it. So this is pretty good. Uncrowning is a discard that you cannot get it back. Oh, thank you. Yeah, okay. So we want to only pull this if we're going to play it. That's really good to know. If you end up discarding this, it's a nightmare until you like draw it naturally after you shuffle your deck or some nonsense. But we're now investigating. We're currently at, what are we at? I think we're at 6 to 5. Sorry, 6 to 4, which is, we need to succeed by a lot. So a perception will make it 8 to 4. And then I think we might as well commit good deduction to this. Good deduction. No, we can just do the small deduction. Wait, no, we need to succeed by a lot. So again, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and this is good deduction. So if you succeed by 2, which is what we're trying to do anyways, we'll get 3 clues. So we're only 5, 6. We're at 10 to 4. There's a chance small deduction here is fine. But I mean, we want to succeed by a fair bit anyways. So 10 to 4. We have one more action left after this. -2. Nice. So 9, 8 to 4. We succeed by 4. Now the extra counters are not going to matter, but we put 4 counters on Ravenous Myconid. We get 3 clues. We draw 1 card from Perception and 1 card from our ability. We draw Logan and a Bounty. I mean, Bounty is going to be good. We've been short on credits. Okay, that was a really good turn. So we figured out what to do here. This is removed from the game. Because now when this thing enters, we can use the Ravenous Myconid. So that was phenomenal. We ended up spending 2 resources to get a free move action, which turns out wasn't so super necessary here. But that's okay. We can move it to here, drop a decoy that can buy us some time and does 1 damage to this, which actually makes sense. And then we can fast travel back with the pasture. I think that's probably worth it. The only other thing we can do is play the emergency cache, which like also is worth it because next turn we'll be able to play Logan. As much as playing the emergency cache now will deal 1 damage to us. I mean, we only have a couple more turns left and we have so much health in the world. So I could also just see us playing E-cache. But I think doing 1 damage to the Equine Hybrid is actually pretty good. So for a last action, we'll just pop out here to the pasture. We'll spend a clue at this location to drop decoy, which the hybrid will get eaten by. And then during your turn, if the pasture has a trap, you can move to connecting location. So we'll go back to the farmhouse, which is where we need to stay. It took us a while, but I do think that was one of the better versions of the turn. Besides, I'm not happy with Miguel's turn. I think that could have been better, but that is definitely good enough. Steady-handed, we could have increased it by 1 more. Fine, that won't matter, but technically we could have done that. All right, enemy phase. Equine Hybrid enters this location. It's immune to traps because it just jumps over them as a horse. Equine Hybrid. But we'll hit it with the decoy, so it'll take 1 damage and it won't ready for the next round. So this only takes 1 attack at a time or 1 damage at a time. So doing 1 damage like fast is really quite good, especially because it's on the short track. Next, we're going to move in the Molting Hybrid. Now, it enters this location. It's not going to do anything, but it does enter the location. But it says, where's the text on it? I think it's on the captives. So the captive says, during the enemy phase, each ready unengaged enemy of the farmhouse attacks as though it were engaged the captive. So it's entering, and now it's going to attack. But there is technically a fast window between movement during the enemy phase and attack during the enemy phase, in which we can use the Ravenous Myconid. We can remove 5 counters, and we'll just delete it because it's not elite. So that's what we're trying to play around. So we did defeat a bunch of enemies this turn, which is good. These 2 things try to get in, but they get blocked by the barriers. Same thing here. The Equine Hybrid enters. It will be engaged with us and attack us. Instead, it's going to take 1 damage and it won't wake up. So it has 2 health left. Oh, that was good. That was a really good turn. Card and credit. I mean, I wish we had more traps on the table, but we'll get to that. We draw another bounty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Too many cards in hand. I mean, the bounty has a fist icon. I don't think the mouse mask matters. It's the only willpower icon in her hand, though. Actually, the Pearl Diary is not that good. I mean, I'll keep it in case it comes up, but it probably won't. And then on the other side of the table, we draw a Blood Drinker. Great. So this spawns in our location. It has 3 health. Our arrow is not loaded. Immediately we could take an attack opportunity, sort of. We don't have Ajax, so the first attack opportunity goes through, but we might need a bit of help with that. We didn't drop a rope trap. Again, our money's not really good. We want to play E-Cache, but unfortunately Desiccation. If we didn't take that, again, 6 damage for horror in turn 1, we definitely would have tanked the Desiccation pretty well. But that goes there. Okay, good time to use bounty after eating the bird. Oh, yeah, actually you're right. Investigate your location, get a total of X resources. Play if an enemy location is defeated. I think the Ravenous Myconid just defeats. Yeah, we had 1 in our hand. You're right. We gained some information. But choose a non-elite enemy location. Remove all growth. Defeat the enemy. Yeah, we're going to play this bounty. It technically causes us to take 1 damage because the thing was still in play. What's it called? The desiccation. But we'll just go ahead and take 3 health, 3 resources. That's a good catch. Yeah. Thank you. I forgot that does generally defeat things. All right, we only have to survive for a couple more turns. Ideally, we enter the outer fields to fully heal these things. That will be like our nice stretch goal, but Doom is added. We're at, what is it, 8 of 10. So we only have to survive. As soon as it hits 10 Doom, we advance. So functionally, we only have 2 more turns, right? Like the game's over. First counter card, this is technically Joe's card, is the Molting Hybrid, spawns west. We just saw one of these. It ignores barriers, but it will get hit by the fire. It only takes 1 damage a turn. So we're kind of incentivized to add something that does 1 damage at this location because it will heal when it enters the vineyard, and healing the Molting Hybrid is pretty bad. Miguel's technical draw is an Equine Hybrid. So same thing, only takes 1 damage a turn, which is really good with the rope trap. It's going to spawn west, so at the same place. So they will both heal with the vineyard. So we need to put barriers here, but the Molting Hybrid flies over it. So this is the next non-elite thing that we can defeat by, oh, mind you, the Equines are non-elite. That's a really good interaction point for us. All right, encounter card. Joe? Incursion, we've already drawn this on the wrong person. Oh, this is going to be quite bad. Oh, Christ. Test X agility. X is half of the number of Doom in play. So currently we are 3 to 4. We cannot boost because we're not together. For each point you fail by, choose a different mutated enemy nearest to the farmhouse. Ready it. Each chosen enemy moves, engages, and attacks as if it were the enemy phase. That's bad. We could get hit by a lot of different things. Luckily, he's healthy. But that's bad. Notably, you cannot drop traps during this test. It has to be, again, during your turn. So that's good. I mean, I guess we'll commit the 1 of 8 icon we have and just hope for the best. So we are currently, we have +1 because of Rosa. We are 4 to 4. I don't think this will kill us, but it'll be very bad. Oh, good. -1. We failed by 1. So we have to choose the nearest mutated enemy, ready it, it moves, and attacks as if we're the enemy phase. Okay. So this one heals. It hits for less. These could ready and move in. The thing is that you have to fight them twice, which is a bit ugly. But they would come in and fight us. They're all equidistant. I think this is the easiest one. We just fight it twice at like 4 to 2. And also the Equine Hybrids don't have retaliate. We also could just get clues and defeat this at instant speed, because mind you, it's not elite. And with Ajax, our first investigation doesn't take damage. So I think we just take this. It just hits us for 2, which is slightly annoying. We'd rather take horror. Actually, we'd rather take horror. Maybe we do take the Capra. I think we do take the Capra, actually. So this enters our location and it hits us. I want to check the text on incursion. Does it say like the enemy phase? Because if it says like the enemy phase, it will exhaust. So moves, engages, and attacks as if we're the enemy phase. Okay, so that's really important Arkham text. That's very easy to forget. Anytime a card says that something attacks like the enemy phase, in the enemy phase, after it attacks, it exhausts. That is text that everyone forgets, and sometimes actually even FFG forgot, and they had to errata it and return to. But this thing is now going to hit us for 1 and 2, and then it's going to exhaust itself. Because in the enemy phase, you technically exhaust after they attack. It's just something people shortcut around because it usually doesn't matter 95% of the time because they immediately ready in the next step functionally. So we'll take 1 damage to our face because we can play around a card by having more damage, and we'll take 2 horror, which we can heal with steady-handed, which should be ready. It's now exhausted. Again, very important sometimes to remember that. Our counter card for Miguel, we'll swap over. Dissonance. Okay. This is not peril, right? Dissonance. So test 3 willpower. We're 3 to 3, so we're even. If you fail, lose an action, choose a card type, acid event, and discard all non-weakness cards of the chosen type from your hand. So we are allowed to say acid here, and this won't do anything besides lose an action. They did update the rules on must and what you can pick and stuff like that. I don't totally understand the rule changes. It looks like it won't impact this. You can still choose a thing that won't matter. They did specifically change these rules or update these rules in the last 1.1, but I don't think I remember. I didn't learn that until after Dream Eaters. I started playing in 2016. Yes. I played for like 4 or 5 years without knowing Engage did an attack of opportunity. I also played for, I think, like 6, 7 years without learning that fast assets can only be played on your turn. There's a bunch of like weird niche rules that still sneak up on you. All right, we're 3 to 3. If this fails, it's just an action loss. It's not worth boosting into. 0. Best case scenario. Okay. So It's another complicated turn. These don't wake up. The thing with these is we don't actually worry about them unless we draw a bad token. They're going to move here, and then they're going to move here, and the game's going to be over. So these are perfectly fine that we drew them at the west location, because the west location cannot catch up to us, because we draw both copies of Incursion. I don't think there's a third one. The only bad thing that can happen is if we pull the tablet token, which at least for our friend here, we can play Scrape By to dodge it. If we draw it with Joe, it's an issue. But at least there's closer enemies, so that won't matter. But these are actually totally useless. In fact, the enemies we spawn on the final turn are functionally useless too, because they're not going to get there. Like, they spawn here and they only move one at a time. So yeah, that's totally fine. So all we want to do here is basically make sure this doesn't enter. We need to put one barrier each on these and then empty outer fields, which with this deduction, we're going to say is the worst deduction. We need to get 4 clues out of here. So we're in a pretty good spot. We're actually in a really, really good spot here. I think we might have a perfect ending. Which is not super common, but like traps are so good. I mean, our traps haven't actually mattered that much. Like, we barely played a trap. We played like a glassing. I guess the lion weight did fire like 3 times, and 3 damage can matter. Okay, the blood drinker. I mean, that's an issue. We might just evade this thing. I could see us evading this thing, because if we fail, it doesn't matter. But if we fail the attack, it's pretty bad. Ideally, we want to reload the longbow and one-shot this, which we're pretty prepared to do that. So I guess Miguel can go first. So first thing he's going to do is he's going to evade this thing. We're 5 to 4. If we fail, we'll just do 6 to 4 and then boost into that one, I think. Yeah. The rope trap is good into these hybrids, but the fact that we put a lure underneath them means that they won't wake up before the snare is over. Because next turn they'll... Okay, no, that's not true. We have to drop 1 barrier, but they're not worth fighting. Okay, so evade, 5 to 4. I mean, that's incredible. That's really good. So this means we succeed and we can grab a trick or trap back, which means we can get a dynamite blast. We probably won't have to go that hard, but we evade that thing. We can search our discard for a trick or trap. I mean, lion weight is obviously really good. Clues are good. I mean, it actually might be clues, but we don't have a lot of money. I think we'll just take dynamite blast because it's like the most fun. We have money in our hands, so we should be fine. So that was first action. Second action, we'll load our longbow. Third, we'll Judith our longbow for free. So we're attacking the blood drinker. We're at 7 to 2 for 3 damage. Blasting could be good for the heal on the captives. Yeah, but we have to get over there, and I don't think Miguel has time to get over there. We also should have gone with Joe first, because now the... yeah, we messed this up, because the loner is now going to be useless, because Joe's leaving the farmhouse for sure. 7 to 2. -1, so we knock out the blood drinker. Okay, I'm going to emergency cash for free here because I don't think we need to play an event. So we'll use a free action to play the emergency cash. We need some money, so we'll gain 3, and then we'll draw a card with our knapsack. We drew a Sparrow Mask, which is a bit too little too late. So we did evade, load the longbow. We still have 1 more action, and we have a loner that we can't use. I'm just going to load the longbow and pass. Okay, we'll swap over. While we're here, because Joe is going to leave to go to the outer fields to fix it. And mind you, you can always grab somebody and move it with this outer fields. Joe fast is going to just drop 2 clues or spend 2 clues to put some barriers. We'll do 1, 2, and we'll spend 2 more clues to do 3. Okay, we'll spend 1 more clue, so I'll gain a clue. Oh, I gained 2, so I need to... Hold on, I did that wrong. So this is where then I'll gain 1. So I should be at 7. We started at 9, and I dropped 2. 1, 2, I think. I'm just going to spend 1 more in case. I think I might have messed that up. Yeah, I'm going to spend 1 more, I think. Okay, so I think we spent 3. That is no action so far. We can now use Ajax. So Ajax says move to any field location. So we'll warp all the way out of the outer fields. Notably, these all say like patrol to go to the farmhouse, so they will ignore us. The only bad thing that can happen is something can spawn on us. To deal with that, we can just spend a clue to drop a decoy, and that will deal with it for a second. So we're at the, what is it called? The Bloodied Paths. After you discover the last clue, heal 2 from the captives, they'll be perfect. We can also move an enemy to a connecting location, so we can just like warp the Lupin hybrid away if we want to stack barriers there, but that doesn't really matter. That's that. Charging the Ravenous Myconid might be worth something. So, I mean, I guess we might as well. So we'll use the Ravenous Myconid, technically the better one, so it doesn't take an action. Ravenous. Ravenous? We'll add this to our hand. Second action, we'll spend 1 to play Uncanny Growth. So we're investigating. Oh, wait, we had this on us? That's fine. It can stay on us. I forgot we had this on us. I mean, it's exhausted, so it doesn't really matter. So we'll play the Uncanny Growth here. So we spend 1 resource on it. So we're going to investigate to 2 Shroud. We're currently at 5-6. I'm going to commit the deduction. I'm pretty sure this is the lower deduction, so we're at 7. That's all we're going to boost here. So we're just 7 to 2. I think keeping Miguel's little prayer icon on the overlay in his investigator token. Little prayer icon? Wait, sorry, what do you mean? -1, so it's 6 to 2. We succeed by 4. So we get 4 charges on the Myconid, which is more than enough. We get 2 clues because of deduction, so we get 2 clues there. So we're gonna get 2, and we can draw once with our ability. We drew Dorothy, which is fine. We don't need more soak here. The deduction's out, Uncanny's out of the game. All right, so we did Ajax, we did Discover. We can go for another clue here, and we can shoot the hybrid next turn. I don't think we're in a rush. We're just going to spend a clue right now to drop a decoy. So if something enters it, it won't deal with us unless it's immune to decoys. If that's the case, we're also going to spend a clue to put a trap on the location. I don't think there's any rules that say we can't have everything. So we'll have 1 of each, which means it will actually do 3 damage to some characters that enter that or some enemies. We could shoot this, or we could just get a clue. I mean, I think we're just going to get a clue here. Okay, I think he's at the fields where Joe's. Oh, because his portrait is there. Yeah. Unfortunately, he's not there. We would like a friend. So we're just going to investigate 1 more time. We're 6 to 2. We were ahead by 4, so steady-handed doesn't do anything. But there's a chance we could heal a horror on this if we're lucky. 6 to 2. +1, 7 to 2. Succeeded by too much. We'll just get a clue. All right, enemy phase. These enter. 1, 2. This breaks down a wall. This stays here. That's all we have. Cool. Upkeep. We draw. Miguel's readies, Judith's readies. We draw Hunter's Instinct, which again, we upgraded this card and it can get us everything. Unfortunately, at this point, it's a bit too little too late. On this side of the table, we draw the Hemlock Curse, which I honestly think we could just let it do its thing. It says if you're end of your turn, randomly discard a card from your hand. If you commit this, it's -1, and if it fails, discard your whole hand, which again, there's no real discard punishments in this scenario, but there definitely is in some of the other scenarios, and we're pretty bad at them. This thing will now wake up. It has 2 health. It can only take 1 a turn. This thing already broke down a barrier. This thing engages Miguel. All right, that's it. Doom. We're in the witching hour, so we just have to survive these 3 actions, because as soon as this hits 10, the game is over, and we've survived the longest night, which is good. Joe getting hungry watching the needle, all the things. I mean, yeah, wait a second. Everything looks good. Okay, so 2 more enemies from the top of the deck. These probably won't matter. Where they spawn could matter. Oh, also fire hits these. We forgot that. So we're out of red dice. So the fire hits each of these. The molting hybrid's on 2. The equine hybrid's also on 2. Again, such a busy board. So the Capra hybrid says spawn outer fields location with the fewest enemies. So it can't be on us because this is here and it's ready. It's on us. So it's our choice. We might as well just put it back here. It will not reach the farmhouse in time. The last enemy we'll draw from this deck is the Lupin hybrid, outer fields east. So it's on us. Luckily, we're ready to deal with this in a couple ways. We can't defeat it because it's elite, but it ignores nothing. So when it enters this location, it'll just suddenly take 3 damage and exhaust itself because we put a trap and a decoy. So it's only had 1 health left over. We probably will just not touch it because it's not going to wake up until the scenario is over. Okay, encounter cards. Joe, we still have 1 more fire, a dissonance. Okay, this causes us to discard cards. So dissonance says, and we have to be careful. We don't want to draw any more cards here with Joe because if we draw our weakness, this is the last turn. So you don't want to draw your weakness that says get 2 fewer experience. Test 3 willpower. If you fail, lose an action, choose a card type, discard all non-weakness cards of that type. This is a bit annoying to lose an action, but at a minimum, all we have to do here is get the last clue. Our first attack is dodge because of Ajax. And then if we shoot this, we can shoot this. We'll actually gain 5 resources if we want. So we're only 2 to 3, so we're not likely to pass this. If you fail, choose all cards. This is a skill. Can I discard this? So you cannot discard cards or weaknesses from your hand unless you discard them randomly. So my guess is no. But like, this is not a random discard. This is a forced targeted discard. Because if we say skills, we have to discard all. Oh, this is not weakness cards. Okay, never mind. That solves that. We're 2 to 3. We're probably going to fail this. Worst case scenario, we draw the tablet. -2, so we fail. So we only have 1 fewer action, which I think we haven't forgotten that yet. We did pass it last time. And then we discard all non-weakness cards, so we have to choose a type. Asset, event skill, acid event skill. I think we'll just pick, I mean, I don't honestly know. Event, I think? We'll get rid of our money cards on the last turn. Okay, not too bad. One more card. Love to draw the fire on the last turn. Downpour. I mean, it's the good downpour. It's the modern downpour for us. So we have 5 agility, so 5 to 3. For each point you fail by, lose an action because we have no clues. So that's a bit rough. We probably should just commit to this because I don't think our actions, our cards matter anymore. So we'll do +2. So we're 7 to 3. Skull is -5. So we fail by 1. So we lose an action. Yeah, the skull is the half of the doom rounded up. So it actually is 5 on this last turn. I didn't realize that. We could have played around it and boosted 1 more, but we'll just lose an action. It's not like super impactful here. You got us again, downpour. At least after this day, the rain will cease, which is good. Okay, so all we want to do is empty this. There's a barrier here for this. There's a barrier here for this. We just need to get the last clue. And if we get the last clue, we can heal on the bloody paths. Outer fields. We could go explore for more outer fields. I don't know if they have victory. That's the one thing that we could check is like if another outer field has victory, but we just don't have the clue compression to get like clues off of it. I mean, I guess you could do that with Miguel, but Miguel has no way to get clues at instant speed. Like he could force 1 clue with scrape by and then get lucky. So I think that's what we do. This will hit us once, but we can just shoot it. Oh, actually we can't shoot it because it only takes 1 damage. We'll be fine. So we'll start by just fighting the Capra hybrid, I guess. So we'll attack it. We'll use a bullet. So we're 5 to 3. And then we'll just throw a vicious blow. It's an upgraded one, which is kind of overkill, but it just gives our stats up. So this vicious blow is 7 to 3. In theory, we'll do 1 more to play around the -5. So Logan Hastings, we can just do 1 more as well. If this fails, it's not the end of the world. 9 to 5. We haven't fired Rosa yet. No, we definitely will when we clear it to see what happens. We might as well. It might help us. But yeah, this is a good turn to fire her. We usually forget. Because we always want to edge, but it's obviously when the game ends, you might as well have done it. So we're at 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 to 3. Skull's -5. So good thing we played around the -5. We obviously overkilled it. The Capra hybrid is defeated. We technically did 4 damage for a bullet. All right, next we'll investigate. We don't care about the Hemlock curse. We're gonna investigate. We'll commit Dorothy. So we're at 5 + 6 + 7. So we're 7 to 2, which is again pretty good. It says not weakness, but technically only hidden cards have the can't be discarded text. Really? No, I don't. I think it's all weaknesses. I don't think you can choose to discard a non-hidden weakness from your hand. Skull is -2. Wow, we were again 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, perfect. We played around the -5 again. So we're gonna get the last clue. We're gonna choose not to draw because it's optional, which is really important. And we have a couple pieces of text to do. First, we'll do the text on the outer fields. So the text on the outer field says, heal 2 damage from the captives, glue once per game. They're at full health. And now we can go read the text on Dr. Rosa Marquez. So she says, after you discover the last clue, read that symbol. I think it's theta, but I'm not very good at Greek. This is Cantini all over again. I don't know what that is. Dr. Marquez says that she drags several heavy crates to form a barrier. She tells you more about her first and last battle in the Great War and the death of her partner. We can't die. Not like this, she says. We just have to hold out until dawn. Place 2 barriers at your location. So much better to empty the farmhouse, but there's some good story in there. The Great War in this context is the First World War. Not a lot of women fought in the First World War from my understanding, let alone I don't know who her partner is, but that's a really cool insight to some of the story behind this character who's a bit no nonsense. So we just add 2 barriers. I mean, that doesn't really matter. All right, that is 1, 2. I mean, we might as well do the Ajax ride and we find a location. We'll be able to boost. Just kidding. We'll just go ahead and Ajax to this outer fields to see what it says. Okay, it doesn't have victory. This is called the Desolate Hills, I think is what it says. 2 shrouds, 6 clues. So there's a lot of clues and a low shroud of these, which is good. During your turn, fast action. Look at the top 2 cards of the enemy deck, discard any number of them, and put the rest back in top in order. Group limit once per game. I mean, I was going to say that's pretty good text. Group limit once per game. I mean, whatever. But that's not bad. And we're going to end our turn there. So we don't really have to do much here. We can just knock out the Equine Hybrid if we want to. Otherwise, we can just full pass. It hits us for 2, so let's just evade it. I think it's safer. So we're just going to evade this thing. It has only 2 evade. So we are 5 to 2. If we fail, we can go 6 to 2 and boost this. So we don't really have to do much here. -2, we evade it. There's nothing in our deck that we can draw that gives us more victory. There's no victory on the table, clearly, so we will just simply take 2 resources. I mean, we'll just pass. Yeah, there's no reason to do anything. So we'll just gain 2, and that's it. So we have to survive the enemy phase and the upkeep phase. The one bad thing is we have a 1 in whatever this chance is to draw a weakness. If we draw our weakness, we're going to lose 2 victory. So it's not a very good chance, but like having to advance at the beginning of the round means we have a small chance with Joe to draw the bad card, which like I can't do much about that. This lupine hybrid gets hit by the barrier. This equine hybrid gets hit by the barrier. These move in, they heal, so they're full health. This enters here. It gets burnt at the end of the round, which will happen in a second. That's it. Card and credit. We have to hope we don't draw the weakness. We did! No! Are you kidding me? That's such a feels bad. I was saying that we don't have a lot of ways to use experience, but it says when you search, when this comes up, when the game ends, you are eliminated if this card is, sorry, when the game ends or you are eliminated, if this card is in your hand, you earn 2 fewer experience. I mean, that feels terrible. The chance of drawing that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Was it 1, 2, 3, 4? 1 in 9. Yeah, 1 in 9. I mean, that sucks. We just earned 2 fewer experience. Not much we can do about that. That's awful. I saw it coming, but it's not very likely. We draw Daniel, and then we add our final doom, which means we just advance. So after the doom is placed on this, objective, survive the night and protect as many captives as possible. After doom is placed on this agenda, hits 10, advances. I'm looking for text that's not here, but we just advance here. So give me 1 second. Scenario is so fun. It reminds me so much of the blob that ate everything, which is fave. I've only played it once, and I was defeated in that scenario, so I don't remember liking it that much. But I've heard only good stuff. Final sacrifice. The first rays of dawn send streaks of violet and crimson across the skies, blotting out the stars. As you face the oncoming dawn, a fallen monstrosity rises from a heap of mangled corpses to charge towards you. You barely have time to react. The lead investigator must decide. Either each undefeated investigator suffers 1 mental trauma, or choose a resident under an investigator's control. That resident steps between you and the monstrosity, sacrificing themselves in the campaign log. Cross out their name. That resident's note record that they sacrificed themselves for the investigators. We're definitely just going to take 1 trauma each. So we're each going to take 1 horror trauma. That's not that bad. Advance the act. Man, I love the story beats like that on the back of the cards. You didn't really get that enough, I feel like, in the chapter 2 core set, which exists in the original core set. So it's good to be able to see that. But yeah, we're going to advance the act. So funny how it kind of just pinballs around, and that goes to the back of this, which means we've hit our objective. Ooh, we get better text, I think, too. By the skin of your teeth. If there are 4 few damage on the captives, there's no damage on the captives. Despite the seemingly endless onslaught, relatively few of the captives were harmed. As you survey the wrecked interior of the farmhouse, some captives weep into their hands, and others look at you accusingly. How can you convince them that their lives were worth saving? As far as they know, we have ruined the ritual, and they are no longer ascending, so there's a chance that we are actually not the good people here. We'll find out together. Resolution 1. Let me just get this out of the way. Oh man, that's so bad. Please listen, Dr. Marquez implores the captives. Each of you deserves to live a full life. We can help. You can receive care on the mainland. Tad spits in response. You've robbed us of a great privilege. We were chosen. Dr. Marquez hardly answers before a jagged plank of wood swings out from behind her, striking her on the shoulder. One of the captives holds it overhead while several others gather round. Tad looks balefully at the professor and growls. Leave. Now. Dr. Marquez rises gingerly and walks out of the farmhouse. You follow her. Idiots. We saved their lives, she scoffs. As you leave, a young girl wearing a rabbit mask peers out from under some debris. You recognize her as Rebecca, Mother Rachel's daughter. The amount of damage on the captive story asset is 0. Each investigator earns 5 bonus experience. The 1 and 2 gives you 4 bonus experience, so I think we're going to get 5 plus 2 from the bear. Unfortunately, we're going to lose 2 from dead ends, which that was just kind of bad. Skip to resolution 4. Good ending for us. That's not an easy scenario, but I do think we have investigators that are really well suited for it. The morning sun beats down blindingly bright as you cut through the fields back to the Vale. Flecks of slick, dark liquid drip from the withered stalks as you push through. Dr. Marquez stops and runs a hand under the brittle leaves. The fields are painted with blood. But why? She wipes the blood on a handkerchief and surveys the dripping field. What kind of monster would do this? Sentencing her followers, her own daughter, to death. It's almost biblical. Rebecca pulls back her mask and shakes her head. Mother says it's our way, and she doesn't want me to die. She told me to hide. She said we were playing a game. Make yourself very small and hide near the barrels of kerosene. The animals won't smell you there. But why bring you here at all? The professor asks. Some people didn't want to come to the barn, but when Mama told them I would be there too, she said it was okay. The group falls silent as you pass from one field and back into view of the Vale, veiled in gold and under the radiant dawn. Suddenly, Dr. Marquez stops and takes you aside. We may be able to use this as leverage. Rebecca is living proof of Mother Rachel's hypocrisy, as horrible as that sounds. Everyone on Hemlock Isle will be at the feast tonight. If we ask Rebecca to tell them what Mother Rachel said to her, we may be able to sway at least some of them to leave. And if that doesn't work, we can hightail it back to the mainland and get the law involved. The professor turns to Rebecca. Can we play a game? Like last night? Your mother told me she wants you to hide until the feast. The young girl nods. Dr. Marquez lets out a manic giggle, strangely out of character for her usual controlled affect. You can't help but suppress a grin, too, despite the horrors you've just witnessed. If the Ajax story asset was under the control of an investigator at the end of the scenario, choose an investigator to add it to the deck for the remainder of the campaign. It does not count towards their deck size. We are definitely giving Miguel a horse. 100% Miguel has a horse now. Choose investigator to add Rosa Marquez story asset to their deck for the remainder of the campaign. It does not count towards the deck size. That's going to be added to Joe. Unfortunately, Joe likes Rosa starting in play, so we're not going to consistently get her. But it's nice that we now have her. She's a good card. She has good soak. She is expensive though. She costs 4. So oops, there it goes. Rotate the board. But yeah, that's not too bad at all. Notably, she told her daughter to hide behind the kerosene. If you don't know, kerosene is very, 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 very flammable. I don't know if that intention was to burn the house down, but we do see that art across fire and stuff like that. So again, it's not very obvious if Mother Rachel is sending her there to die or to burn the house down to catch the animals. Like, it is kind of open-ended, but the kerosene, yeah, might be important, I guess. Each investigator earns experience under Victory X. Each investigator may now spend the unspent experience. So we didn't get any through the interludes. So I believe we have 7 for Miguel, 5 for Joe Diamond. Update your campaign log. Record that Dr. Marquez has a plan. In the areas surveyed under the section, check off southern fields. We can never come back here again, and proceed to the final day dawn. 51, excuse me, that's the next page. All right, not too bad. I mean, I think we made that look relatively easy. I was going to say like the traps are really, really good in the scenario, but ultimately like the traps didn't fire that often. Like we fired a trap for like 1 damage, 2 damage, and we fired a glassing for 2. But it was more so just like longbow was pretty good. The movement was pretty good. We got a clues. Both of our characters had enough damage. We had way more clues than I thought we need to deal with. I think we might have biffed the clues at some point, but like Joe ended up with 9 extra clues. But I don't think I've ever played this where this has ended at full health. I do think the Ravenous Myconid opening was actually really important because the Ravenous Myconid is a very unique way that you can deal with the non-elite ones that get over barriers. You can just eat them when they enter, which is also really fun flavor. That's great. Tomorrow we're going to start in a prelude tomorrow in terms of like actually this morning. It's also fun because this is the final day of the feast and we did not sleep at all at night. I think that actually might matter in the future, that like if we didn't sleep, I think it catches up with us. I think we're actually really tired and tomorrow is like, you know, the big day. There's only 2 more scenarios. The bomb was quite good. I mean, the bomb was okay. Yeah, the bomb was not bad. The bomb was definitely not bad. It ended up doing like the lupine hybrid. It didn't matter the damage we did to it because we let it chill, but it did get us the thing down to 2 health. And honestly, the bomb was actually not that good. It did 3 damage to a Capra hybrid, but like the other thing that entered died immediately. We had enough tokens and this thing didn't matter. So like the bomb felt good. An elaborate distraction would have been better than the bomb. I'll be honest, because this would have actually pinged down multiple enemies and doing 1 health enemies. We're not very good at that. That's ideally why Row Trap is there, because they can deal with 1 health enemies, because with our longbow, we're only good at fighting for 3 damage. So it was okay. It wasn't bad. That's for sure. Yeah, it's the next card. Hey, there you go. It really sucks that we drew this. We ended with this in our hand, which if Hemlock Curse is in your hand, discard 1 card random for your hand. I guess it would have discarded itself. I thought for a second it might have discarded this, but it can't. I mean, can Hemlock Curse discard itself? It says at the end of your turn, if Hemlock Curse is in your hand, discard a card randomly from your hand. I mean, it can randomly discard itself. That's kind of cool. You can just solve the problem. But yeah, ending with 2 weaknesses in our hand is not something that commonly happens. Uh, cool. That is mostly it. A really good resolution, a really good ending. I think the scenario is so fun. It gives you so many tools to deal with things. This last Atwood farm definitely can light itself on fire. It's the milk house. So it says, put a set aside fire. Yeah, I think if we put this place on fire and we did that proactively, that would have been a bit better for us. I think in the first couple turns, we probably should have gone to every location we can and light them on fire, because this is the last location. It says when you place a decoy or trap in milk house, place it in an adjacent location. I mean, that's okay text. But yeah, we definitely wanted to light this on fire because this would have been even better than the dynamite over the long run, especially because the barriers just pile up here and then they're stuck on fire. This deck only had 1 fire in it. It's a pretty big deck. Turns out it was the next card. We would have drawn it this phase, and Miguel would have, or sorry, Joe would have let an outer field on fire. Not too bad. I mean, cool scenario. Does the card plus credit fire before Hemlock Curse? Maybe it can discard dead ends. No, it doesn't. So I checked. Hemlock Curse is at the end of your turn. You draw during the upkeep phase. So if this fired at the end of the round, it would be a 50-50, but it's at the end of your turn. So it happens always during the investigator phase. So I wish. That's what I was checking too, to see when this fires. But it is as soon as you spend your 3 actions, largely. That's mostly it. Thanks so much for hanging out. We'll be back in the next scenario. I think the next scenario, we have to decide which way we want to go, just so you have an idea. Maybe we should keep it as a surprise. But for the next scenario, we have all the options of all the different survey paths. I think we're going to go to the beach. And that's because it seems like the thing Miguel would want to do. And it's the last scenario that has a lot of wildlife. I think going to the scenario inside the Hemlock house is maybe cursed, because attaching cards to locations is not something you want to be doing in the Hemlock house. And then the other place is the mine card. And the mine card is also not a good place. The mine is not a good place for traps. So I think Miguel's kind of forcing us to go into the beach. As much as if you go into the mines, I think that's where Simeon usually is, right? Really cool scenario. Looking forward to the next one. It's such a good scenario. Thanks for the stream. Had a blast watching it. Glad you enjoyed it, BBix. If you're watching this, mind you, live, or if you're watching the VOD, if you want to take a second to leave a like on this, it really does help the channel grow. If you're new around here and you want to subscribe, please, that helps the channel grow as well. Leave a comment. I do respond and read to all the comments. If I made a mistake, which I almost definitely have done, you can call that out, tastefully in the comments as well. And I'll make us sure that we don't do the mistake again or learn. And, that's great for everyone, not only myself. I think that's mostly it. Again, Hemlock Vale is sick. We'll be back for the final day tomorrow. At least the rain is going to stop. But we'll be back in hopefully a week, sometimes sooner. That's maybe when to subscribe, but we'll catch you in the next one. Take care, y'all. Stay dry.